Itachi watched as the much older shinobi approached the table one after another. Of course, they were looking at him too, some with surprise, some with suspicion. His former mentor, Minazuki Yuki, who had once again received the team number 2, even cast a disdainful and displeased glance. However, he immediately looked away. Among the mentors, Itachi was not only the youngest, but also the only Uchiha. There were no representatives of his clan among the graduates this year either. At least officially. It looks like these will be your first students, right? A pretty girl with dark red eyes addressed him in a barely audible voice. Itachi nodded, and she smiled slightly. It's nice to know that I'm not the only newbie instructor. Everyone else has already trained several teams. But they also once received their very first students. Itachi decided to support the conversation. This is no different from other tasks. Just another mission. Yes. To accompany children into the life of real shinobi, the girl sighed. And ensuring their safety at first. My name is Yuhi Kurenai, she remembered. Uchiha Itachi. I know, she smiled again. Itachi shrugged. He had no doubt that everyone present knew who he was. But basic politeness required him to introduce himself. He was saved from continuing the conversation by being called to the Hokage's table. Team number 7, the third handed him the folders of future students. Itachi silently took them, bowed and left, only reading the names of the genin he had been assigned in the corridor. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Hatake Kakashi. Interesting. The only one he knew absolutely nothing about was the girl. A light slam of the door made him look up. His recent interlocutor was looking at the folders in her hands in confusion, as if she didn't understand what to do with them next. Feeling his gaze, she looked up. I never expected that I would be entrusted with the heirs of respected clans right away. She stepped aside slightly, letting the next jonin who had received his team pass, and Itachi was able to make out the names she had received. Aburame, Inuzuka, Hyuga. Kurenai's confusion was understandable. The clanless newbie jonin was clearly counting on students from simpler families. In clans, training begins even before entering the academy, he thought and found the answer. Most likely, the Hokage decided that the knowledge they received would be enough for the period while you were getting to know each other. I suppose that's what my father thought, Asuma Sarutobi remarked as he appeared in the doorway. I've inherited another generation of Ino Shikacho. Shall we go? Otherwise, our students will decide that they've inherited senseis who aren't very punctual, and first impressions are very important. The three of them headed towards the exit. Neither Asuma nor Kurenai were interested in who Itachi had chosen as his student. Although this would soon be known to all of Konoha. Uncle. Brother. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Asuma and Itachi also stopped at the same time, looking at the children running towards them. Classes at the academy had ended, and the junior students were scattering to their homes. Two teams of newly minted genin with their assigned mentors also passed by. You'll be a mentor to the genin, yes? Sarutobi's nephew blurted out before Sasuke could. Yes, Konohamaru, Asuma answered briefly, putting out the cigarette he had been carrying the entire way to the academy. And now we're going to meet the students. And he. Konohamaru's gaze rested on Itachi, then moved to Kurenai. He is Kurenai-san's student, right? Itachi couldn't help but smile slightly. They probably hadn't told the third Hokage's grandson about the genius of the Uchiha clan, who at Konohamaru's age had already graduated from the academy. And had to deal with the death of his partner. That's my brother. Sasuke was indignant. And he's going to be a mentor too. I heard you and your father discussing this yesterday, he explained to Itachi. You said this was a new assignment. That's right, Itachi confirmed. Sasuke heard only the end of the conversation, which was not a pleasant one. His father was sure that Itachi's transfer from Anbu to, messing with children, was another way to humiliate the Uchiha. Although, after seeing the names of his students, his father might change his mind. Unlikely. Sighing, Itachi took a step towards the academy doors. Sorry, Sasuke, I have to go. Behind his back, Konohamaru was not too quietly trying to figure out how Itachi at such an age could be a mentor to almost his peers. Sasuke was proudly answering something. The Uchihas rarely mentored anyone, Kurenai noted. Your clan prefers to train only their children, who then mostly go into the Konoha police, and it seems that not all of them even study at the academy. Perhaps Itachi's appointment is meant to fix that, Asuma responded as he entered the academy. Do you mind if I take my team first? Itachi and Kurenai didn't object. The team assignments were over, and Iruka-sensei left the students to wait for their assigned jonin. The 10 teams were quietly chatting. In 6 years of study, Very few of them had managed to establish any semblance of friendship, and most of them only knew each other's names. So the guys, divided into threes, were essentially getting to know their new teammates, while simultaneously guessing what kind of mentors they would get. The only ones who stood out against this background were Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamichi, who had known almost before entering the academy that they would end up on the same team, just like their parents once did. However, the identity of the future sensei was still unknown to them. Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi took the second desk in the middle row. He was glad to be on the same team with the girl he had liked for a long time, but Sakura ignored his attempts to start a conversation. Kakashi, recognized as the best student in the year, only caused irritation. Believing that shinobi should strictly follow the rules, and always following them himself, he seemed to Naruto to be an arrogant know-it-all. Therefore, he did not want to start a conversation with him. Gradually, the number of students dwindled. Finally, there were only 3 teams left, the 7th, 8th, and 10th. The door opened once again, and Naruto looked with impatient anticipation at the bearded man who appeared in the doorway. He glanced at the kids. Yamanaka Ino, Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru. A calm voice dispelled Naruto's hope of finally leaving the office and starting to master cool techniques. The 10th team did not keep him waiting. As she was leaving, Ino cast a triumphant glance at her old friend and rival, so that she wouldn't think of getting cocky. Even though Sakura had gotten into a team with one of the 2 recognized talents of their graduating class, Ino's partners, the lazy Shikamaru and the glutton Choji, were definitely better than the noisy idiot Naruto, whom all the villagers hated and simply ignored, or even chased away if he flickered too much before their eyes. And now Sakura would constantly communicate with these 2, Kakashi, who put following the rules above all else, and Naruto, who always broke all prohibitions. Thinking about how unlucky her friend was with her team, Ino almost collided with some boy heading for the office doors. Only the desire to make a good impression on sensei and the presence of an unfamiliar kunoichi in the corridor prevented her from scolding him. Strange, he looks her age or a little older, but she had never seen him at the academy, although the forehead protector definitely indicates that he studied here. She would definitely remember such a cute guy. But there was no time to linger and, deciding that she would find out everything from her friend later, Ino ran to catch up with her teammates and sensei. Meanwhile, the remaining genin in the classroom looked in surprise at the teenager who appeared in the doorway. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Hitaki Kakashi, he said, looking at each of them in turn. My name is Uchiha Itachi, I will be your mentor. What? Naruto yelled indignantly, jumping up from his seat and pointing his finger at the person who had entered. You can't be our mentor, Datbeo. You're like 12 years old yourself. 13, he corrected calmly, noting that the team that was still in the room, Kurenai, who had let him go ahead, was also watching the events unfold with interest. I finished my training at the age of 7, so you haven't encountered me at the academy. I worked in Anbu for a while. Now they've decided to entrust me with training genin, he nodded, inviting the guys to leave. The children's confusion could be felt even without being a censor, but they still followed Itachi out. Kurenai, seeing his students, widened her eyes slightly in surprise, but remained silent, entering the office to her remaining team. Itachi stopped in the courtyard. For their first meeting with the team, the mentors, as he knew, chose different places. Some went to the roof of the academy, some to the catering establishments, some straight to the training ground. Itachi headed towards the lake, where he often went with Izumi and Shisui. It's your turn to talk about yourself, he said, sitting on the shore and looking at them expectantly. Naruto, for the first time in his life, was so confused that he didn't say a word the entire way, and blinked silently. The Uchihas were one of the founding clans in the police force of Konoha. And considering how many pranks and antics Naruto had gotten up to, he had to deal with the police quite often. Was it because of the events of the last week, the painted faces of the former Hokage and the scroll with the forbidden technique stolen from the Third's office, that his team had been assigned a sensei from a police clan? But he was only a year older than them. And was it really possible to graduate from the academy in just a year? And could children really be Anbu? There were too many questions, and Naruto couldn't coherently voice even one. And, what should I tell you? Seeing that the boys weren't going to continue the conversation, Sakura asked sheepishly. And, catching herself, she added, Itachi-sensei. Your name, what you like, what you don't like, what you want to achieve in life, in general, everything you consider necessary to tell. You already know our names. What I like or dislike doesn't matter, because a shinobi must be able to detach himself from his feelings and emotions for the sake of completing a mission. And since I graduated from the Shinobi Academy, it's clear that I'm going to be a shinobi, Kakashi spoke up for the first time. Despite the polite tone, the monologue itself sounded defiant, and the boy's gaze showed arrogance bordering on defiance, but the newly minted mentor did not comment on this in any way. I am Sakura Haruno. The girl felt stupid as she said this. Could this name belong to anyone else present? But, as if apologizing for Kakashi's less than polite behavior, and also trying to make a good impression, their mentor was a representative of the founding clan, who graduated from the academy in just a year and worked in Anbu. And quite handsome, too. Yes, Ino will die of envy. She continued. I like it. When I managed to do everything well, in fact, Sakura liked when she was praised for her diligence and abilities, it was just a pity that this did not happen so often at the academy. But it would sound as if she was begging for undeserved praise. And I don't like it. I don't like all sorts of fools like Naruto. She finished slightly aggressively. Do you think your teammate is a fool? Itachi asked. Sakura was embarrassed. Naruto was always acting up and causing problems for those around him. Who else but a member of the police clan would know about it, but it seemed that Itachi-sensei did not approve of her attitude towards Uzumaki. And she wanted to make a good impression on her mentor. Not wanting to ruin her reputation even more, she remained silent, although her inner self was indignant. This indignation was directed, naturally, at Uzumaki, who, without even doing anything, managed to ruin the sensei's opinion of her. Itachi, without waiting for an answer from her, turned his gaze to Naruto, who had become despondent after the girl's words. He perked up and, flashing a cheerful smile, announced. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like to eat ramen and I don't like to wait for it to brew. And I will become Hokage so that the village will acknowledge my existence. Well, the first meeting can be considered complete, Itachi nodded. We'll meet tomorrow in the academy courtyard at 7 in the morning. We'll check what you're capable of. What do you mean, check? Naruto was indignant. We passed the exam and became genin, Dadbeo, he pointed to his Hitai 8. The exams show that you have mastered the academy curriculum, Itachi explained. But you must prove that you can apply this knowledge in practice. As far as I know, more than half of the teams returned to the academy after this test. These words clearly stunned the boys, but a moment later the faces of all three reflected their readiness to undergo absolutely any tests. Also, Naruto-kun, redo the photo on your registration card. What? The boys screamed again. I tried so hard to make it look impressive. Don't interrupt sensei. Sakura flared up, and then stopped short, throwing a guilty glance at the aforementioned sensei. Sorry. The photo really turned out impressive, but it doesn't give the impression that it belongs to someone who takes their work seriously. Besides, there are certain standards for such photos. Naruto narrowed his eyes in displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest and sticking out his lip, and Sakura clearly understood that her hopes of wiping Ino's nose by bragging about the Uchiha former Anbu sensei were crumbling to dust. Because now Naruto would start arguing and proving that since the third allowed this photo to remain, it meant it was suitable, and what difference did it make that the Hokage simply understood? It was impossible to outstubborn Naruto. And if Naruto continued to argue with sensei, then there would be no additional test tomorrow morning, because Uchiha Itachi would refuse them right today. And they would have to go back to the academy. What a shame. The girl had no doubt that sensei would refuse all three of them, and not just Naruto, they were a team after all. And what kind of team is it when one does not obey the mentor, and the other two cannot convince or force him? Sakura had no illusions. She wouldn't be able to influence Naruto in any way. And Kakashi too, otherwise why hadn't he said a word yet? Naruto, don't argue with sensei's orders. The unwillingness to embarrass herself in front of her friend and parents, being rejected by her mentor and sent back to finish her studies, still made her try to influence her stubborn teammate. And who even assigned them to teams? She would gladly switch partners with the quiet, modest Hinata, and probably even with Ino herself, if only someone would ask her opinion. The whisper, contrary to expectations, turned out to be not so much angry as pleading. If Itachi-san says that the photo is not suitable, then that's how it is. Sakura-chan. Naruto turned his gaze to her, and now, instead of stubborn disagreement, his face expressed confusion. You don't like my photo either. The girl glanced at her mentor, but Itachi-sensei's face was completely expressionless. It was unclear how he felt about Sakura's attempt to convince her partner. However, he did not stop her. And since Naruto seemed to listen to her words, then perhaps everything was not so hopeless. How could she not break into a scolding and beat up this fool, completely ruining the sensei's opinion of the genin he had inherited? I don't like it, The girl confirmed, and it didn't matter that she had never seen the notorious photo. However, she had no doubt that if the mentor said that the photo was no good, then that was true. And besides, we're talking about Naruto. It's only good for a personal album, but certainly not for a document. Naruto looked at her in confusion, and suddenly smiled widely, throwing his hands behind his head. You're right, I'll take another photo for the card, and I'll paste the old one into a special album and sign it. I became a genin, Dadbayo. And then I'll paste photos from all the important missions there, and when I become Hokage, I'll come to the students of the academy and show them this album, telling them about my exploits, Dadbayo. If you pass tomorrow's test, of course, Kakashi said, and Sakura felt a surge of rage again. Why had he remained silent when she had tried to influence Naruto? Tomorrow's test is to be completed as a team, not individually, Itachi-sensei spoke as if nothing had happened. Either all three of you pass and begin missions, or all three of you return to the academy. This task will be impossible to complete alone. That's all for today. Sakura and Kakashi can go home. Naruto, don't forget to redo the photo. Until tomorrow, he stood up, signaling that the introductions were over. See you tomorrow, Itachi-sensei, Sakura bowed politely. See you tomorrow, sensei, Naruto remembered, bowing after her. Kakashi bowed silently. As soon as the mentor disappeared, Sakura turned to Naruto, clearly intending to take it out on him for everything that had happened here. But he was already running towards the village, intending to immediately buy an album worthy of a future Hokage. Even if he had to take the same boring photo for the registration card as everyone else, he would keep the really cool photos for himself, until he became Hokage and showed them to future generations of shinobi. Jinchuriki, the daughter of merchants and Hatake Kakashi, Fugaku Uchiha summed up his son's story. The Hokage is clearly demonstrating his desire to improve relations with the clan by giving you the village's weapons and Tsukumo's son. Too clearly. This is a publicity stunt, so that everyone can see that they trust us. After so many years of being almost openly accused of the Fox's attack on Konoha, Itachi remained silent. He was only a year old at the time of the attack. He knew from his father and other older clan members that they had allegedly seen the Sharingan in the eyes of the Biju, as well as that the Uchiha were forbidden to interfere in the fight with the Fox, concentrating on protecting civilians. He didn't remember the moment of the relocation either. The block on the outskirts of Konoha was, in his opinion, no worse than the others. But his opinion was not asked on this matter. What is your impression of them? You don't have to tell me about the Jinchuriki, added the father. His antics are known throughout Konoha. And to us more than anyone else. It's unlikely that he can be used in any way for our cause. The girl makes a rather ordinary impression. Diligent, seeking praise, dreaming of standing out. Hatake, father interrupted, making it clear that he was no more interested in Sakura than he was in Naruto. First in the graduating class in all subjects. He is well aware that he is much stronger than his teammates. He tries to keep his distance from others. It is not surprising, because he lived alone from early childhood. Tomorrow I will arrange a test for them. Shisui will help me with this. Itachi kept silent about the intention to involve Sasuke in the test. The father is unlikely to pay attention to the fact that the youngest son missed a day of classes, especially if this does not affect the overall results. Training. The next morning, when the three genin arrived at the academy courtyard, Itachi was already waiting for them along with Sasuke, who was trying, not very successfully, to hide his curiosity about his brother's students behind a mask of indifference. Good morning, Itachi greeted his charges, taking them in with a quick glance. Kakashi looked collected and ready to take on any challenge, unlike Sakura, who was struggling to hold back a yawn, and Naruto, who was clearly not fully awake yet. This is my younger brother, Sasuke. He introduced the boys to the boy one by one, then announced, he will be your task for today. Naruto, who had finally woken up from the unexpectedness, blinked his eyes in surprise, staring at Sasuke. We'll just have to look after your brother, Itachi-sensei. Sakura asked, confused. The day before, when the mentor had told them that if they failed the test, they would be sent back to the academy, the girl had been sure that they would have to do something very serious, a training fight or a search for a hidden scroll, or even an obstacle course. But looking after the sensei's younger brother, Sakura had no experience in such things, because she was the only child in the family, as were Kakashi and Naruto, who didn't even have families, but the task didn't seem difficult to her. He wasn't a baby who needed to be rocked and his diapers changed. You could already talk to an 8-year-old boy almost like an adult. It won't be easy, Itachi replied. First of all, It won't happen here, but at one of the training grounds, where I'll deliver him, and you'll have to find him on your own. And secondly, Itachi looked at his brother and smiled slightly. He doesn't really want to stay with you, so he won't wait patiently in the designated place. Sasuke is forbidden to leave the selected training ground during the test, but he is allowed to avoid you by any means and set any traps. Since he's missing classes at the academy because of your test, this will be his mission, not to get caught by the hypothetical enemy shinobi. Your task, accordingly, will be to find him. At noon, you must gather together, and no one should be tied up or crippled. Sakura choked with indignation at these words. Does sensei really think that they would use force against a child? The girl didn't believe that Sasuke could tie them up or hurt them. Minor bruises and scratches don't count. Itachi sensei suddenly pulled his brother towards him by the shoulders and seemed to vanish into thin air. Sakura gasped, instantly angry at herself. She didn't have time to notice where exactly the Uchihas had gone. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto hesitated for only a second. A dozen clones instantly rose to the roof of the academy and from there rushed across the roofs in different directions. This way we can find them faster, he explained, jumping onto the roof himself and getting ready to follow the clones. That's stupid, Kakashi said. You can go in a completely different direction, and when your clones find the right training ground, it will take you longer to get there than if you stayed here and waited. Naruto scratched his head and regretfully admitted that his teammate was right, but he did not go down. He did not have to wait long. A minute later, one of the clones found Sasuke. Itachi was no longer with him, and the boy really did not intend to wait for the nannies. The clone dispersed from a well-aimed kunai. It took another minute to get to the testing site. The small clearing in the forest was empty. There were 3 training poles on it. A small clock was installed on top of the middle one, according to which they had 4 hours and 45 minutes left to search. Sasuke-kun. Not that Sakura really expected the boy to respond, but it was worth a try. Naturally, she was met with silence. Shall we split up? The girl suggested. Kakashi and Naruto nodded. This isn't a test, it's some kind of hide-and-seek game, Naruto added, slightly offended. There's no need to even use clones, Dabayo. Kakashi remained silent. The task really was more like a game than a test of teamwork. How could you test teamwork by searching for a hidden boy? Alone, split up, they would do much better. None of the 3 doubted that Sasuke would be found long before the appointed time. What could an academy student do to counter the newly minted genin, except for simple traps? Exactly 10 minutes later, Naruto fell into the first simple trap, a rope loop, and found himself hanging upside down from a tree. Glad that Sakura and Kakashi did not see his shame, the boy quickly cut the rope and jumped to the ground. Immediately falling into a second identical trap. Mentally cursing, he cut the rope again, and suddenly heard Sakura's scream in the distance, in which there was genuine horror. Naruto rushed to his partner's rescue. Apparently, something had happened that went beyond the game. Sakura-chan. The boy flew out to the clearing where they were supposed to gather after the test. He still managed to notice the girl lying, apparently unconscious, when he felt a strong blow from behind, and passed out himself. Naruto woke up from being shaken by the shoulders. Opening his eyes, he saw Kakashi in front of him, and turning his still aching head, a completely unharmed Sakura, and sat up. What happened? I heard a scream and ran to help, and then... Good help. Sakura instantly became furious. She didn't hit him, however, apparently fearing to knock him out again for an indefinite period of time. I woke up and you were lying next to me. And, did you see the attacker? And where did you come from? This was already referring to Kakashi. I heard the scream too and came back, he explained. I found you unconscious and Sakura sitting next to me. There was no one else here. Sakura blushed slightly and looked away. I didn't see anyone, she admitted with difficulty. When we split up, I headed toward the river. Then a flock of crows attacked me, and when they flew away, I heard a child's cry from the clearing. I decided it was Sasuke, and ran back. She fell silent and looked around the clearing, stopping her gaze on the pillars. Naruto also looked around, but saw nothing scary. The clearing looked the same as half an hour ago, when they went to look for Sensei's younger brother. Sasuke isn't here, he stated the obvious. And when I arrived, it was just you. And someone else who attacked me from behind, he muttered sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head again. It was a genjutsu, Sakura admitted sadly. And I didn't even understand how I got into it. Everything looked so real. Kakashi, she glanced at her teammate, was tied to a pole and covered in blood. Itachi-san on the ground, covered in senbon. And Sasuke was falling into the ground. She shuddered, clearly reliving what she had seen. But Sasuke couldn't create such a genjutsu, he's still a child, Naruto objected. And anyway, it's unknown whether he has the ability to create illusions, Dadbeo. Yes, Kakashi's voice clearly sounded amused, not entirely appropriate for the situation. All Uchiha have the ability to perform genjutsu thanks to the Kekkei Genkai. But to do this, you need to have the clan's dojutsu. I don't think Sasuke has awakened it yet. So be it. Naruto vaguely remembered that Iruka-sensei mentioned Kekkei Genkai and dojutsu as clan techniques. It seemed that everyone was looking at Hinata, and she was terribly embarrassed. But he couldn't remember anything except the terms themselves and their connection with large clans. Either there was no more information, or it was given for independent study, which Naruto hadn't done at all during his studies. But he wasn't going to show his ignorance in front of the upstart Kakashi and, especially, in front of Sakura. Still, this is too strong an illusion for an 8-year-old, even if he does have some kind of dojutsu. Itachi-san graduated from the academy at 7, and they're brothers, Sakura reminded. Perhaps we underestimated the enemy. Or, there's someone else here, and that someone is really after Sasuke. That can't be, Sakura-chan, Naruto objected. The village is well protected, no one will get in here unnoticed, Dadbeo. But we're quite far from the village center now, Kakashi countered. The training grounds aren't guarded that closely, and it's believed that the shinobi training here are capable of spotting and dealing with an outsider. As for an attack on Sasuke, that's entirely possible. The Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's dojutsu, is something many people are trying to obtain. But how could anyone know that Sasuke would be at this training ground today? Sakura countered. I don't think Itachi-sensei told everyone about the test that was coming up. You're thinking about the wrong thing, Naruto jumped up. First we need to find Sasuke. And we might have to fight someone while we do that, Dadbeo. He created clones again, sending them to inspect the forest. And Itachi-sensei, Sakura suddenly suggested. We don't know where he is, but I think he's somewhere nearby. After all, we're talking about his younger brother. And if he really is being hunted by shinobi from another village, then we're unlikely to be able to confront them on our own. Seeing that Naruto was about to object, she raised her voice. We only graduated from the academy yesterday. If Kakashi is telling the truth, it's unlikely that our opponent is a newbie like him. And maybe he's not alone. Naruto reluctantly agreed with the arguments, although he believed that he could handle any opponent. Several more clones went in different directions. How do you know about the Uchiha dojutsu? Sakura asked cautiously. It was awkward to wait for information from the clones in silence, and after trying to remember at least something about Kakashi and Naruto's families, the girl realized that she knew nothing except that her teammates did not have such families. Kakashi lived in his own house, Naruto in the dormitory for academy students, and until that moment she had not even thought about how this was possible. My father told me, he had an Uchiha on his team, Kakashi explained. And we've missed another possible explanation for the genjutsu, Itachi-san. Itachi-san, Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side in confusion. This is a test. He could have put the genjutsu on Sakura himself, Kakashi answered briefly. Then everything becomes simpler, Naruto said cheerfully. Because if that's the case, then Sasuke is with him now, Dadabeo. We'll find both of them, and the mission will be accomplished. Unless we get caught in another genjutsu, Kakashi cooled his ardor. But now we are ready for it. Naruto had no intention of giving up his joyful hopes of passing the test faster than the allotted time. Changing the flow of chakra or infusing someone else's, pain caused by something outside of genjutsu, Sakura listed the main ways to remove the illusion. And the most effective is to try to avoid direct eye contact. Does genjutsu work on clones? Naruto asked. I don't know, Sakura answered, slightly confused. Well, let's check it out. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, and immediately jumped up. By the river, apparently, one of the clones finally gave him the information. Sasuke and some guy, Dadbeo. Alone? Sakura asked. Naruto nodded, and all three of them took off. Did the enemy see the clone? Kakashi asked. No, that one dissipated on its own. We have to be careful. Whoever this guy is, he has genjutsu, Kakashi reminded him. It's best if the three of us try to stay out of his line of sight. That way, even if he uses genjutsu on one of us, the other two can free the one who's been caught. Naruto didn't even complain that Kakashi had taken it upon himself to command. He was already looking forward to the fight, in which he would naturally prove himself. I'll cover with clones, he offered. Sakura-chan will take Sasuke to safety. And then we'll finish this guy off, Databeo. You've never been able to make clones, Kakashi snorted. They are illusory, and I learned how to make shadow ones, that's why I passed the exam, Naruto explained with a fair amount of bragging, and at the same time avoiding unpleasant moments like breaking into the Hokage's house and stealing a forbidden scroll. Meanwhile, a river appeared between the trees, and there was no time to argue and come up with another plan. The appearance of a crowd of Naruto clones on the shore must have looked impressive. Among them, not only the original was lost, but also Sakura and Kakashi, who had changed their appearance. Sasuke was quite alive and well, only tied to one of the large stones scattered along the shore. The guy, whose face was hidden by a thick cloth, leaving only his eyes visible, instantly folded seals. There were slightly fewer clones than Naruto. And then the battle began. Although Team 7 did not allow the enemy to use genjutsu, the advantage was not on their side. Unlike Naruto's clones, his clones did not disperse from attacks, allowing blows to pass through themselves. The use of weapons was also ineffective. It was impossible to identify the real enemy among the clones. The Henjon Kakashi and Sakura quickly flew off, after the first blows they received. The clones Naruto had created had already dissipated, transferring both the fatigue and the pain from the blows he had received to him. The enemy's clones had also disappeared, now he stood between them and Sasuke, not rushing to attack and as if giving the genin a break. We won't achieve anything like that, Kakashi summed up gloomily. We can't even get close to Sasuke. Have your clones found Itachi yet? He remembered. No, Naruto made the seals again. We need to surround him so he doesn't see Sakura approaching Sasuke. Kakashi shifted sharply to the side, simultaneously throwing a couple of shurikens at the enemy, with the intention, of course, of not hitting Sasuke if he dodged. This helped. The enemy, moving away from the line of attack, ended up further from Sasuke. Naruto instantly created a crowd of new clones that surrounded the enemy, who instantly disappeared. There was no noticeable movement. Just a moment ago the guy was standing in place, and now Naruto's clones are already surrounding a completely empty area of land. The next moment, the enemy finds himself between Sakura and Sasuke. The girl did not have time to react. She received a strong blow and, having fallen, remained lying, and the guy instantly shifted towards Kakashi. And at the same time, several of his clones ended up next to the crowd of Naruto clones, and a couple more remained near Sasuke. The clones' fight didn't last long. Naruto simply had nothing to counter his opponent with, and he was too clearly aiming for the still motionless Sakura and the enemy clones that had separated her and Sasuke instead of helping Kakashi deal with the original. Although Kakashi assumed that he could deal with the enemy more effectively alone, the enemy turned out to be stronger. Soon both Naruto and Kakashi found themselves on the ground. Time's up, Itachi announced, appearing out of nowhere next to them. Well, the results are pretty good. Although you acted alone at first, you were able to unite when you realized that the situation was more serious than it initially seemed. You still have to work on your techniques and other things, but that's what a mentor is for. Kakashi, you've developed a good plan, and your knowledge of our clan dojutsu. I assumed you had it. Naruto, you have a good supply of chakra, but you're using it irrationally, and to answer your question, genjutsu on clones is ineffective, so we'll work on that. Sakura, he turned to the girl and couldn't help but smile. Really unexpected. And very stupid. Sasuke was in Sakura's place, and the girl herself was tied to the rock instead of him. A few scrapes and bruises did not cause any concern. How did you manage to switch places with him? The recent opponent was surprised. However, the genins already understood that this was part of the training, and not a real attack. Kawarimi, the girl explained. The blow wasn't really that strong. I waited until they stopped paying attention to me, and then I swapped Sasuke-kun with the log, and then the log and myself. Why is it stupid, Itachi-sensei? Because if this hadn't been a training fight, you would have ended up in the hands of the enemy. Very angry at your failure, he added. Although you were the only one on the team who really appreciated your strength and decided to challenge me. However, that doesn't change the stupidity of your actions. We need to think about completing the mission first, Kakashi countered. Not about possible casualties. The mission was to find Sasuke. The assignment was to gather together by noon, Itachi clarified. And neither of you should be tied up, an eloquent look at Sakura. After a pause, he continued, but you have potential, so I see no reason to refuse mentoring. Shisui, he turned to the opponent. Take off your disguise and escort them back to the village. I promised Sasuke that after training I would stay with him for a while. First a photo, Shisui, who turned out to be a guy of about 15, disappeared again, only to return a moment later with a camera. The photo could have been taken later, Itachi began. Why wait? Shisui smiled. Naruto instantly stood in front of Itachi. The girl is supposed to stand in the center, Sakura was indignant. It's not a rule that can't be broken, Shisui was clearly amused by the situation. And there's not always a girl on the team. Sakura didn't dare argue with him, especially since Itachi didn't show any displeasure either. They could deal with Naruto later. She simply stood to the right of her mentor. Kakashi stood to the left. And at the last moment before Shisui pressed the button, Sasuke stepped into the frame, moving Naruto aside. You're not on the team, Naruto said indignantly. Let it stay, Itachi answered softly. As a reward for helping with the test. For a few moments, Naruto seemed about to object. And then he smiled widely. Then we need another photo with Shisui. He helped too. Do you even know how to take photos, Databeo? He pointed his finger at Sasuke, who was taken aback by such an address. He can, Shisui laughed. Sasuke looked at his brother, who nodded slightly, and the younger Uchiha stepped forward, taking the camera from Shisui, who stood next to Itachi, pushing Sakura in front of him. Another click of the camera and the team finally left the training ground. Were you in Anbu too? Sakura decided to use the way back to ask Sensei's relative. No, I work for the Konoha police. I've never seen you among the police, Naruto interjects. I do missions outside the village. Secret ones, he adds, forestalling Naruto's questions. He walks in silence for a while, but not for long. And your clones are cool. Even cooler than the shadow ones. Will you teach them? Maybe, Shisui smiles slightly. I'll sometimes help Itachi with your training. Great. Ah, he didn't say when the next training was. Naruto stops in the middle of the street. And then creates a clone and sends it to the training ground. Well done, Shisui notes. I was sure you'd run on your own. Naruto smiles at the praise. A few minutes later, the time and place of the next training session is announced. They make the remaining short journey in silence. Naruto. Itachi had no experience as a mentor, and he knew perfectly well that he was probably the youngest mentor of genin in the entire existence of Konoha. It was logical to look to someone more experienced in this regard, but this is where the problems began. Itachi could not follow the example of the commander of his Anbu squad, for the reason that a team of genin is still something completely different. And the mentor of the team in which Itachi himself was a genin was clearly not a role model. So Itachi had to build relationships with his students by trial and error. Itachi's detachment and reluctance to establish too strong friendly ties and the confusion coupled with distrust of his age on the part of the team also added to the difficulties. In addition, Itachi did not rule out that one of the reasons for his appointment as mentor of this particular team was the Uchiha's ability to control the Biju. Therefore, he decided to start a closer acquaintance with the team with the Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, who learned about the fox sealed inside him under less than favorable circumstances. Cheerful, despite the open hostility of the villagers towards him, and very fond of this very village. Stupid antics were just a way to attract attention to himself, this desire of Itachi, who was used to hiding his thoughts and feelings even from those closest to him with the exception, perhaps, of Shisui, and keeping everyone, including his beloved younger brother, at a certain distance, could not understand. Most likely, this was a way to at least temporarily get rid of loneliness and feel part of society. In favor of this conclusion, an abrupt end to hooliganism with the beginning of work in the team pointed out. Sakura, who expressed open hostility towards Naruto when she first met Itachi, gradually began to treat him much softer. Kakashi, who kept almost the same distance from his teammates as Itachi, gradually gave in under the pressure of the Jinchuriki, who firmly decided that the team would be his best friends. Naruto could have achieved much more than he showed at the time of graduation from the academy, if he had studied more diligently and controlled his chakra better. But it was easier to attract attention by hooliganism than by diligent study, and chakra control required constant training, for which the restless boy did not have enough patience. Team training and the unwillingness to lag behind the same Sakura and Kakashi gradually corrected this, and Naruto had no lack of persistence in achieving what he wanted. Naruto enthusiastically accepted his mentor's desire to inspect his home. To Itachi's surprise, the small room was quite clean and tidy. Judging by Naruto's behavior, he expected at least a slight mess, especially since he hadn't warned about his desire to visit in advance. However, the home was quite cozy, and several plants were well groomed. There were a couple of photographs on the table, and Itachi couldn't help but smile, remembering how these pictures were taken after that very first training session. The only food I have is ramen, the owner's voice brought him out of his memories. And milk. It doesn't seem to be expired. I'm not hungry, Itachi smiled slightly. It's just that a mentor should know how his students live. Naruto shrugged. Usually, Kakashi lives almost the same way, only in his own house. Probably everyone who doesn't have a family lives like that. Iruka-sensei said that after his parents died, it was hard for him to learn to do everything himself. His parents died in the fox's attack, didn't they? Itachi recalled. The conversation about those without families could easily have turned to a not-so-pleasant topic. Cautious questioning revealed that, apart from the information Mizuki had given him and the well-known fact of the fox's attack on Konoha 12 years ago, Naruto did not know and did not try to find out anything more about his subtenant. He was also in no hurry to tell anyone about him, including his teammates, apparently fearing that it would alienate them. Yes, but he doesn't blame me for this, the boy smiled broadly. He even gave me his hitai and counted shadow cloning as a past exam. The fact that Naruto, instead of being punished for the stolen scroll, ended up among the graduated students was most likely an order from the Hokage, but not a personal initiative of Iruka Umino. However, Itachi was in no hurry to express his opinion, as well as to report that last year, with a similar legend, steal and become a chunin, from another traitor, a scroll and artifact very valuable to Konoha were stolen by a genin who failed the corresponding exam. Itachi was then in the squad tracking the kidnapper and, although he was not present at the time of the arrest of the criminals, official reports said that the boy, his peer, was killed. The stolen sword of the Thunder God was considered lost. There were no witnesses to its possible destruction, but there were also no cases of the appearance of a weapon even remotely resembling it anywhere during this year. Perhaps these two episodes were really just a coincidence. Or perhaps a repeat of last year's story with Naruto was a test of the latter's loyalty to the village. Itachi thought about it, but didn't ask directly. If it was important for his work as a mentor, the Hokage would have given the information himself. Especially since, if this was a test, Naruto passed it. When are we going to have real missions? Naruto's question brought him out of his reverie again. It seemed he had no interest in continuing the conversation about the fox. Real ones. Of a higher rank, the boy explained, pouting. All we do is dig up other people's gardens and go get groceries for the elderly. And sometimes you watch over the academy students and help them practice their skills, Itachi added. Naruto frowned at first, but then smiled broadly. But Shisui trains me in Shunshin and body clones. And I'm almost getting it, Databeo. When they got their first supervision mission, Naruto was eager to show the kids what it meant to be a genin. The clients were Shisui and Izumi, whom the team met at the same time. The kid was Sasuke, and Itachi ended up having to watch their training match and kunai throwing competition with Naruto, explaining their mistakes to both his brother and his protege. Izumi later apologized to Itachi, who was unhappy with such a joke, and Shisui just laughed, saying that a couple more such orders and Sasuke would stop perceiving his brother's students as rivals in the fight for his attention, and it would be useful for Naruto to make up for what he missed at the academy. From then on, such missions came weekly. On the second week, Naruto tried to get out of it, saying that this was not how they practiced teamwork. He was with Sasuke, and Sakura and Kakashi were on their own. Shisui, who was present at this, just smiled and disappeared. Only to return a few minutes later with the same Izumi. 3 against 3 is quite fair, he said. Let's imagine that we are shinobi from another village, whom you encountered during a mission. Sensei is not around. He is either busy with a more serious threat, or continues the mission alone, leaving you to deal with the pursuers, or is wounded, or killed. In short, you are alone, show what you are capable of. He said. Naruto had nothing to object to, and Sakura and Kakashi found this way of testing the knowledge gained during training much more interesting than regular sparring followed by analysis of mistakes. Naturally, Shisui did not use serious techniques. Izumi too, being weaker than the same Shisui and Itachi, she was still not the last in her graduating class, and she was in good standing with the police and could do a lot. But Itachi could not deny that such training of possible attacks on missions very well shows the level of training and weaknesses of his students, both together and separately, which allows you to adjust training methods. At the end of the fight, Shisui finally explained to Naruto how exactly his clones are created and advised him to first master normal Shunshin, at long distances, and only then try to use it close to the enemy. Naruto immediately tried to master the new skill, despite being pretty exhausted after the fight. Sakura and Kakashi, exchanging glances, joined in. And a moment later, To Itachi's surprise, Sasuke stood next to the genin, looking extremely independent. Looks like you have a fourth student on your team, Izumi laughed. Sasuke and Naruto heard this at the same time, and very similarly, snorted, after which everyone laughed. Itachi only realized at home that he had shown much more emotion that day than he ever did when communicating with other people. Almost succeeding isn't enough, he emerged from his memories. Kakashi succeeded after 4 training sessions, Shunshin, not clones. But Sasuke hasn't yet, Naruto blurted out instantly. And Sakura-chan hasn't either. You should compare yourself with the best, and Kakashi is the best in your team, Itachi noted. He deservedly turned out to be the best in the graduating class. Comparisons with Sasuke are ridiculous, he is 4 years younger than you. Itachi did not say that at Sasuke's age he himself had carried out missions much more difficult than weeding gardens. In this situation, this would only convince Naruto that it was time for them to move on to something more difficult, interesting, and dangerous. It has not even been a month since you graduated from the academy, so naturally, you will not have difficult missions yet. But this leaves more time for training. And as soon as I understand that you have outgrown simple tasks, I will recommend you for missions of a higher rank, he added. And if I master clones by the end of the month, will that count as readiness? Naruto suggested excitedly. No, Itachi immediately cooled his ardor. First of all, it would be nice to master something else besides clones. Your chakra control has improved, but in other respects Kakashi is far ahead of you. Except for the ability to recognize genjutsu, Sakura has surpassed both of you in this. Secondly, you are not alone in the team, and when assigning missions, the abilities of all team members are taken into account. However, if you really can master absolutely all the necessary skills better than your teammates, then you can be singled out from the team and assigned to more difficult missions alone. We are not talking about mastering everything by the end of the month, he added, but Naruto was already shaking his head. No, I've always been alone. Now that I have a team, it's almost like a family, Databeo. I want to be stronger than Kakashi and the others, I want to complete many missions, do something great, but I definitely don't want to walk my path alone. And when I become Hokage, Sakura and Kakashi will be with me too, Databeo. Becoming Hokage, Itachi had once dreamed of this too. As a child, he often heard the indignation of his clanmates slipping through their conversations that his father had not been proposed for the position of 4th Hokage, although, by all accounts, he deserved it. The Uchiha are feared and not allowed to take power. He heard this phrase when he was 4 years old and then decided that he would become the first Uchiha Hokage. A rather naive dream for a genius child. Having entered the academy, he felt the attitude of other people towards the Uchiha much more fully. Perhaps someone else would have been embittered and turned against Konoha. Almost the entire clan was so disposed, despite the fact that this anger had not yet been openly manifested, but Itachi only strengthened his intention. Become Hokage and establish peace, first between the clan and the village, and then between all shinobi countries, so that there would be no more bloody wars and brutal clashes. During the Chunin exam, when he encountered genin from other hidden villages, he realized that being Hokage was not enough. Everyone else needed to strive for a peaceful life, too. The Uchiha, the Konoha people, the rulers of the hidden villages and the daimyo of all countries. Unrealizable. There would always be someone who wanted to achieve their goals by force, not by negotiations. And that meant that this world would have to be changed in another way. Itachi didn't know how yet, but he would do it. No, not like that. Not him. They. Itachi looked at Naruto, who continued to happily broadcast how the village would finally recognize him. Before this conversation, he was truly sure that he would have to change the shinobi world himself. But in fact, he was not alone. Although almost all the Uchiha were determined to carry out a coup, there was Shisui, who, just like Itachi, understood the madness of this idea. There was Izumi, a half-breed Uchiha, whose mother had calmly married a clanless teammate and who had been just as calmly accepted back after her husband's death. Death on the night of the fox's attack. But Izumi did not blame Naruto either. And Sasuke did not suspect any unrest within the clan, although Itachi did not want to drag him into all this. There were already 4 Uchiha who did not want enmity with Konoha. And how many more are there? Those who do not want a coup, and simply gave in under pressure from their clanmates, those Itachi does not know about. Tayuki and Uruchi, the owners of Senbei Yaidenshu, other civilians from the clan, did they really need a military coup? On the other hand, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi. They didn't even talk badly about the Uchihas in conversations with each other. If you don't count Naruto's remark, Itachi and Shisui aren't like those policemen who always chased me. Maybe Sasuke will grow up to be normal. Databeo. Kurenai and Asuma, whom he met on the day of the student distribution, offered him help in a friendly manner. Although you probably won't need it, you're closer to them in age, so you'll figure it out yourself. Did they hate the Uchihas too? How many people in the village actually hate his clan, and how many are ready to call the Uchihas friends if they stop seeing only an infringement of their pride around them? Where will I be when you become Hokage? He asked Naruto, who had finally fallen silent. To his surprise, Naruto answered immediately, as if he had thought it all through long ago. You will select the best students from the academy and train them as Anbu and police officers. Databeo. The Konoha police force consists only of Uchiha, and all of them are trained by the clan. Itachi objected, barely keeping his face. He never saw himself as a teacher at the academy, although that would give him the opportunity to instill in children a disgust for wars and murders. If only his parents had allowed him, without demanding that the Hokage throw out the sensei who was setting their children up for too much peace. That's wrong, Naruto stubbornly objected. Why are there only Uchihas in the police force? That's what the second Hokage decided. He gave control of the police to our clan. Itachi reminded the students of the academy of what they were supposed to study in history classes. He wasn't sure Naruto attended those classes, though. But did he forbid your clan from recruiting non-Uchiha into the police? And besides, the second died long ago, why didn't you ask the third to lift such a ban? Databeo. Kiba and I once got into a fight because he also wanted to become Hokage, and the police took us to the station. Databeo, and while we were waiting for his mother, he said that the police are cool too, and that if they took not only Uchiha, he would want to become a policeman, but if he doesn't become Hokage, he will go to Anbu. They take people there regardless of clan. When I become Hokage, make Shisui the head of the police and lift the second's ban, then no one will forbid him from taking Kiba. Databeo. And you, he pointed his finger at Itachi almost accusingly, will train the next generation of police. The police are part of Konoha, everyone should have the opportunity to work there. Databeo, if they want. Itachi looked at Naruto, who had once again started daydreaming, with surprise. Behind the constant shouting about the dream of becoming Hokage, there were not such stupid thoughts. Itachi did not know if it was because Naruto had met him and Shisui, or if the boy had thought about other aspects of the Hokage job, but he knew one thing for sure, becoming Hokage was no longer just a dream for Naruto. It was a goal he would work towards. You were often seen with Kiba and Izuka, he changed the subject. And also with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi. Yeah, Naruto confirmed. We walked around the village together sometimes, skipped classes. He hesitated. However, Itachi did not react to this confession. He knew about Naruto's skipping classes from the same police and Anbu reports, and it was also mentioned in his personal file. But you claim that before the team you were always alone. And now it turns out that you did have friends before Sakura and Kakashi. That's different. Naruto shook his head. We just skipped classes together. But in the evening, they went home, and I was left alone. Isn't it the same in a team? The only difference is that you don't have fun, but are busy with training and missions. Naruto thought. When I walked around the village with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, he finally spoke, carefully choosing his words to express what he was about to say more correctly and fully. It was always a sudden decision. We would just run away and spend time together. But the next day at the academy, we might not even exchange a word, and after classes, their parents would pick them up. I never knew whether we would be together today or not. It's not like that on a team. I know that tomorrow, just like yesterday and today, we will train. Maybe there will be a mission. And Sasuke will come running after school again and start trying to imitate us. It's almost like a family. Not just the guys I sometimes spend time with. Someone much closer. More dear. He hesitated. Who else did you talk to at the academy? Itachi continued asking. With Hinata sometimes, Naruto responded after a slight pause. Hooligans often picked on her. But she always keeps quiet. And after the academy, someone from the clan takes her away. The conversation ended. Itachi had nothing more to ask. He was about to leave. But Naruto took his mentor's silence as an invitation to ask questions himself. And will you tell us about your team? Information about Anbu is classified. No, not about Anbu, Naruto interrupted him, completely impolitely. I mean, it's interesting about Anbu, of course, but you already said that we can't talk about it. Databeo. I already got it, but you graduated from the academy, which means you were a genin too. And you had the same team as us. Are they in Anbu now, too? Yes, I was on the genin team, Itachi answered slowly. But since I was much stronger than my comrades, I was sent alone to the Chunin exam, 2 years after graduating from the academy. Then, 2 years later, I ended up in Anbu. He didn't want to talk about Tenma's death at all, so he presented the events in a greatly abbreviated version. The Chunin exam, Naruto frowned. The next one will take place in the summer. It requires a certain number of completed missions and a recommendation from a mentor. We must participate. We will complete the required number of missions and master all the cool techniques, databao. Newbies are usually not put to the exam. Most apply a year or more after graduating from the academy. Itachi remembered his Chunin exam very well. Only the third stage had caused him the greatest difficulties. However, now he could not guarantee that the team he had been assigned would pass beyond the written test. Sakura knew the theory very well. Kakashi could easily figure out the true meaning of the test. Another question is whether he would have managed to copy the answers, but Naruto. He had much less knowledge than enthusiasm. You are not ready, he summed up. There's still plenty of time until summer. Naruto sometimes heard only what he wanted and didn't accept any objections. We'll be the first newbies to pass this exam, databao. What do we have to do there? Why don't you tell me yourself, and your teammates, what needs to be done there? Itachi headed for the door. The ability to obtain information is one of the most important skills of a shinobi. So find out what the Chunin exam is and how it is conducted. Kakashi. The first thing Kakashi learned about his father was that he was one of the best shinobi of his generation. And perhaps not only his. Like all clan children, and it doesn't matter that after the Third Shinobi World War, only father and son remained from the Hitaki clan, Kakashi's training began at the age of 3. His father trained his son himself, spending almost all of his free time with him. Occasionally, his teammates would drop by the Hitaki house and half-jokingly, half-seriously scold Tsukumo for not giving the child a normal childhood. This angered Kakashi. He liked feeling like an adult, liked training, learning new things and preparing for the academy. And he didn't want to wander aimlessly around the village or the park, gobbling sweets. His father's teammates called it a walk and rest. But he had to. Kakashi, of course, couldn't allow his father's team to think that he couldn't teach his son to respect his elders. Moreover, his father highly valued his teammates and always said that for a shinobi there should be nothing more valuable than the lives of his comrades and the well-being of his village. However, walks did not happen that often, a couple of times a month. At that time, this seemed like happiness to Kakashi. Only when he was left alone, he realized that in fact, happiness was not the rarity of walks, but the fact that these walks simply happened. It all ended unexpectedly. His father left with the team for another mission and returned alone. After some time, Kakashi began to catch snippets of conversations about how it was his father who was to blame for the death of his team. He couldn't find out more. He didn't dare ask his father directly, and the shinobi who noticed him whispering instantly fell silent or left. Now the privacy of father and son was undisturbed, but the joy of training was gone. His father had changed. Now he barely spoke to his son, limiting himself to only the necessary explanations. And Kakashi suddenly found himself wanting to walk through the park with sweets in his hands and remember the stupid questions of his father's comrades and his politely irritated answers that made them laugh. And he also wanted to talk to his father, not only about throwing kunai and taijutsu techniques, but also about the importance of teamwork, and about all sorts of funny stories from the times when his father was still studying at the academy and was a genin. Tsukumo did not tell Kakashi about the missions he was doing now. They were secret and, as the boy suspected, there was not much funny in them, or rather, nothing at all, but as children, as it turned out, his father and his teammates knew how to find adventures for themselves even within the village. On his father's desk was a photo of his comrades when they had just graduated from the academy. All shinobi have these, so Kakashi could easily imagine them as children. A couple of times he even carefully carried the photo to his room, of course, when his father was not home, and placed it on the desk, imagining himself in his father's place, with his teammates nearby. Then he took it back. Everything in its own time, he would have one like that too. But for now. Meanwhile, there was another photo on his desk, showing his older father with a girl holding a child in her arms. Kakashi knew that this was his mother, and the child was himself, but, not remembering her, who had died when he was not even a year old, he felt only respect. Children are obliged to love and honor their parents, and judging by the rare stories his father told him, usually only on Kakashi's birthday and somewhere in late spring, probably on the anniversary of her death, the deceased had earned both the love and respect of her son. But it was love for the image created from the stories in this very photo. Kakashi never envied children walking somewhere along the streets with their mothers, his father was enough for him. Besides, after the war and the foxes' attack a year later, many had no fathers or mothers, and sometimes no one at all. Now Kakashi is 12, and it's been 7 years since his father remained only in that very photo, next to which there are 2 new photos, now Kakashi's team, on one, with the sensei's younger brother who got into the frame, on the other, with another relative of the sensei who helps train them. They don't look like his father's team at all, although his teammate belonged to the same clan as Kakashi's mentor. But there was very little similarity between them, and in their characters, as far as Kakashi remembered his father's friends, too. I knew that rescuing my comrades would ruin the mission, and I knew it would complicate relations with the other hidden villages, his father told him in a moment of candor. But to simply abandon them, turn around, and leave, I couldn't live with that. Saving? Kakashi asked. But everyone says. He stopped short, but his father understood. He knew as well, and maybe even better than his son, what they were saying about him in the village. As if he was to blame for their deaths. Sometimes saving can only make things worse, he added. And he returned to the conversation only 4 days later, telling his son a little more than he had stated in the official report. And then he committed suicide. Apparently, it was also unbearable to live with the constant whispers behind your back without the possibility of justifying yourself. Then Kakashi didn't talk to anyone for almost a year, limiting himself to the necessary set of phrases, for example, when he went shopping. For some reason, they didn't take him to the orphanage. Apparently, the Uchiha police officers, and maybe even the Anbu, who were monitoring order in the village, considered him independent enough to live alone. After all, he was left home alone when his father went on missions, and those sometimes lasted for weeks. He spoke again only after entering the academy. He still had to answer the teacher's questions. Students approached him only at first. His father's training, continued in solitude, allowed him to surpass most of the bullies from the clanless kids. The clan and the smarter civilians either did not approach at all, or, realizing that Kakashi did not intend to communicate, limited themselves to greeting and introductions. Naruto, who declared from the threshold of the academy that he would become the next Hokage and surpass absolutely everyone, was ignored when he tried to get to know him better and, instantly writing Kakashi off as an arrogant upstart, fell behind, finding himself other friends. Who would have thought that they would end up on the same team? And Kakashi was saved from the close attention of the maturing girls by his eternal mask. Someone, if only he knew who, in order to thank them, spread a rumor that he was hiding terrible injuries or deformities, so they did not bother him. Sakura, after some time of working on the same team, admitted that Ino Yamanaka even asked Hinata to look through the mask with the Byakugan to know for sure, but the Hyuga heiress, having given into persuasion, only blushed deeply and was unable to squeeze out a word. Ino considered this proof that under the mask Kakashi was simply terrible. Hinata should probably also be thanked for his silence, whatever the reason. And Sakura, telling this, seemed to hope that Kakashi would confirm or deny what was said, finally removing the mask. Which, of course, he did not do. Kakashi looked at the photo of his team again, his gaze lingering on his sensei. When Sakura had asked him how he knew about the Sharingan during that first training session, he had only told part of the truth. Kakashi had indeed learned about the Uchiha clan dojutsu from his father. Just not in the conversation about who could and couldn't become a shinobi. The Uchihas were also sure that their clansman's father was to blame for his death. There was no particular grief in the scraps of a couple of conversations he overheard. As Kakashi understood, he was not considered gifted and promising in the clan, but a relative is a relative, and the death of a member of the police community under unclear circumstances inevitably raised questions. To which they received the same answer as everyone else, that is, the official report of Tsukumo Hatake about the failed mission and the death of 2 team members. This happened in the mountains. The bodies of the dead were either dumped in a cave, or fell into a gorge. Kakashi did not really understand, but the Uchiha were not satisfied with this explanation. It was then that Kakashi learned about the value of the Uchiha clan's eyes for enemy, or simply strangers. At that time they were practically synonyms, shinobi. And that even dead eyes could be transplanted to another person, if they were active at the time of death, and therefore the body of his father's dead comrade should have been delivered to Konoha. Or at least the eyes. The same thing applied to the Hyuga clan. A couple of years before the death of his father's team, there was some story with the same Hinata. But the Hyuga dojutsu self-destructed after the owner's death. It seems, during that story, Kakashi was left home alone for the first time. Only for a couple of days and, as he now suspected, still under the unnoticeable supervision of one of his father's acquaintances, but for a 3-year-old this was a real test. So he tried not to leave the house unnecessarily, and therefore he learned about the attempted kidnapping only from his father, who returned, and even then a couple of weeks later and in a fleeting phrase that he safely forgot, what business did he have with an unfamiliar girl? Whether the police clan members were looking for the body of the deceased or not remained a mystery to Kakashi. As well as the results of the search, if there were any. But now, Kakashi looked at the photo of his team again. Why did an Uchiha become their mentor, and one who was practically the same age as his own students? And quite often, for Kakashi it was often, Naruto and Sakura, on the contrary, thought it was rare, there were another couple of Uchiha present at training. They were teaching the team Itachi inherited, and the results were already visible. Naruto had made up for the time he had missed at the academy and was seriously taking on a rather complex technique. Sakura had left both of her teammates behind in recognizing genjutsu, although she was lagging behind in everything else. Kakashi himself had significantly improved all of his skills and the mentor had already promised that they would determine his predisposition to the elements at the next training session. But if their sensei had been older and more experienced in terms of training genin, he would not have needed assistance. Maybe the Uchihas had found out something about their father's mission, and Itachi was assigned to mentor their team, suspecting that his son knew more about it. During the training session with kidnapping Sasuke, he said that Kakashi's knowledge of their clan dojutsu was to be expected. Considering how many years had passed since Tsukumo's team was killed, how could he be sure that Kakashi even remembered that the Uchiha's father was on the team? Therefore, Kakashi was wary of Itachi's desire to see how he lived, almost expecting that the inspection would turn into a search, and the conversation into an interrogation. Itachi came alone. He quickly looked around Kakashi's bedroom and the kitchen, stopping briefly at the locked room that belonged to Tsukumo, but did not ask to open it. However, even if he had asked, everything would have remained there as it had been 7 years ago. The conversation was seemingly about trifles. How difficult it was for Kakashi to maintain order in a fairly large house. No, it was not difficult, if you made a cleaning plan and stuck to it. What kind of relationship he had with his teammates during his studies? None. Was he happy that he was put on a team with Uzumaki and Haruno? Those who assigned them knew better what composition would make the team most effective. Was he tired of low-ranking missions? He hoped that more difficult ones would begin soon. Questions and answers, like an exchange of training blows, are the very beginning of a fight. When the opponents do not know each other's skill and they look closely, looking for gaps in the defense or weaknesses in taijutsu. Itachi lingered in Kakashi's room at the table with photographs. You don't remember your mother, do you? It sounded more like a statement, although it was essentially a question. No, she died when I was not even a year old. Did your father tell you about her? A little. He said that she died on a mission. That she was very brave and talented. And that she loved me and him. I was told that on the night of the fox's attack, she helped carry the wounded away from the rubble of houses. Few of those who found themselves so close to the Biju were lucky enough to survive. They didn't let her fight, but of course they couldn't stop her from helping the injured. Kakashi didn't know that. He and his father had never spoken about the night of the fox's attack or his parents' actions back then. Did you learn about the Sharingan from your father? Itachi finally asked the question that Kakashi thought he had come for. Yes. We discussed my admission to the academy. I was interested in the criteria by which students are selected, besides the amount of chakra and mastery of techniques. Father explained using his team as an example. Kakashi firmly decided to adhere to the part of the information given to Sakura. I also read your father's report on that mission, as well as his personal file. Based on his characteristics, it was expected that he would go to save his comrades at the expense of completing the mission. Or hoping to finish the task together after saving them. The fact that he failed. Something was obviously reflected on Kakashi's face, because Itachi stopped short and, looking closely at his student, asked, "Do you think he did the wrong thing?" Kakashi thought about this a lot. He had plenty of time to think, unlike information. He hadn't seen his father's report, so he could only rely on overheard snippets of conversations, his father's dying story, and his own thoughts. Completing the mission comes first. Even if it means sacrificing your comrades, he voiced a rule he had long ago established for himself. So, if you were faced with the same choice on a mission, you would sacrifice Naruto and Sakura to complete the mission. A shinobi must put the mission first. Kakashi quoted the shinobi rule that began his training at the academy. And must never show weakness. It's much easier to recite rules than to follow them, Itachi noted. And that doesn't answer my question. Kakashi looked at the photo of Team 7 again. The conversation took place in his room. Naruto, with a displeased look, looking sideways at Sasuke who got into the frame, smiling Sakura. Training against Shisui and Sakura, tied to a tree instead of Sasuke. If this had not been a training fight, you would have ended up in the hands of the enemy, Itachi told her then. If this had not been a training fight, could Kakashi have simply left her there, knowing that she would not be able to get out on her own, and there was no one to expect help from except him and Naruto? But Naruto would definitely have rushed to her rescue, and then Kakashi would have had to leave them both, provided that the mission was not to detain or destroy the enemy. And you? He turned to Itachi. What if, when we start having dangerous missions, we have to abandon everyone to complete the task? He pointed at the photo. If I hadn't put the mission above the lives of my subordinates and myself, I would never have been accepted into Anbu, Itachi replied calmly. However, I hope I can prepare you properly so that you won't have to face such a choice. Subordinates. So you commanded an Anbu squad. A couple of months before I was assigned to mentor your team. For someone who had commanded an Anbu group, however briefly, mentoring genin was a pretty serious demotion, if not in rank, then certainly in the prestige of the job. At least, that's what Kakashi thought. So there really was some hidden meaning to the assignment. And by the way, Itachi added, the fact that you changed the subject without answering the question is equivalent to saying, no, I couldn't. What else did he tell me about our dojutsu? What can the Sharingan do, other than immerse a person in an illusion? With its help, you can catch the most imperceptible movements of the enemy and thanks to this predict the next ones. It seems that the very interrogation that Kakashi had been expecting since the moment Itachi appeared in his house had finally begun. And it seems that there are several levels of control and power. Didn't he tell you how to develop the Sharingan to the next level? No. Why would he tell me about it? Kakashi frowned. Knowing the abilities of other shinobi, even those belonging to your own village, is always useful in a world of constant conflicts and wars. However, information that you cannot use is absolutely unnecessary. And Kakashi would hardly be able to influence the development of the Uchiha Dojutsu. Did you communicate a lot with your father's team? When they were alive, yes, it was no secret. Even if Itachi himself didn't know about it, one of his older clansmen must have enlightened him about Tsukumo Hataki's team. Since he was even told about Kakashi's mother. Have you ever seen the Sharingan activated? No. At the same moment, Itachi's eyes turned red, with a pattern of 3 commas. Kakashi belatedly remembered his father saying that in order to catch an opponent in genjutsu, the Uchiha only needed a fleeting eye contact, at least for those who were proficient enough in the clan's dojutsu. There was no doubt that Itachi had mastered it perfectly, but Kakashi did not feel any effect. Apparently, this really was just a demonstration of Kekkei Genkai. Which, in fact, he had not asked for. Although it was indeed interesting to see. Not everyone can awaken the Sharingan. Itachi's eyes returned to their normal state. To do this, you need to experience something that has a strong impact on the psyche. An emotional shock that does not occur in the ordinary course of life. The death of a loved one, for example. He fell silent, as if giving Kakashi a chance to speak, but he absolutely did not want to know what his mentor had experienced to awaken the clan's trait. As you correctly noted during training, many people strive to obtain the Sharingan. Therefore, the Uchiha carefully preserve it within the clan. Marriages with representatives of other clans or non-clan shinobi are very rare for us. Children from such unions are closely monitored. If a child awakens the Sharingan, he is taken into the Uchiha clan. But more often than not, this does not manifest itself in half-breeds. Currently, there are 3 half-breed Uchiha in Konoha. Of them, only Izumi has awakened the Sharingan. And the other 2, Kakashi decided not to disappoint his sensei. After all, that was the question he was waiting for. Yuhi Kurenai, the mentor of the 8th team. She is even less than a half-breed, her great-grandmother was an Uchiha. Kurenai herself, as far as I understand, does not know about this. Are you familiar with her? Kakashi shook his head. If we have a joint mission with her team, pay attention to her eyes. They look like Sharingans. Not only in color, she even has a circle on which Tomo should appear. But the Tomo themselves are gone, and now it is unlikely that they will appear in any generation. Unless she marries an Uchiha. However, she can use genjutsu. Your clan isn't the only one who specializes in genjutsu, Kakashi noted. Even Sakura has some skills. Or is she the 3rd half-breed? Of course, it's not only the Uchiha who can use genjutsu. Itachi ignored Kakashi's almost openly mocking tone. And you are the 3rd half-breed. Kakashi looked from Itachi, who allowed himself a barely noticeable smile, to the photo of his family. Hatake Makoto was dark-haired and dark-eyed, but who knows how many people in the world look like that. My father never mentioned it. And neither did his partner. And you don't have the abilities of the Uchiha, Itachi continued. Father's suicide would have been enough to awaken the Sharingan. Then why should I know about my relationship with your clan? Not long before I entered the academy, my father showed me one of his battles from the Third Shinobi War in Genjutsu. My impressions were almost enough to awaken the Sharingan then. But I was able to control my emotions and the dojutsu remained inactive for several more years. I do not rule out that you, too, could have mastered your emotions after Sakumo's death. If I had your abilities, even inactive ones, I could master Genjutsu much better than Sakura, Kakashi countered. But I'd be happy to learn more about your, and perhaps my own, dojutsu. Just in case. Commentary on Kakashi. Yes, here Obito and Rin were on Sakumo's team. I couldn't come up with anything smarter. Izumi, as in canon, is the same age as Itachi, therefore, according to the plot here, she was a year old at the time of the fox's attack, which means that even if she saw her father's death, she hardly realized what happened and could not awaken the Sharingan at that moment. Why it was necessary to make Kakashi a half-breed Uchiha if he does not have a Sharingan will be explained in one of the following chapters. Sakura. Itachi was not exaggerating at all when he spoke about more than half of the teams from each graduating class returning back to the academy. Out of all Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi's classmates, the 8th and 10th teams were allowed to carry out missions, in addition to them. Nothing surprising, Kakashi said phlegmatically when he learned of this. Each team had one of the best students in the graduating class. Sakura just gritted her teeth. The first places were occupied by Kakashi himself and Shino Aburame, and the third place was taken by her friend and rival Ino. The reminder of this did not add to her joy. But now Sakura at least had something, or rather, someone, to brag about. As she had anticipated, Ino was impressed. And annoyed. She remembered the boy she had met on the day of the team distribution, but she had only mechanically noted his appearance and immediately thrown it out of her mind, concentrating on meeting her own sensei. However, she could also boast about her team's mentor to Sakura. The son of the third Hokage is no worse than the heir of one of the founding clans. Moreover, he is older, and therefore more experienced. Itachi-sensei graduated from the academy at 7 years old, and then served in Anbu, Sakura countered. I don't think he has any less experience. Asuma-sensei graduated from the academy at 9 years old, Ino noted, and was in the daimyo's bodyguard squad. At our age, he was already a chunin. In addition, Asuma-sensei has already trained several teams. So he definitely has more experience in training genin than your sensei. Sakura had nothing to say in response to this. Enough about all this nonsense, Ino shook her hair. Come on, tell me. Who is this girl who is always with him? Izumi, Sakura asked, confused. She's an Uchiha too. She and Shisui help us with training. So she's with Shisui. Ino smiled contentedly. That's good. What exactly? Sakura didn't understand. Well, you have to admit that there's no one to pay attention to in our class, Ino explained condescendingly. That means you need to choose a guy who isn't your former classmate. And since Itachi-kun isn't with that Izumi. Don't call him kun. Sakura instantly became furious. It's impolite. Why, he can't hear, Ino shrugged. And then she smiled knowingly. Or did you choose him for yourself? Then we'll be rivals. He's my sensei. Sakura was indignant. Until that moment, she hadn't even thought about it. That gives you an advantage, Ino agreed. But I'm prettier. That's not what I mean, Sakura protested. How can you even think that way about a mentor? It doesn't even matter whether it's your own or someone else's. If only someone had said that about Asuma-san. Nothing would have worked out for that someone, Ino snorted. Asuma-sensei buys flowers here almost every week. And he thinks that no one knows who they're for. And the fact that he's often seen with Kurenai-san is just a coincidence, she smiled slyly. And as for Izumi, you just confirmed that she's not with Itachi-kun. Okay, Itachi-san, she waved her hands placatingly. Although, kun, is more appropriate. He's only a year older than us. You're right, he's only 13, but he's much older than us. He graduated from the academy at 7. That means he could already do everything we've learned just now, and maybe even more. At our age, he was doing missions in Anbu. You convinced me. Let it be Itachi-san, Ino nodded, becoming serious again. But I don't go back on my words. If you like Itachi-san, then we are rivals. Sakura just shook her head. It was too expensive to convince Ino. Her friend would only become convinced that she was right in her guesses. And no assurances that Sakura liked Itachi only as a mentor would help. And he really was an excellent mentor. Sakura was convinced of this, unexpectedly noting the changes that had occurred with them. The relations within the team had become, if not friendly, then at least close to friendly. Kakashi still kept to himself, but still made contact with less reluctance than at the beginning. Naruto, almost from their first joint training, began to consider them his first real friends, although, as Sakura knew, he communicated quite well at the academy with Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru, and was much more responsible in mastering techniques, although he whined that the missions entrusted to them were too trivial for real shinobi. Sakura herself found herself snapping at Naruto a lot less. Initially she'd held back to make a good impression on Itachi-sensei, and then his loudness and stupid antics had become habitual. At the very least, she didn't want to slam his face into the nearest hard surface. Besides Itachi, Shisui sometimes conducted training. Since this happened rarely and there was no schedule for changing mentors, Sakura assumed that Shisui replaced Itachi when he was busy with something else more important than the trio of genin. This led her to the idea that he never completely left the service in Anbu. There was no point in asking, and the girl did not share with her partners. Kakashi himself could come to the same conclusion, and Naruto. He would be smart enough to try to follow his mentor in an attempt to find out the truth. Sakura had no doubt that he would not succeed, but the consequences for the entire team could be dire. For example, returning back to the academy or even a ban on a shinobi career and classifying them as ordinary civilians. The girl could not even imagine what could be worse. The training was both team and individual. When, having given an independent task to two of the team, Itachi worked with the third. He devoted equal time to all the students, but the training itself varied, which was generally understandable, because the level of training of the team members was different. And if Naruto first learned to control chakra and use it more rationally, and then completely focused on Shunshin and the technique of residual clones, Sakura sincerely did not understand why, because he was already better at mass shadow cloning than anything else. Then Kakashi almost immediately began to practice complex versions of the techniques taught at the academy. Itachi casually noted that soon it would be possible to identify his predisposition to the elements and begin studying the corresponding techniques. Sakura herself. She had a pretty good control over chakra and knew all the techniques and seals studied at the academy very well, but in the 3-on-3 training matches, in which only Sasuke fought at full strength against their team, it didn't help her much. She lacked strength, even taking into account that both Shisui and Izumi fought Itachi's team with barely half of their abilities. She lacked the ability to calculate the enemy's actions and find their weak points. She lacked unconventional thinking, and standard techniques and their application were calculated instantly, and this was not so much a matter of Itachi-sensei's experience or the superiority of Shisui and Izumi, but rather Sakura's habit of acting according to a strictly memorized theory. The same Naruto, finding himself in a disadvantageous position, instantly used some unexpected attack. It is clear that they were always repelled, but a couple of times he managed to catch his opponents by surprise, and Sakura herself was only internally indignant, because this attack was taught to be carried out differently, and he acted contrary to theory, and was able, if not to win, then not to lose right now. There was a lack of something unique, with which to confuse the enemy. Sakura practiced taijutsu and ninjutsu, moved better and better on any surface, and continued to hope that something would be found that would allow her not to remain mediocre. The mentor's desire to meet her family was unexpected. I need to know the living conditions of my charges, Itachi explained. The mentors of the other teams are familiar with the families of their genin, but I have almost no one to meet. Although I have seen the living conditions of Naruto and Kakashi, he added. There is no need to prepare anything formal. I will simply take you after your next training session and meet them. Okay, Sakura agreed, somewhat confused. After all, her family was the most ordinary, so perhaps she was still afraid of disappointing her sensei once again with her unremarkability. However, the acquaintance was completely ordinary. Sakura only introduced him to her parents, and they to him. Kazashi and Mebuki were clearly surprised that their daughter's sensei was only a year older than her. Sakura did not tell them this to avoid unnecessary curiosity, saying only that he was from the Uchiha clan, but they did not discuss it. They asked about Sakura's successes. Itachi answered something, and the girl was still afraid that now her father and mother would say or ask something wrong. But everything went well, and, already saying goodbye, the sensei lingered his gaze on Sakura. Itachi-kun, aren't you too young to be a genin mentor? Sakura froze, trying to keep a sweet, polite smile on her face. Shanaru, Mom, everything was going well. Why did I have to ask? Just let me be alone with you. She howled mentally. Hokage-sama decided that I could handle it, Itachi replied calmly. Besides, age is not an indicator for a shinobi. Yes, probably, Kazashi said, a little embarrassed. But, frankly, even from Sakura's stories we imagined you as more mature. After all, you're Sakura's age, and she's still just a child. I'm an adult. Such a wave of indignation emanated from the inner Sakura that the real one had to make an effort not to break down right then. I became a genin. And stop embarrassing me already. Just say goodbye and go home. You should have refused this acquaintance. Interesting, Itachi turned to her. Sakura was surprised to notice that his eyes were not black now, but red, with a pattern in the form of commas. He looked behind her. The girl turned around. The courtyard of her house, where they had stood a moment ago, had disappeared. As had her parents. Behind Sakura there was darkness, absolutely black, impenetrable, and in it a silhouette stood out clearly, as if drawn against this background by light lines. A copy of Sakura. Kai, she responded immediately. It's not an illusion, Itachi explained calmly. Or rather, it's not an illusion. We're in your subconscious, and this is you. You have a second consciousness. This is bad. What can you say about her? It's just the inner I. Everything that can't be expressed and must be hidden inside. All people have something that they don't put on display. But not all people develop this into an independent personality. It can be dangerous for you. How do you perceive it? Sakura hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Is she a separate person or a part of you? How often do your opinions coincide? Could you actually say what she says? How often do you do what she advises? She is me. A part of me. But she is different. I never act like her. It is unacceptable. Your inner self is not constrained by the boundaries of upbringing and the possible reactions of other people. It does not need to seek someone's approval or fear punishment. As long as you keep it inside and clearly understand that you can't act like that, everything is fine. And if you learn to use it correctly, then he nodded towards the second Sakura, who had frozen, as if listening to their conversation, can become a defense of your mind from uninvited intrusions. And from illusions, too, the genjutsu dissipated, they were standing in the courtyard of Sakura's house again, and there was no darkness. Your parents simply said that they were pleased to meet me. There were no questions about age. However, this does not mean that they will not ask you them. Try to answer differently than she does, there was no need to explain who he was talking about. I never answer like she does, Sakura explained sheepishly. She felt awkward that Itachi saw her, the other her, almost stamping her feet in anger at her parents. And he probably thought such behavior was wrong. But thanks to this, Sakura had a truly unique ability. And she would not miss her chance to prove her superiority to Ino. She had to look for the theory of genjutsu herself, however, there were enough materials in the Konoha library. As Izumi explained, the techniques of the Uchiha clan are not suitable for her anyway, since they are created only for owners of the Sharingan. Now the format of training had changed. When Izumi and Shisui came to help Itachi, all three took a student for themselves. Naruto immediately began practicing residual clones and Shunshin with Shisui, as well as combat using them. Kakashi and Itachi focused on elemental techniques. Hatake had the lightning element, and although the Uchiha's element was fire, he could, of course, help the student using known techniques. Sakura practiced genjutsu with Izumi. If Itachi was alone, then, as a rule, practice began, either a fight against the sensei, or the detection and dispel of illusions. Inner Sakura. Castling. The substitution was perfect. Sakura found herself in the same darkness in which she first saw her second consciousness, only it was darkness only if you looked around or behind. If you didn't look away, you could clearly see how her double, distinguished only by the inscription, Sakura's inner self, on her forehead, thanks to which the forehead didn't seem so big, to the great chagrin of the real Sakura, she couldn't make any inscriptions to hide her flaw, literally broke away from the cross to which Sakura had been chained a second ago. The crowd of sensei's clones scattered like crows under the blows, the sky rapidly lost its red color. As soon as the last of the clones dispersed, Sakura made a seal, reverse castling. Kai. It wasn't easy. The first time, having swapped her first and second consciousnesses, Sakura couldn't return. She remained in her own subconscious. And she watched helplessly as her double, having seized control of her body, hit the unsuspecting Naruto so hard that he flew into the nearest tree, breaking it in half with his back. Is that how it looked from the outside? When Sakura herself, the real Sakura, gave the noisy and annoying blonde a beating. Since the beginning of training on the same team, she had never hit Uzumaki, of course, with the exception of not very frequent sparring. Itachi-sensei was able to pull her out then, but Sakura was horrified. Only now did she understand his words about the danger of her second consciousness. What if she came home like this and her mother scolded her again for? Or for anything? The second I has no love for parents, she only has a desire to remove the annoying obstacle from sight. She continued training. If she abandoned it, the problem wouldn't be solved. Her other self would stay with her, and without training, she certainly wouldn't learn control. And then, she didn't want to think about what would happen if another Sakura took control of her body on her own. She would learn to use her double for missions. That's not enough, Itachi-sensei, Sakura said, throwing away the memories. Can it be used for more than just defense when someone has already entered my consciousness? I suppose so. However, our clan doesn't have such techniques. Therefore, you'll have to come up with them yourself. Come up with a technique? Sakura asked in shock. That's hard. Not at all, Sakura-chan. Naruto, who had just trained with Kakashi, smiled happily. You just need to take an existing technique and remake it the way you like. Like me with the seduction technique. It's much cooler than a simple transformation, right? Naruto made a seal, but did not have time to direct chakra. Don't you dare use that vile technique. Sakura threw him back towards Kakashi. For some reason, he didn't react, allowing Naruto to knock him down. And she really didn't want to hit that idiot anymore. But the thought that he was about to show Itachi-sensei his transformation into a naked girl. I wonder how sensei would react. Inner Sakura couldn't contain her curiosity. But real Sakura didn't want to admit her interest. Especially since to do that she would have to observe Naruto girl. Better explain to Sakura how exactly you transformed one technique into another. And you, Sakura, think about how exactly you would like to use your second self and what technique would be suitable for this, Itachi ordered, as if nothing had happened. Yes, sensei, Sakura responded. If Naruto could do it back when he was still studying at the academy, then she could do it too. But how could she use her inner self? Could she give that other Sakura a material form and use her as a clone? And to waste less chakra. Perhaps the illusionary clone technique would work. Sakura resolutely grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him toward the village. Naruto was happy. He was walking hand in hand with Sakura-chan along the main street of the village. Ino's puzzled look, as well as Hinata's sad one, were not noticed by either Uzumaki or Haruno. A second consciousness that resists genjutsu, Fugaku repeated. The clanless girl. No, of course, there were many clanless students at the academy. Moreover, there were many times fewer clan children. But very few had outstanding abilities. The last clanless genius was Minato Namikaze. And even then, he was simply smart. He created techniques with seals after marrying Kushina Uzumaki, whose clan specialized in these seals. Do you intend to teach her genjutsu? She will hardly ever approach the level accessible to our clan or any other carriers of the corresponding Kekkei Genkai, Itachi answered. But the average or even high level for an ordinary shinobi will be quite accessible to her. True, now she is completely absorbed by the idea of learning to summon her second consciousness into the real world and somehow use it here. Replacing reality with illusion, more in keeping with the Kurama clan, Fugaku noted. But they're unlikely to take her on as a student. For this reason, I didn't tell her about their clan. Do you think she can create something herself? If he can overcome his inability to go beyond the rules learned at the academy. But the children turned out to be not so simple, Fugaku noted after a pause. Perhaps in this way the Hokage is truly seeking reconciliation with our clan, and not trying to humiliate. Sending you, the heir of the Uchiha, to watch children walk other people's dogs and clean up trash. What's your next mission? Catching a runaway kitten. The daimyo's wife's cat, Itachi clarified. You were younger than them when you guarded the daimyo. After that, we'll be assigned a mission outside of Konoha. It'll be low ranking, but then the team will move on to more difficult levels. And after the Chunin exams. After the exam, there will be another Hokage in the village, Fugaku interrupted his son. Hiruzen shouldn't have given you a Jinchuriki as his ward. He walked out, leaving Itachi alone. Conversations. How cute. The girl's voice with a slight accent caught Naruto off guard. All his strength was spent on holding Madame Shimiji's struggling cat. Capturing the animal was their next mission, and despite its low rank, it was quite difficult. Not only did it take the whole day to find it, but the cat also managed to escape from them several times along the way. And now Team 7 was dragging the desperately writhing and squealing animal to the Hokage's palace, alternately passing it to each other. Itachi, who was accompanying the students, allowed them to go through a roundabout way, and Naruto was very happy about it. The last thing he needed was for the whole village to see this picture. He would have enough of the frankly cheerful Sasuke. No one had even thought about driving away the sensei's younger brother, who joined them every day after classes at the academy, and who had not changed his habit today. Naruto could not use the Shunshin he had already mastered thanks to Shisui. Kakashi had also mastered this art, albeit without residual clones, but Sakura had not, and the entire team had to report on the completion of the mission at the same time. Shinko. Itachi stopped in the meantime, pressing the cat, who was screaming from the bottom of her throat, closer to himself so that she wouldn't break free. Naruto angrily looked at the blonde girl, who looked a little older than their mentor. The girl watched him try to restrain the animal with a smile. She's cute. He was indignant, but was interrupted by Sakura. Do you know each other, Itachi-sensei? We were on the same genin team, he confirmed, and the girl smiled warmly. Will you come in? She nodded towards the tea shop. After we report on the mission's completion, Itachi responded. The student's obvious desire to immediately accept the invitation was completely understandable to him. He hadn't talked about his team after graduating from the academy, nor about his studies themselves, and, naturally, about his service in Anbu. Only Naruto had told him that he had once been a genin, and even then only in general terms. The report, however, did not take much time. After admiring the daimyo's wife, who was hugging a cat who was clearly unhappy with such treatment, the team received 2 more missions to choose from. Work in a nursing home or help with the harvest. Enough. Naruto yelled. We've been doing this nonsense for 3 months now. You promised normal missions, Databeo. He pointed an accusing finger at Itachi. The Hokage also turned his gaze to the team's mentor. I suppose they do deserve a more difficult mission, Itachi admitted. But let me choose the task for them myself. Okay. The Hokage did not argue. Stay. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, you are free. We'll meet tomorrow as usual, Itachi added. I'll give you the details of the mission. Just in case, bring your camping gear, it'll most likely be outside of Konoha. Sasuke was no longer with them. As soon as he saw his brother's team give the caught cat to its owner, he rushed off to practice what he had learned today at the academy. And, of course, all 3, without saying a word, turned towards the tea shop. They had nowhere to hurry. Since Itachi had only spoken about tomorrow, that meant they were free for today. There was a small tea room at the entrance to the shop, just 4 tables on a covered veranda. Shinko was obviously expecting them. She smiled not at all as if she were smiling at random customers, but as if she were seeing old acquaintances. You're without Itachi, she noted. He probably stayed with his brother. No, Naruto said before his teammates. He's with the Hokage, picking out our next cool mission, Databeo. Then maybe some tea, the girl suggested. Huh, Naruto blinked. So this is your shop. Sakura realized. There was nothing unusual about it. Ino regularly worked as a saleswoman at the flower shop owned by her family. And at the entrance to the Uchiha quarter there was a senbei shop. Itachi-sensei often went there with Sasuke after training. Almost. Shinko laughed. The store belongs to my parents and, of course, will be mine someday. But for now, I just work here. But you said you were on Itachi-sensei's team. Naruto was indignant. Aren't you a shinobi? No, you idiot, Kakashi, who had been silent until then, interrupted the girl. Can't you see that she doesn't have a Hitai-8? Sakura looked the girl over carefully. The village's forehead protector was worn in different ways, not just on the forehead, but Shinko really didn't have one. I was a genin for only a year, and then I left, Shinko explained. And I started working here. The melodic ringing of the doorbells made her hurry to the customers who had entered. Team 7 settled down at one of the tables, determined to find out everything about their unexpected acquaintance. She was on Itachi-sensei's team, so she definitely graduated from the academy, Sakura reasoned, watching the girl measuring out tea for customers. What could have made her leave? Perhaps she realized that she would never become a real shinobi, Kakashi suggested. For example, after the Chunin exams. Or her parents didn't want her to be a shinobi and ordered her to leave her missions and take up the family business. Naruto had already told them about the exam. After receiving the task from Itachi, he spent all his free time searching for information, until Izumi, patrolling the streets at night, noticed him, barely dragging his feet, half asleep. And, having found out from questioning that he was looking for information about past Chunin exams in the library, she asked what was stopping him from sending a clone there during the day, while Naruto himself was on a mission or training. Naruto just blinked, instantly waking up from such a simple in its genius proposal. Send a clone to the library in the morning, and dispel it in the evening and get all the collected information. What could be simpler? However, for some reason Naruto himself had not thought of this before. He found a lot of information. And about how the exam format changed over time. And even some versions of the tasks. The earliest were 5 years old, but it was possible to get an idea of what awaited the examinees. Nevertheless, the team was not too scared. On the contrary, they were looking forward to the future test. How can you stop being a shinobi? Naruto looked around in bewilderment. After all, they all. He waved his hand at the civilians peacefully going about their business, live such boring lives. And then, Itachi-sensei said, he took the exam without a team and only in the second or third year after graduating from the academy, and then almost immediately ended up in Anbu. And that he was on 2 genin teams. Neither Kakashi nor Sakura answered him. Kakashi because he didn't think it was necessary, and Sakura was thinking about her family. They sold fabrics, and of course their shop wasn't the only one in Konoha, it wasn't even the most popular one, but what if her parents wanted her to continue their business? Now that their team was only busy with minor public affairs in Konoha, they didn't mind her working as a shinobi, but now Itachi-sensei had agreed to pick a more difficult mission for them. Maybe even outside the village. One mission would lead to others. And there were missions of a very high rank. What could Jonin and Anbu be assigned? What missions had Itachi himself carried out? Sakura wasn't stupid. She knew that difficult missions could involve encounters with bandits or shinobi from other countries. And in such encounters, you have to kill enemies. And sometimes, killing someone was the mission. Would they really have to kill one day, too? She looked at Kakashi, calm as always, then looked at Naruto, who frowned in confusion, apparently still pondering how someone could choose a peaceful life over a career as a shinobi. And shook her head. They kill in war. In peacetime, it's enough to simply win, or at worst, seriously wound to disable. The last war ended before they were even born. And the next one, she wanted to believe, would not be soon. She was not ready to kill. Shinko finally returned. Realizing that it was impolite to just sit in the tea house, the guys placed an order. Tell me about Itachi-sensei, Shinko-san, Sakura asked. He never talks about anything. I guess if we hadn't bumped into each other today, we wouldn't have heard about you. Did he know you worked here? I knew, Shinko confirmed. He came here once with a girl, his relative. Beautiful, with long chestnut hair. Izumi. We know her, Naruto said excitedly. She helps train us. Why didn't you want to be a shinobi, Databeo? And why do you talk so weird? No one in Konoha talks like that, Databeo. You talk strangely too, Shinko snorted. Nobody in Konoha talks like that, Databeo, she mimicked. With her accent, it sounded funny, but the girl immediately became serious. I'm not from Konoha. My family lived far from here, everyone there talks like that. And there were no shinobi there, we knew about their existence, but they never came to our town. And then one appeared. I don't know what kind of mission he had. He noticed that I had enough chakra to become a shinobi. He showed me several techniques for using chakra. The girl smiled at the memory. Nobody I knew could do that. Of course, I was impressed. And begged my parents to let me enter the academy. At first, we just came to find out if they would accept me, because the man said that the academy accepts children from the age of 6, and some children are homeschooled from the age of 3, and I was already 9 then. My parents probably hoped that I would be rejected. But they accepted me. We had to settle in Konoha. In my home province, our family has tea plantations. The relatives who stayed there send part of the harvest here, we sell the tea and send their share of the proceeds. In the end, everything turned out not so bad. I did not become the best student, but I was consistently in the middle of the lists. Considering the late admission and the fact that I graduated from the academy in 4 years, this can be considered a personal achievement. I was best at learning medical techniques, determining whether the enemy is dead or just pretending, recognizing poison, healing wounds, and taijutsu. I was even able to hit Itachi a couple of times, although he probably just did not consider it necessary to resist me, and Tenma almost always got it. She hesitated. Tenma, Naruto asked, frowning. He was the third in your team, right? Genin are always assigned in 3s. Where is he now? Dead, Shinko answered, biting her lip and instantly losing all her cheerfulness. That's why I left the shinobi. Genin missions were so much fun. We also looked for missing cats and all that, and then we were awarded the opportunity to accompany the daimyo. And then everything stopped being fun. If Fugaku-san is so sure that he will become Hokage after the exam, then the attack will happen during the exam itself. Hardly during the first stage. The written test is nonsense, it will not distract anyone. The second stage will take place in the forest. An excellent opportunity to kidnap Naruto, put him in genjutsu, set the necessary installation and bring him back. So that in the third stage, when all the nobles of the land of fire and beyond would gather to watch the final battles, he would release the fox. Madness, Itachi whispered. This plan is doomed. All the strongest shinobi of Konoha will gather at the stadium. Many still remember the fox's previous attack. They will fight, some with the fox, some with our clan. There will be shinobi from other villages at the exam. Many people don't benefit from a strong Konoha. Do you think father made a contract with someone? Most likely. And even if not, how many of the outsiders will help Konoha, and how many will help the Uchiha and the fox? The village will simply be destroyed. And, if Fugaku-san really does have allies outside of Konoha, then the plan with Koto Amatsukami won't work. I can cast a genjutsu on Fugaku-san, but everyone else will be surprised by the sudden change in priorities. Koto Amatsukami is impossible to track. But it is possible to understand that there was some kind of untraceable influence. I will be above suspicion, and then the clan will look for the guilty among others. The Kurama and Yamanaka clans. The former are experts in illusions, the latter in mentalism. They will be the first to be suspected. We will get a father removed from his position, Itachi did not say, killed, although both he and Shisui understood that the conspirators would not leave the clan leader who had changed his point of view alive, and, of course, neither Murakumo-san nor Inoichi-san will stand idly by as their families are destroyed. We will get two greatly depleted clans in. Most likely, the one that was destroyed was ours, Shisui nodded. That means Koto Amatsukami will have to be cast on everyone involved in the conspiracy at once. Then the attack on Konoha by father's allies will fail, because the Uchiha will not support them and will defend the village. However, some of the attackers will probably be captured for interrogation, where they will tell about the conspiracy with the Uchiha clan. And the clan's dissatisfaction with its position in the village is no secret. But if the clan doesn't support the attack, it could be presented as an attempt by Konoha's enemies to take advantage of the internal conflict between the village and the clan. I'll talk to the Hokage and the elders. For now, putting the clan in genjutsu is the best way to avoid a massacre. Shisui, Itachi stopped him, don't tell anyone about colluding with someone outside the village. It wasn't mentioned at any of the meetings. The clan doesn't trust me, but you. I was not present at all the meetings, but you are right, the conspiracy is just our own guesses, based on the supposed date of the uprising. It is possible that there are no allies, it is just that Fugaku-san decided to seize power in front of everyone to show the clan's power and avoid attacks from other villages on Konoha weakened by the coup. Shisui smiled bitterly. He would have achieved the exact opposite result. You are going on a mission, right? He changed the conversation from a gloomy and unpleasant topic for both. It will be an easy task. Just escort some bridge builder to the land of waves. Although, it seems the customer is not telling us something. We leave in 2 hours. Then send a clone to the Naka River an hour after you leave. I will inform the Hokage and the elders of the decision. Shisui disappeared. Itachi slowly walked towards the village gates, where the genin were probably already waiting for him. The decision that would determine the fate of his clan and village would be made today. I came to wish you luck. Ino smiled sweetly at Sakura, who was clenching her fists. Of course, to her, and not at all to Itachi, who was standing next to her. After all, you were the first of our class to receive a C-rank mission. Hey, how did you find out? Naruto pointed his finger at Team 10. This is a top-secret mission, Databao. That's why we were given it as the best team of the graduating class. He added proudly, pointing at his chest. Kakashi chuckled softly, remembering how Naruto had been indignant the night before when he saw the customer. Instead of a noble person or at least an attractive girl, they got an old man who never parted with a bottle of sake. Asuma told us, Shikamaru explained lazily. He's the third son. He wanted to stimulate Choji to eat less and train more, so that we too would soon receive a mission more difficult than the current ones. I like the current missions. Choji, as usual, never parted with a pack of chips. I agree, Shikamaru yawned. Complications are stressful. It's better if they start later. Good luck, Naruto. Come back soon, Ino added, smiling again, and turned to leave. The poorly secured ribbon slid through her hair, which was beautifully caught by a gust of wind when Ino turned around and bent down, picking up the ribbon at the very ground. I'm so awkward, she said embarrassedly, looking at Sakura. She straightened up, tying her hair back into a ponytail, and left, this time without awkwardness. Sakura glared after her friend. She didn't like Itachi, Well, she did, of course, but only as a sensei. In any case, that didn't give Ino the right to behave like that. The only good thing was that Itachi didn't react to her behavior in any way. Who would have thought that 4 children would be assigned to guard me? The mission's customer took another sip of sake. I didn't pay that much, but it was still enough to get reliable protection. Don't worry, Itachi interrupted Naruto, who was about to open his mouth. We'll get you to the land of waves safe and sound. Academy graduates are more than capable of confronting the bandits you asked for protection from. Besides, didn't the Hokage mention that I've had similar missions before? Yes, the customer laughed briefly and sadly. Well, I have no choice. I'll have to trust you. Sakura glanced at her sensei, but he, as usual, showed no emotion. If Itachi was hinting at a mission to protect the daimyo, then his teammate had died, despite the presence of more experienced shinobi. She almost immediately pushed these thoughts away. The bridge builder, even if famous, was no match for the daimyo. And they really could handle the bandits. The clone dissipated, transmitting Itachi's memories, causing him to freeze in place. Itachi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura's voices reached him. Your eyes, Databayo. They have a different design now. Itachi closed his eyes, using an effort of will to take control of his emotions and return them to their normal appearance. It happens. It won't affect the mission, he can't return. Or leave, leaving the clone with the students and the customer. Shisui's body will be found without him. Itachi himself selected the mission for the students. Among the proposed ones there were those that did not involve going outside the village. So, Konoha's leadership did not plan either his absence or, I wanted to believe, what happened to Shisui. Danzo decided everything in a matter of minutes, having heard about Kotoa Matsukami. The Hokage is hardly aware of what happened. He ignored Kakashi's wary gaze. The boy was smart enough to connect the sensei's changed eyes with the story of the awakening of the Sharingan, but he would hardly understand what exactly had affected Itachi. The students had not seen the clone that had gone to the Naka River. Another Shunshin clone heads towards Konoha. Shisui didn't come to me. Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe, looking at Itachi standing in front of him. Itachi's clone. Danzo-sama took his eye. I, like Shisui, have no doubt that he is acting in the interests of the village, based on his understanding of them. But I ask that you do nothing against the clan until I return. I will find a way to prevent conflict. Until you return, I will seek peaceful ways to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. If the clan does not provoke violent actions, we will find a solution that suits both sides. I am sorry that Shisui died, he added. Itachi's clone bowed and dispersed. The mission will last at least a couple of weeks. Enough for either Itachi or the Hokage to find a way to prevent the coup. Mission. Kakashi frowned slightly as he passed the puddle, but he didn't stop or even slow down. Naruto, who passed right next to it, didn't pay attention. Sakura was walking on the other side of Tazuna and therefore could hardly notice the puddle. Itachi, who was walking last, didn't stop. He would have time to protect the customer, and students should learn to pay attention to such things. The shinobi with mist protectors who emerged from the water either did not recognize him as an Uchiha or decided not to waste time on the child, rushing straight to Tazuna. Itachi caught the first one to emerge in Genjutsu. The interrogation in the illusion took no more than half a minute in reality. Itachi managed to find out that there were only 2 of them. They were working for Zabuza Momochi and had to kill Tazuna. The former shinobi of the mist knew nothing more. Itachi allowed him to lose consciousness, turning around to see how his charges were doing. The second attacker had to abandon their shared weapon, a chain of shuriken, and 3 genin should be able to handle 1 chunin, if they had learned anything at all over the years at the academy and months under his mentorship. Of course, not forgetting in the excitement of the first battle with a real enemy about the mission, to protect the client. They did it. Itachi could argue with the rationality of the actions, but for a plan thought up on the fly, everything was very good and even quite friendly. In a moment, a crowd of Naruto clones surrounded Tazuna along with Sakura and Kakashi, hiding them from the attacking shinobi. Kakashi, meanwhile, grabs the customer and shunshins away. Tazuna, of course, is too heavy for a child, but he doesn't have to be carried that far, just behind the nearest trees. Not the most sensible move. There could well have been an ambush, but they will still have time to sort out their mistakes. Meanwhile, the attacker had finally scattered the clones. Sakura, who had blocked Tazuna with her body, naturally did not seem like a serious obstacle to him, just a 12-year-old girl, convulsively clutching a kunai and probably imagining herself a brave kunoichi. All the more surprising when his blow aimed at Tazuna was blocked by that same kunai, which completely cut the claws off his glove. A weak illusion. Either these shinobi cannot resist them at all, or they did not even think that the kids would use something like that. Nevertheless, the attacker hesitated for a split second, and that was enough to end the fight. Tazuna dissipated with a soft pop, Sakura with a blow, and she always hit hard, sent the enemy shinobi to the nearest tree, not the one, of course, behind which the real bridge builder was and who continued to guard him, just in case of an ambush. They thought about that after all, or he figured it out later. Kakashi. Can I take this one too, Itachi-sensei? Naruto pointed at the unconscious first one. Itachi nodded. About a dozen clones tied both unsuccessful attackers to a tree with their own chain. Are we just going to leave them here? Sakura asked. What if they break free? Or will they die tied up? I'll send a clone to Konoha. While we're still in the land of fire, enemy shinobi are subject to arrest and interrogation by Anbu, Itachi explained. I take my words back, the customer admitted, taking another sip of sake. You really are capable of protecting me. We're the best team this year, Naruto proudly declared, poking himself in the chest. And I'm the future Hokage, Databayo. Don't interrupt the customer, Naruto-kun. He hasn't finished yet, Itachi said, looking intently at Tazuna. Yes, I haven't told you everything about this mission. Taking another sip of sake, Tazuna began his story. Now without any concealments. The attackers didn't know about Gato. They worked for Zabuza, they didn't care who he got orders from, as long as they were paid, and Zabuza promised a good fee for the bridge builder. Itachi himself knew the name Gato. In the land of fire he didn't have the same power as in the land of waves or a couple of other small countries without their own hidden villages, but there was smuggling of weapons and drugs among bandits who didn't have chakra in the border areas. The missions were usually aimed at eliminating individual gangs. The source of the weapons was not tracked. Either the daimyo considered the problem unimportant, or there were people among his officials interested in Gato's business. His activities did not pose a direct threat to Konoha, so no one paid much attention to him. Until now. According to the first of the attackers, apart from them, only one other shinobi worked for Zabuza, whom Zabuza preferred not to let go far from himself. Also from the mist, but nothing more could be found out about him or his techniques. We'll get to the land of waves calmly, Itachi reasoned. The attackers won't be able to tell about their failure, and without waiting for their return, he won't worry right away. However, Gato has his own people everywhere in the land of waves, which means that the assassination failed will become known almost as soon as we cross the border. And then he'll send someone more dangerous than these two. Tazuna didn't know about Zabuza, therefore, there's no point in scaring him ahead of time. There will be time to discuss the actions with the team. He wasn't going to return early. The team especially wasn't impressed by the words about a more dangerous opponent. Defeating this one seemed too easy. Itachi didn't remind them that there were two opponents, and if the second one hadn't fallen into genjutsu, the outcome of the fight could have easily gone against the team. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Zabuza, unlike his subordinates, recognized him, although Itachi had never met him personally. And his team. The team froze behind Itachi, surrounding Tazuna on three sides and constantly looking around warily in search of a possible, even probable, partner of Zabuza, their gazes constantly returning to the missing nin. Itachi understood perfectly well. They did not expect this, and even Naruto could not help but admit that this was an opponent not on their level. Zabuza, meanwhile, decided not to waste time on conversations. Jumping into the water, he summoned a fog that completely hid him from the Sharingan. Naruto decided to act according to a proven scheme. He surrounded Tazuna with a crowd of clones. Well, at least the master of silent killings will not be able to do without noise at all. The clones disperse, albeit with a quiet, but sound. However, Zabuza, as Itachi assumed, focused on him, wisely considering him the most dangerous opponent. The Sharingan could detect the slightest movements and, based on this, allow one to draw conclusions about further actions. It could also discern barely noticeable fluctuations in the mist. However, Itachi did not need to spend chakra, a technique of hiding in the mist, a missing nin from the land of water. It was not necessary to use dojutsu to understand that he would use water techniques. Fighting 1 against 4, and it doesn't matter that 3 of them are just kids. Zabuza considered them Itachi's team, which means he is sure that in front of him are not just kids out for a walk, which was indirectly confirmed by Naruto using the forbidden and not accessible to everyone cloning technique. Therefore, to begin with, he will create water clones. At least 2, one for Itachi, the second for the team, and he himself will try to get close to Tazuna. Quiet claps confirmed the correctness of his reasoning. Naruto's clones dispersed under the blows of the sword. They could not really counter with anything. It was impossible to see anything more than a couple of steps in the thickening fog. Itachi looked up. As expected, the fog was clearing at about 4 meters above the ground, meaning the crows would see much more. For example, they would find Zabuza's still hiding partner. After dodging a sword strike from Zabuza's water clone, Itachi moved out of his line of sight, simultaneously creating a crow clone and sending it into the path of the swordsman's clone's next strike. The flock of crows that the clone disintegrated into from the strike destroyed Zabuza's water clone. His students were also doing well. Realizing that the shadow clones were powerless, Naruto used Shunshin and, finding himself behind Zabuza, struck him, not fatally, but dangerous enough to disable him. Water gushed out of the wound. Zabuza's second clone dissipated. The fog receded and visibility was restored. Zabuza began to form seals. Itachi managed to do it first. The fireball made the missing nin jump back into the water and fence himself off with a waterfall, through which Kakashi sent a kunai charged with lightning. The discharge was not particularly powerful, but electricity and water are a combination that is dangerous even for Zabuza. Itachi did not let him drown. Repeated seals of the waterfall, and the stream of water carried the missing nin to the shore, slamming him into a tree, on which a masked shinobi, an analog of the Anbu from Kurigakure, immediately appeared. Here's an accomplice. Naruto was happy for some unknown reason. Zabuza's accomplice didn't keep an eye on the Shunshin, instantly appearing on the ground next to the swordsman. It's cool that Shisui taught me this technique, Databeo. It's so useful. I have no mission to kill you and no reason to do so without orders. Itachi interrupted Naruto's delight and addressed the awakened Zabuza and the swordsman. If you just leave Tazuna-san alone, I will let you go. If we fail, Gato will hire others. You've already failed, and we'll deal with Gato. Are we just going to let them go? They're missing nin, Itachi-sensei, Sakura said, confused. They were doing their job, just as we were doing ours. Gato could have easily asked Konoha to eliminate Tazuna-san, just as Tazuna-san could have asked Zabuza or other missing nin for protection. Their rates are usually lower than in the hidden villages. The Hokage would never have given us such a mission, Naruto snorted indignantly. I wouldn't tell you, Itachi confirmed. Jonin are sent on assassination missions. And there are many such missions. They're missions to kill bad people, Naruto insisted. And Tazuna hasn't done anything bad, Databeo. He's just building a bridge. And that's bad for Gato. This is not the time to argue. If the circumstances were different, we would be attacking and they would be defending. I repeat, he turned to Zabuza, I will let you go if you leave our client alone. These kids haven't killed anyone yet, Zabuza chuckled. When I was their age, I killed hundreds, including kids just a little older than me. Itachi didn't offer a third time. He activated his Sharingan, convincing Zabuza that Gato had betrayed him by sending his thugs to kill both him and Haku so as not to pay for the mission. Haku convinced himself of the same thing. He had to remove his mask, but the boy, a little older than Itachi, seemed only glad that there were no murders. Besides, Itachi suspected that he hadn't really deceived Zabuza. Gato could very well have killed the thugs in order to save the money. Tsunami reminded him of his mother in some ways, just as caring and gentle in character. Inari. Too whiny, scared, disappointed. No wonder when you're strong, brave, best even if not biological, father is killed by a villain who simply has more money and power. How can one not believe that good only wins in fairy tales, and in life good people are doomed to suffer and obey the bad ones? Itachi was not going to dissuade him. Good does not always win over evil, but the bridge will be built, and Gato will be stopped. Are we staying here until the construction is finished, Itachi-sensei? Sakura asked. There was no such order. We have to protect the customer, he reminded. Gato is the main threat, and he is not yet neutralized. We take turns guarding Tazuna on the bridge. The second one guards the family, the other two are training. The first watch on the bridge is mine, in the house is Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura are in the forest, he sent a clone with them. Perhaps Naruto can also determine the element. And Sakura should learn to cast stronger genjutsu, including using the inner self. Gato showed up on the 8th day, when Sakura was on duty on the bridge under the supervision of one of Itachi's clones. Itachi's second clone was watching Kakashi and Naruto training. Both were trying to create something with their elements. Naruto had the wind element, something like a fireball, only not inside to exhale, but in your hands to immediately throw at the enemy, Databeo. Itachi himself was in the house. Having ordered Kakashi and Naruto to take his place, he went to help Sakura. Gato arrived accompanied by 50 bodyguards and, even though they did not have chakra, the girl was not yet able to cope with such a number of opponents. Itachi was ahead. By the time he arrived, Sakura, having created a couple of clones, more was unavailable to her, was shielding the huddled builders and Tazuna himself, while Gato's bodyguards were falling under the blows of Zabuza and Haku. How did you know I wasn't going to pay? Gato squealed, jumping back into the waiting boat. Itachi-sensei. Naruto's clone appeared in front of him. There were these 4 of them who wanted to take Tsunami-san and Inari away, Databeo. Kakashi and I knocked them out and tied them up, and then what? Oh, he noticed Zabuza. What are they doing here? Do you need help? Zabuza burst out laughing. No, Itachi reassured. They're against Gato now, too. Wait, we'll be back soon. Ah, okay then. Naruto's clone scratched his head. It's good that they're with us now, Databeo. Haku-chan is very beautiful, it was a shame that she was a missing nin. I'm a guy, Haku corrected. But, okay, the clone dispersed. He actually thought you needed his help to deal with us. Zabuza chuckled. They didn't fight that badly, Itachi reminded him. What are you going to do now? We definitely won't go with you. There's always work for the Nukenin. There is no hidden village and no shinobi in the land of waves. But perhaps there is work for you here. I don't think the locals will order someone's murder, but they will need security quite often. And Gato is unlikely to accept so easily that the bridge has been built and the monopoly on travel and trade has come to an end. Zabuza didn't answer, but Itachi didn't expect an answer. The bridge was completed a week later. During this time, there were a couple more assassination attempts on Tazuna and attempts to destroy the bridge. Itachi was right, Gato was not at all ready to leave the villagers who destroyed his autocracy alone. All attempts were successfully prevented. Are we sure we shouldn't stay another week? Naruto looked back at the bridge, where a celebration had been held to mark the opening. A very modest one. The situation in the country, impoverished during Gato's lawlessness, still needed to be improved. Gato won't just leave you alone, Databeo. We can't settle here forever, Sakura said indignantly. Moreover, the task was only to accompany Tazuna-san to the construction site, Kakashi added. We were not obliged to wait for the construction to be completed. Besides, they have protection now, Itachi added. If he knew anything about people, Zabuza and Haku would soon destroy Gato. And most likely remain in the land of waves. At least for the time being. They returned back without haste, but still faster. In total, the mission took a month. Itachi really hoped that during this time the Hokage and his father were able to come to an agreement. They entered Konoha as the setting sun touched the treetops. The mission report took only half an hour, after which the Hokage dismissed Team 7, asking Itachi to stay behind. We didn't agree. Hiruzen watched the genin leave from the window and immediately got down to business. Fugaku set impossible conditions. The Hokage position for him and key positions in the village for other clan members. He fell silent, waiting for the elders to enter the office. Only a mission outside of Konoha saves you from accusations of killing Shisui, but suspicions remain. We have 2 options left. First, if you side with the clan, we will destroy all of the Uchiha, Danzo said. Tenryuta Anbu silently appeared behind Itachi. Second, if you side with Konoha, we will allow you to live. The decision must be made now. Itachi dropped to one knee. I will do everything for the good of Konoha, but in return I have a request. Sasuke, I ask that you spare his life. After learning about the destruction of the clan, your brother will want to take revenge on Konoha. It's a risk. He won't know. And no one else will either. The words came hard, but it was the only right decision. No one in Konoha should know that the village leadership was involved in the destruction of the clan. Even considering the brewing rebellion, this information could provoke resentment among other clans. I will take full responsibility. If you allow Sasuke to live. But then you won't be able to stay in the village, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. I will be able to work for the benefit of the village beyond its borders. What do you suggest? Sasuke, my students, he hesitated, but continued just as firmly, my students are probably telling him about the mission in the land of waves and showing him what they learned. I will send a raven to watch them. When Sasuke heads home, I will begin eliminating those in the quarter. The Anbu will have to take over the police. I will send a clone with them. I will make sure that Sasuke thinks only I am guilty. Can you really do this alone? I can. For Konoha, and for Sasuke to live. Okay. Hiruzen sighed heavily, realizing that there was nothing good in this situation. There's no need to see me off, Sasuke waved his brother's students away. I know the way to our neighborhood. Of course, Sasuke-kun, Sakura smiled. We were just wondering why the Hokage asked your brother to stay late. He must have given us another cool mission, because we did so well on this one, database. Naruto picked up, and I started mastering elemental techniques. Here, look, he tried to spin the chakra, but the blue thread fell apart as soon as it made a turn. It's okay, database. This will be a cool technique. A ball of chakra that can cut down a tree. If you combine it with Shunshin and residual clones, it will be impossible to dodge, database. It's great that Shisui taught me. I should ask him. Sasuke stopped abruptly. Don't you know, Shisui is dead. His body was found in the river the day you left on your mission. The three genin looked at each other in confusion. The eyes. That day, Itachi-sensei's Sharingan pattern changed, Kakashi remembered. They took off towards the Uchiha quarter, Sasuke running after them, not understanding anything. Commentary on mission. In the anime, the order to destroy the clan was given by Danzo. However, in the manga, the resurrected Edo Tensei Hiruzen says something like, I ordered Itachi to kill his brothers, forced him to become a traitor and spy on Akatsuki, not a verbatim quote. Thus, I believe that Hiruzen, who was unable to resolve the conflict peacefully, could well have supported Danzo, who was initially determined to destroy the clan. In general, in this work, the order came from the Council of Elders and the Hokage as well. And yes, here Itachi acts not with Tobi, but with Anbu, i.e. this is a joint operation of Itachi and Konoha. Massacre. Corpses. Just outside the gates leading to the Uchiha quarter. At least a dozen, they can't count exactly. Some with weapons in their hands, others unarmed, but all dead. All four freeze, Sasuke even seems to stop breathing. We need to call the police. Kakashi was the first to come to his senses from the terrible sight. I can send a clone there, Naruto suggested. No, actually, one of you would be better, he added reluctantly. The police don't like me very much. They'll think this is another prank. Are you sure this isn't genjutsu? Kakashi muttered suspiciously. Itachi-sensei could have easily arranged a test for us, while demonstrating the skills of his students to the entire clan. He didn't know that we would come with Sasuke, but Sakura still tries to dispel the possible genjutsu. The corpses remain in place. Inner Sakura doesn't help either, therefore, there is no influence on the mind. Sasuke, she shakes the boy slightly, bringing him to his senses. Where should we go? We've never been in your neighborhood and don't know where anything is located. This is precisely why they secretly decide to stick together. In addition, it is unknown how many opponents there are. The Uchiha are one of the strongest clans in Konoha, but, apparently, they were practically unable to resist. What can four children, one of whom hasn't even become a genin yet, do against unknown killers? However, they are not going to leave before the police arrive. We need to find mom and dad. Sasuke rushes to one of the houses, opens the door, calls out. There is silence in response, but a muffled knock is heard from behind one of the other doors. Kakashi gets there first. First they see the bodies. Fugaku-san and his wife are lying in a square of light coming from the window. The rest of the room is plunged into darkness, from which, after Sasuke's desperate cry, a man slowly emerges. Itachi-sensei. Naruto clenches his fists. Your parents. Who did this? Did you catch them, database? His scream is interrupted by several shurikens thrown by sensei. One of them hits Sasuke, another, Sakura. Kakashi manages to jump back, on reflexes, not realizing what exactly he is doing. Naruto is either not hit, or not seriously hit. There is no blood, but the expression of furious readiness to punish the guilty is replaced by a puzzled and slightly stupid one. Naruto's usual face when he does not understand something. And then Itachi activates the Sharingan, and they see it. A clone sent to the police station. Killing all the police. Killing everyone in the Uchiha quarter. The parents were the last ones. They heard the sound of their dead bodies falling. At this point, the illusion dissipates, and the team discovers that neither Itachi nor Sasuke are in the room anymore. They don't have to look for long. Itachi's quiet voice can be heard from the next street. Now, you are not worthy of death yet. Silly little brother. If you want to kill me. Database. Naruto doesn't let him finish his sentence. He rushes at Itachi, not even thinking about creating clones or using any technique, not even taking out his weapon. Idiot, Kakashi hisses, grabbing kunai and charging them with lightning. Not that he seriously hopes to even hit Itachi with them, but it might distract him from Naruto, who seemed to have suddenly forgotten that the sensei, despite his age, is much more experienced than them, and that Naruto received almost all of his skills under Itachi's guidance. The kunai don't reach their target, Itachi deflects them, releasing shurikens engulfed in flames in response, simultaneously dodging Naruto who rushed towards him and striking him in the back, with such force that Naruto flies to the very end of the street. Sakura, meanwhile, catches Sasuke, who has finally lost consciousness and fallen to his knees. Get him out of here, quickly, Kakashi commands. Sakura picks up the boy and, jumping onto the nearest roof, rushes away from the block. Kakashi has no doubt that deep down she is glad of the excuse to be as far away from here as possible. Now the main thing is to prevent Itachi from going after them. Or just leaving. The Anbu have probably already found the dead police officers, so help will come. Kakashi's thoughts are interrupted by a furious cry. Naruto, now with a crowd of shadow clones, is rushing straight at Itachi again. He forms seals for a fireball, and the clones disperse, and Naruto himself barely has time to jump back, and can no longer get closer, but for this technique, Itachi has to focus on Naruto for a split second, which allows Kakashi to shunshin closer to him. Too slow. A blow from the bottom up with a kunai cuts the left side of his face from the middle of the cheekbone to the eyebrow along with the eye. Kakashi reflexively grabs the injured area, and with his surviving eye collides with the newly activated Sharingan of Sensei. Enough. You are still too weak to fight me seriously, he says in an even voice, as if finishing another training session. And a second later, a flock of crows falls on Kakashi and Naruto. When the birds fly away, Itachi is gone. He knows how to use shunshin much better than them. Kakashi absolutely does not remember what was in the genjutsu, from which even the pain in his destroyed eye did not save, but now it is too strong, and Kakashi loses consciousness. Naruto barely manages to keep him from falling, and a minute later, a detachment of Anbu finally appears in the block. Sakura sat in the hospital corridor, staring blankly at the wall opposite her. After taking Sasuke, the medics had examined her as well, but having found only a cut from a kunai, which was hardly even a wound, just a scratch that had already begun to heal, they sent her home. But the thought of simply leaving the hospital seemed unbearable. And her parents were home. Did they know about what had happened yet? Sakura was too absorbed in getting Sasuke to the medics to notice what was happening on the streets. Perhaps the whole of Konoha already knows about what happened, and her parents are waiting to ask her questions. And if they don't know yet, they'll ask anyway, and she doesn't want to think about how mom and dad will react to the fact that Itachi, whom they liked, even though he's too young to be a mentor, cold-bloodedly killed all of his clansmen, including his parents, and it seems that only the appearance of his students prevented him from killing his younger brother. Sakura frowns. Something is wrong here. While the three of them were watching everything Itachi did in genjutsu, he could have easily killed Sasuke. But instead, he was just saying something to his brother. You're not worthy of death yet, she remembers hearing a fragment, interrupted by Naruto's scream. Does this mean that Itachi didn't really intend to kill Sasuke? Not yet. So he will do it later. When? And why did he kill everyone? They had only been back a few hours, what could have happened in that time? Or had Sensei planned the murder on the mission to the Land of Waves, or maybe even earlier? But there had to be a reason. Itachi-sensei didn't seem like the type to kill a person without a reason. He hadn't even killed Zabuza, although he could have. And here were his parents and the clan that loved him and were proud of him, and also. Is it true? A trembling voice brings her out of her sad, disjointed thoughts. Sakura shifts her gaze from the wall to her friend, frozen a few steps away. Ino looks as always. Long blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, her favorite purple outfit. Only her face is filled with frank horror, and tears tremble in her wide-open eyes. They came to us. They called father, said that Sasuke is in the hospital and they need him to look through his memories. With our techniques. They said that Itachi-san. That he killed everyone except Sasuke. It's true, Sakura doesn't recognize her voice. Ino doesn't even sit down, falling onto the bench next to her, and stares at Sakura, who looks at the wall again and continues speaking in the same alien voice. Sasuke probably survived because we came with him, although she doesn't understand what could have stopped Itachi, who destroyed his own clan, from killing his students. Naruto and Kakashi are orphans, and Sakura's parents are just merchants, and not the richest in Konoha. There would be no one to take revenge on Itachi for 3 additional corpses. Sakura jumps up in place, forcing Ino to recoil to the edge of the bench and press herself against the wall. Naruto and Kakashi. They stayed there. I took Sasuke away, and they tried to stop Itachi. Naruto was taken to the Hokage. Ino's father appears in the hallway. He looks more tired than shocked. Now he's telling you everything they saw in the Uchiha quarter. You'll have to tell it too, Sakura. Or I can look through your memories. I'll tell you myself, Yamanaka-san. Sakura doesn't remember the name of Ino's father, although their names should be similar, some kind of family tradition. It sounds a bit harsh, and she, sitting back on the bench, hurries to explain, my thoughts are all mixed up, but if I start telling you, everything will fall into place. Ino's father nods and sits down next to Sakura, on the other side of his daughter. It is unknown whether he believed it, or decided that Sakura was afraid of interference in her mind. Sakura is really afraid. Her inner self is now barely restraining itself from the desire to find Sensei and the real Sakura understands that she is not his rival in genjutsu, taijutsu or ninja techniques, but the voice of reason is alien to the inner Sakura. She is angry and wants to splash out her anger on the culprit of these emotions. And also, to the girl's horror, her inner self does not regret the murdered people and the orphaned Sasuke at all, only that now the future of the team is completely uncertain. And this is not at all what Sakura wants to put on display for anyone. After the mission report, Itachi-sensei, she hesitated, but continued, measuredly, as if reciting an interesting text by heart. Itachi-sensei stayed, and the three of us went to the academy's training ground, because Naruto wanted to brag about the completed mission to Sasuke. The conversation about the mission turned into a half-joking competition of throwing kunai and shuriken, after which Sasuke announced that he had learned to perform the clan's fireball technique. Naruto tried to talk about techniques, but Kakashi said it was too late. They went to see Sasuke off and on the way they learned that Shisui was dead. Is that true? Sakura interrupted the story. Ino's father, who had either completely forgotten about his daughter, who was present here despite all the rules of secrecy, or who had decided that Sakura would tell her friend everything anyway, although Sakura herself was not sure of this, nodded. And Izumi, Sakura desperately clings to a ghost of hope. She was found in front of the police building, apparently she was killed first. Continue. Sakura tells the rest of the story, up until Sasuke's handover to the medics. After she stops, the man waits for a moment, then, realizing that there will be no more, he stands up and thanks Sakura for her help. Ino, he calls quietly. I'll stay, Dad, Ino says quietly but firmly. I'll take Sakura home and stay with her, I guess. Sakura doesn't mind. She doesn't want to go home, but she knows she has to, and Ino's presence will help avoid her parents' questions. Father Ino heads for the exit, but stops. I said Naruto is with the Hokage, and that's true. But Kakashi is in the next wing. His life is not in danger, he quickly adds, seeing Sakura jump up, clearly intending to run to her injured teammate. The blow landed on his face, he'll most likely have a scar, and besides, he lost his left eye. Ino gasps, clasping her hands to her mouth. Sakura clenches her fists, trying her best to contain the rage that's bursting out. Where is he? I want to see him. The Yamanakas escort her to Kakashi's room and leave. The medical officer on duty assures the girl that her friend will be able to return home tomorrow. After standing awkwardly by the sleeping Kakashi's bed, Sakura returns to Ino, who is waiting for her outside the door of the room. You know, she says in a trembling voice. You probably thought I was just teasing you. When I asked if he had a girlfriend, when I came to wish you luck before the mission. But I really liked him. Even though I only saw him 5 times and didn't talk to him at all. He was somehow different. Ino finally starts crying. It's strange, only now does Sakura realize that she herself hasn't shed a tear. She thinks distantly that Ino should cry for both of them. And she's a little glad that she herself hasn't fallen in love with Sensei even for the sake of rivalry with her friend. As soon as the sun rises above the horizon, Ino takes Sakura home. Sakura doesn't remember the route, or her worried parents, or how she undressed and got into bed. The Uchiha quarter was cordoned off, as was the police building. Naturally, Itachi's former students were not told who had disposed of the bodies and where. Itachi was declared a missing nin. Sakura, Naruto, and Kakashi, who had left the hospital just half an hour after Ino had taken Sakura home, came daily to check on Sasuke's condition, and every time they walked down the street, everyone followed them with glances and whispers. Kakashi had already experienced this during the period when his father was accused of the deaths of his comrades, and after his suicide, Naruto had been haunted by whispers and sidelong glances for as long as he could remember. For Sakura, this was new. A very unpleasant feeling. Itachi's students were not accused of anything, they were not even forbidden to see each other, but in the current circumstances, none of the team wanted to be under the gaze of the Konoha residents once again. They did not even agree on the time of their visits to Sasuke, they just came at the same time in the morning, and went around like that for 2 days. Sensei's departure seemed to have erected a wall of silence and alienation between them, stronger than when they first started working together. Sakura felt uncomfortable about it, and she saw that Naruto and Kakashi were also feeling awkward, but she had no idea how to fix it, and only hoped that with time everything would pass on its own. On the third day, they were informed that Sasuke had left the hospital without permission. His physical condition is not worrisome, just a small wound on his shoulder, the medical nin on duty explains. Also, Inoichi-san, after viewing the memories, Sakura finally hears the name of Ino's father, although what does that matter now, noted that interference in his mind, with the exception of the genjutsu with the demonstration of the clan's murder, was not detected, so we were still going to discharge Sasuke after he woke up. Of course, we notified the Anbu of his departure, but there is no need for him to return to the hospital. So you'd better look for him somewhere else. In the Uchiha quarter, Sakura states the obvious. As they leave the hospital, they discover that the sunny morning weather has turned bad, and now it's pouring rain. Sasuke is indeed in the Uchiha quarters, standing in the doorway of the room where his parents lay dead, looking at the chalk outlines on the floor. Father was the head of the police, he says, not turning around, hearing their footsteps. Mom was in charge of the house, but before that she was a jonin. Was Itachi really stronger than both of them? Stronger than everyone in the clan? Sasuke-kun, Sakura whispers in confusion. Why did you come? He still doesn't turn around. Well, we're worried about you. Naruto scratches his head. It's not easy to be alone, I know, Databeo. Being alone since birth and staying alone after living in a family are two different things. Sasuke finally turns around, tears in his eyes, anger on his face. You wouldn't understand that. But I do, Kakashi says calmly. Sasuke looks at him and shudders, seeing the bandaged part of his face. Yes, your brother did it. After you lost consciousness, and Sakura carried you away from him. I remember that feeling, he continues. How for the first 2 weeks I ran out at every random noise in the yard, hoping that everything that happened was a lie, and now father would come into the house, and everything would be like before. That's different, Sasuke interrupts, but without the same confidence in his voice. He tries not to look at Kakashi. Your father's death was his fault. And my parents. I must take revenge on Itachi. But you're not going to take revenge on him right now, Sakura notes reasonably. And besides, you can't handle him alone. You need friends. Friends? Sasuke suddenly grins in a completely adult way. I will definitely need one friend. To kill him like Itachi killed Shisui, and get the same eyes. Itachi killed Shisui. But that's impossible, Sakura objects, looking back at the equally shocked Kakashi and Naruto. He was with us on the mission to protect Tazuna-san. He told me so himself, Sasuke counters. He sent a clone to the river where Shisui was waiting. Remember, Itachi's eyes changed that morning, you told me yourself when. Memories of training flash through Sakura's mind. Itachi, she no longer puts, sensei, or, san, after his name, since he was no longer their mentor and had lost the right to any respect, always got along well with Shisui. And then she remembers Izumi, looks at the chalk outlines on the floor, and realizes that Itachi really could have sent a clone to kill Shisui for some special eyes. I'm the only surviving Uchiha, Sasuke continues. And that means I have to take revenge on him for killing everyone. Even if I have to kill myself to do it. Shut up. Naruto's voice is so full of heavy anger that Sakura shudders, turning to look at him. He doesn't look at Sasuke, he has his head down and only his trembling clenched fists betray his tension. It's not like that, Databeo. Killing friends. That's what Itachi said, right? And you're going to live by his orders. What's the revenge if you do what he tells you, Databeo? Naruto. Sakura had never seen him like this, and didn't expect him to speak. Like that, Naruto lifts his head and looks straight at Sasuke, who even takes a step back under his gaze. Do you think you're the only one whose life he ruined? Do you think you're the only one who has something to take revenge on him for, Databeo? You're right, I never had a family. But then a team appeared. Sakura, Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, Izumi, even you. You replaced my family. For the first time there were people who don't look at me with disdain and don't try to quickly drive me away or leave themselves, Databeo. It was almost a family, and now. I dreamed of recognition and the title of Hokage, and for that I need to become the best shinobi, and I tried. I still dream of it, Databeo. They'll probably give us another mentor, Kakashi interrupts. But will he teach us? Naruto shouts. Who needs the former students of a traitor, Databeo? The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of the still continuing rain behind the still open door. For the first time, one of them called Itachi a traitor out loud. In the main temple of the Nakano tomb, under the 7th tatami mats, in the far right corner, Sasuke suddenly says, "The secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it can be activated in another way, then I will not follow Itachi's path. So what are we waiting for?" Naruto smiles almost as carefree as before. "We need to read this secret quickly and start training, Databeo. Now the four of us are on our own." The Avengers team, Kakashi chuckles sadly. Exactly, Naruto and Sasuke confirm in unison, raising their hands with clenched fists. Sakura smiles slightly, for the first time since the massacre, although there is nothing cheerful about the decision to take revenge. The four of them descend into the Uchiha's hiding place. Apart. "I greet you as a missing nin of a missing nin," Orochimaru found himself at his side when the newly acquired Akatsuki member was left alone. "And as a compatriot," he added with a grin. "Though I don't think we'll be working together for long." Itachi measured him with a silent glance. After he reported to Danzo in the third about the mission to prevent an armed coup, or, more simply, the destruction of his own clan, he was ordered to infiltrate the Akatsuki missing nin organization, adding that there was already an agent of Konoha there, who, according to Danzo, should be replaced to avoid suspicion. The name was not given, it was only said that Itachi himself would recognize him. And, although Itachi had never met the Snake Sannin, according to the chronology, Orochimaru left Konoha when Naruto was about 2 years old. In the anime, Itachi was 7 or 8 years old at the time, but in this work Itachi was only a year older than Naruto, so even if he had crossed paths with Orochimaru in Konoha, he did not remember him due to his childhood. It was not difficult to understand that it was him. But it did make you think. 10 years ago, Orochimaru fled Konoha after being accused of conducting forbidden experiments and was declared a missing nin. Now Itachi himself is considered a missing nin for the extermination of his clan. How many other shinobi who left Konoha and were declared, or not declared, renegades actually betrayed the village? And how many of them, like Itachi, and, as it turned out, Orochimaru, follow orders from their superiors? Itachi promised Sasuke immunity, at least until he graduated from the academy and began carrying out high-ranking missions, where safety cannot be guaranteed to anyone. What did they promise Orochimaru? And wasn't that story with forbidden research the same as the destruction of the Uchiha clan, an order from the superiors, disguised as the personal initiative of the executor? Team 7 spends almost all of their free time with Uchiha Sasuke. They train together, practicing what they managed to learn during the period under Itachi's tutelage. They also take publicly available information from the Konoha library, or the little that was left in the Uchiha quarter. In addition, the girl expressed a desire to study Iryaninjutsu. The hospital accepted her application, but has not yet given an answer. Hiruzen waved the reporting Anbu away. The students and Itachi's brother were being watched continuously, but all the reports were similar. The children met in the Uchiha quarter during their free time and trained there. Occasionally, Naruto and Sasuke would have arguments, but none of them were serious. In addition, Sasuke tried to understand the origin and methods of developing the Sharingan using some encrypted texts that had been left behind, unsuccessfully, since the intricate turns of speech, written in an archaic language, were difficult for Hiruzen and Danzo to understand, let alone the children. This time, information was added about the girl's interest in the techniques of the medics. Nothing surprising or alarming either. Hiruzen, that's enough, Danzo broke the silence abruptly. They've been idle for a month now, ever since Itachi left. They're not idle, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Sasuke continues his studies at the academy. Team 7 is on missions. You know what I mean. Missions to clean up trash and weed gardens won't add skills to their work as shinobi. Training in the simplest techniques and practicing long-learned skills won't help develop abilities, and all three of them have them. There are currently no jonin to whom we can entrust their upbringing. You know as well as I do that the distribution of teams to mentors, just like the distribution of genin to teams, is far from random. Entrusting them to the first jonin-ranked shinobi that comes along is even worse than leaving them to train on their own. Orochimaru, Danzo interrupted. Hiruzen choked. No, I'm not suggesting that we justify him and return him with honors to Konoha to raise the 7th or send the kids to him, they're still too naive for such games. I suggest we remember his team. The situations are indeed similar, Hiruzen concluded after thinking for a moment. A traitorous mentor and a team left without supervision. He took one of the students with him then, and not the strongest one. You gave Mitarashi as Ibiki's personal student. The Hyuga took theirs back to the clan, immediately putting the seal of the junior branch. Are you suggesting that we split the 7th team among different mentors? The children perceive their ownerlessness as a punishment for Itachi's actions. Shouldn't we let them know that they are forgiven, but the previous level of trust must be earned? And if the team leaders don't agree, you can always take them. Danzo allowed himself a barely noticeable grin. Who knows, maybe they are destined to go down in the history of the shinobi world as the second generation of Sannin. I hope not, Hiruzen snapped. The idea of splitting up the 7th team had already crossed his mind. True, he hoped to hold out until the next graduation from the academy and add each of them to one of the teams of newly minted genin. But that was really too long a period of time. Let them be the 4th wheel in the existing teams for now. It's never too late to redistribute them. But who goes where? When they were summoned to the Hokage and told that instead of assigning a new mentor to the team, they would be assigned to different teams, Sakura secretly hoped to get into the 10th, Ino was there. Or into the 8th. Kakashi told her that Kurenai Yuhi had genjutsu abilities. But either Itachi did not tell her about her successes in this direction, or the Hokage considered them insignificant, and the girl's inner self is indignant regardless of which option is correct. Sakura does not understand why she was not sent to Ino, but the same inner self gloats, imagining her friend's reaction to the new member of her team. This is Haruno Sakura, the mentor of her new team. Might Guy introduces her to his students. They graduated last year, and the girl doesn't know anyone. Classes at the academy are distributed in such a way that students from different groups practically don't cross paths with each other. However, it's not hard to identify the white-eyed, long-haired guy as a Hyuga, since Hinata was in her class, even though they hardly communicated. Hello, Sakura politely bows in a half-bow, almost immediately straightening up. They are sitting on the roof of the academy, or rather, the members of Guy's team are sitting. Sakura herself is standing opposite, the new mentor is behind her, but she literally feels that he continues to smile, the same crazy smile that appeared on his face at the moment when he listened to the Hokage's order about Sakura's transfer to his team, and did not leave the whole way to the meeting place. Sakura graduated from the academy this year, but she already managed to brilliantly complete a B-rank mission with her previous team, the cheerful tone and words clearly aimed at encouraging cause a dull pain. Previous team. Former sensei. All in the past. No one forbade her, Naruto and Kakashi from visiting Sasuke or just meeting the three of them, but now they will train and carry out missions in different teams. How much time will they have left for these meetings? Sakura promises herself that she will still visit Sasuke. He is probably lonelier now than any of the three of them, especially her, living with her parents. Only infants in Konoha don't know about her former team, and especially her mentor, Hyuga says arrogantly and defiantly. The only, although no longer, girl on the team closes her eyes in resignation, exhaling through her teeth, and Sakura immediately understands why. The third on the team, a boy with an absurd haircut, terrible eyebrows and round eyes, dressed in the same suit as the mentor, immediately jumps up from his seat, accusingly pointing a finger at his teammate. It's just impolite to greet a new team member like that. You didn't even introduce yourself to her. And it's not her fault that Uchiha Itachi acted. Did I blame her? Hyuga says without changing his intonation, making the boy choke mid-sentence. I simply noted that I know about her team. And since Guy-sensei introduced her to us, it means that he should introduce us to her as well. His teammate, clearly at a loss for words, continues to point his hand in his direction, and his eyes become even wider, which seems almost impossible. Calm down, Neji, Lee, the girl finally says, and it feels like she's used to such situations. It suddenly occurs to Sakura that this is somewhat reminiscent of the relationships on her team, her former team, at the very beginning of their training together. Impulsive Naruto, who starts shouting and getting indignant at the slightest provocation, Kakashi, who knows how to get him mad with a few words and seems to condescend to the level of those around him. But she herself was not as calm as this girl. Your new teammates, Guy continues in the meantime. Sensei. She'll have to get used to calling this man sensei, and it's probably a good thing he has nothing in common with Itachi. Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee and Takahashi Tenten. Welcome to the team, Sakura-san. Rock Lee smiles at her almost crazier than the sensei he looks so incredibly like, and holds out his hand, thumb up. I swear to always protect you, even at the cost of my own life. Sakura is slightly taken aback by such pressure, although the respectful prefix to her name sounds unexpectedly pleasant. No one had ever called her san, even as a joke before. I can stand up for myself. And now we will all see for ourselves. Guy exclaims enthusiastically. Guy-sensei. To training. Tenten sighs again in resignation and hangs his head, however, immediately jumping up, but the mentor immediately corrects himself. No. First, tell us about yourself. We already told you. Neji's measured voice is tinged with displeasure. You told me and each other, but not Sakura. Replies Guy-sensei. Then let her start. Hyuga doesn't give in. However, her and Rock Lee's similarity to Kakashi and Naruto helps Sakura overcome her inner indignation, and she begins quite calmly, even with a slight smile, not giving sensei a chance to object. My name is Haruno Sakura. She hesitated slightly, remembering how she told Itachi about her likes and dislikes. How childishly stupid those words were. I like it when I can use my knowledge and skills for the benefit of the mission and the team. I don't like it when I'm told what to do or not to do by those who have no right to do so. My dream. No, rather, my goal is to be useful. Guy-sensei. She turns slightly to face her new mentor and sees that the crazy smile on his face is no longer there. He looks at her seriously and thoughtfully, as if she said what he least expected to hear from her. I would like to learn medical nin techniques. At the hospital, they told me that I needed to write a statement, but there has been no answer for several days. I thought that maybe it was because I didn't have a sensei. Could you? I'll find out everything. A team member with knowledge of an Irionin is wonderful. Guy-sensei stands in the same pose as Rock Lee a few minutes earlier and smiles again with his white teeth. To strive for new knowledge is the true power of youth. And now, to training. By the evening, Sakura understands 4 things. First, if she hears about the power of youth from anyone else before the end of the day, the inner Sakura will switch places with her without any techniques, and that poor guy will be in big trouble. Second, meeting with her former teammates, as well as studying Irioninjutsu, will not just be difficult, but very difficult. Training has squeezed all the strength out of her, and now she gets home on moral and willpower and the support of Tenten, who volunteered to see her off. Third, Neji is a conceited and boring person worse than Kakashi, and Lee is funny. He even refused to spar with her, declaring that he would never fight her even as a joke, and Guy-sensei did not insist. Fourthly, today she will definitely have nightmares about the green suit of sensei and Lee. They offered Sakura to wear the same, stating that it would reveal all the power of her youth, and accentuate the color of her eyes. The second statement belonged to Lee, and unexpectedly helped to calm the rage that was growing from their persistence. Until this moment, no one had complimented her, except for her parents, of course, and although Sakura would have preferred to hear about her beauty from someone less ridiculous, she still enjoyed it. All in all, the team was not so bad, and the intensity of the training can be used to, she thinks, refusing dinner and literally falling into bed. She needs to reach at least the level of Tenten, with whom she was put into a sparring match after Lee's refusal. Why him? Ino groaned silently, trying not to show her expression. When Asuma-sensei had told her the day before that someone from the disbanded Team 7 would be joining them tomorrow, she had sincerely hoped that it would be Sakura. It would have been more than fair. Choji and Shikamaru were much closer friends with each other than with her, and the addition of a friend to the team would have helped to reduce her feeling of isolation, or something, which, of course, she had not admitted even to her sensei and parents. But no, now there would be 3 of them, and she was still alone. Was this fate's revenge for the fact that she had gloated over Sakura's partners at the team distribution? It's great that I ended up with you, Databeo. Naruto was saying, although it's a shame that the old man split us up instead of giving us all to one sensei. There probably just isn't anyone in Konoha who's fit to train the 3 of us. How did Sakura manage to calmly communicate with this idiot? They even walked down the main street of Konoha holding hands. Do you think that absolutely all Konoha Jonins are not up to Itachi's level? Asuma-sensei asked, rolling his cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other. Shikamaru, leaning back in his seat, lazily turned his head to Naruto. Choji, unheard of. Froze, halfway through a piece of meat. Naruto blinked, slowly stopping smiling. No, that's not what I mean. He waved his arms so that it was only by a miracle that he didn't knock over the plates placed on the table. I mean, we're the coolest team, Databeo. We were the only ones from our class who were on a B-rank mission. You received the mission because of the customer's omissions, Asuma-sensei said calmly. You managed it, of course, thanks to the abilities of sensei and the skills acquired under his guidance. I do not intend to belittle the abilities of Uchiha Itachi. His actions speak of his strength without words. But I advise you to understand that any mention of the techniques learned under his guidance will be, first of all, praise for him. Naruto clenched his fists. He clearly wasn't going to shower his former sensei with praise. It's not true. Itachi Senator. Uchiha Itachi really taught us. But Shisui showed me Shunshin and residual clones. And Izumi helped Sakura with Genjutsu. Itachi only trained us in general techniques and helped us with taijutsu, databao. Sakura learned Genjutsu. Ino feels annoyed. Her friend never told her about it. Although, maybe she just had nothing to brag about. But then they wouldn't have trained her more than a couple of times, and judging by Naruto's words, they continued to train her until the end. You were divided into teams according to your abilities. Asuma Sensei ignored his words, although Ino saw that he was thinking about the information he had received. Didn't know about Sakura's abilities either. Itachi noted in the reports that Haruno is best at taijutsu, and you have wind release, like me. Therefore, the training will be aimed at developing this ability and mastering the corresponding techniques. Now we will go to the training ground. I want to check for myself what you can already do. Quite expectedly, Shikamaru lets out a long, lazy groan at these words, and Choji begins to eat the food left on the table even faster. Ino herself notes that their sensei did not say a word about the third member of the team, who ended up with Kurenai-san. Well, according to tradition, you should tell about yourself. The rest, I suppose, don't need to repeat what they like and don't like, because you got along well with Choji and Shikamaru back in the academy, except for Ino. I'm not going to tell him anything, the girl said indignantly. I'm not interested. Naruto frowned and crossed his arms, demonstratively turning away from her, but ran into the sensei's expectant gaze and a few moments later, sitting up normally, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh, yeah. Anyway, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Ino rolled her eyes. Sakura definitely managed not to hit him. Or, on the contrary, did she hit him too hard? I like ramen and I don't like waiting for it to brew. I like learning new cool techniques. I don't like show-offs. My dream is to become Hokage, so that everyone will acknowledge my existence. And also, his gaze suddenly became heavier and his voice more serious, I must help Sasuke avenge his clan. But this is not a dream. This is a goal, and when I become Hokage, I will do everything so that Konoha never experiences this again. Ino looked at him as if she was seeing him for the first time. Naruto might be an idiot, but he had changed after what had happened. They all couldn't help but change. Asuma Sensei remained thoughtful throughout the training, although it didn't affect the quality of the lessons. After the training, Sensei walked her home. Naruto, Choji and Shikamaru, predictably, went for a walk around the village together. I didn't expect you to be sent to me. Kurenai smiled slightly at Kakashi. It would have been more logical to give you to Might Guy's team, and I to Haruno. Why? The meeting was taking place at one of the training grounds, in the forest. Team Kurenai was sitting on the ground, looking at their mentor standing next to Kakashi. We specialize more in reconnaissance, the woman shrugged. Hinata's Byakugan, Shino's bugs, and Kiba's dog. The Hokage, when he informed us about your assignment to the 8th team, gave us the characteristics Itachi left on you to read. It talks about Sakura's good ability to detect and dispel genjutsu. And you have more combat skills. Of course, Guy wouldn't have helped you with lightning release, but why did they let you read the characteristics of all three of them if it was already known that I was assigned to the team? Kakashi analyzed the information he received. It turns out that Itachi only noted in his reports Sakura's ability to resist other people's genjutsu, but not that she was able to cast them herself. Perhaps he did not consider her mastery of illusions sufficient to mention it. Does Kurenai know about the origin of Kakashi's mother? Is it possible that he was sent to this team not because of their specialization, but because of the skills of the sensei? In the hope that training with Kurenai would help him awaken the Sharingan. After all, now that Sasuke was the only Uchiha left in Konoha, the dojutsu was no matter what was lost. Well, it would be a good cover for what they had planned. It was a pity that the damaged eye, Kakashi suppressed the desire to touch the protector covering the empty eye socket, became known, but with a well-written legend, even the Hokage would not have any questions. Perhaps, in order to better understand how relationships were built in your previous team, his new mentor responded in the meantime. Kurenai-sensei. Kiba interrupted their conversation. You're wrong. I mean, about Kakashi not being suitable for the reconnaissance team. He's a Hitaki. Didn't your father give you the summoning scroll? He turns to Kakashi. Summoning. He frowned in confusion. He tried to remember. Father said that after graduating from the academy, I would receive a clan relic. But he didn't say whether it was a scroll or something else, and he didn't leave any instructions when he committed suicide, and so Kakashi simply threw those conversations out of his memory, considering it his father's attempt to motivate him to study harder. Well, yes, explained Kiba. I know this, because a long time ago, Inuzuka and Hitaki were one clan. Then they split up, but without hostility, they just went their separate ways. We started raising Ninken, Akamaru on his head barked in agreement, and you specialize in summoning them. Mother said that Tsukumo Hitaki had either 8 or 10 dogs. The scroll was supposed to go to you by inheritance, look it up. So he is suitable for reconnaissance, Kurenai-sensei, he turned to his mentor again. Well, then, Kakashi, take a good look at the house. Otherwise, you'll have to ask the Hokage. Sometimes, if the village leadership believes that the heir is incapable of protecting family artifacts and heirlooms, they are confiscated and sent to a special Anbu storage facility. Our house wasn't searched by Anbu. Kakashi tried not to think that real Anbu, professionals in their field, could have searched his house during the short time he was away buying groceries or attending classes at the academy, and he wouldn't have found any traces of their presence. Most likely, the scroll with the conscription contract was still lying in his father's room. After his suicide, Kakashi simply raked all the papers lying on the table into the safe, and locked them there. First, of course, he looked through it in search of a will or a suicide note, but only open, unfolded sheets, considering that it was unlikely that his father would seal his last will or explanation of what he had done. The training continued with a test of combat skills, where he made Kiba sweat quite a bit, who was absolutely delighted by the appearance of a difficult opponent, and almost effortlessly defeated Hinata. She knew the clan technique that blocked chakra quite well, but she lacked self-confidence and punching power. Shino showed an average level. It is clear that he is used to relying more on beetles, although he still knows the basic techniques of close combat. He found the summoning scroll, having dug through almost everything stored in the safe. It was sealed in 3 more empty scrolls. The last on the list was his father's name. Kakashi entered his name and confirmed the contract with blood. True, he was not prepared for the sad pug who called himself Pakun to appear before him, but Pakun, having learned who summoned him and Tsukumo's death, brought the remaining 7 dogs to meet the new contract soldier. And among them were quite impressive individuals. True, Kakashi still had to learn how to cooperate with them, but his new team included Kiba, who seemed to be quite willing to help. The distribution of children to new teams was successful. No one tried to protest or evade the assignment. They now have less time for joint meetings, but they stubbornly meet in the Uchiha quarter, if not with each other, then with Sasuke Uchiha, without fail. Itachi successfully allowed himself to be recruited into Akatsuki and met with Orochimaru. If all goes according to plan, Weasel will replace Snake, forcing him to leave the organization shortly before the Chunin exams. The former 7th team, of course, will not participate. In response, Itachi was sent a message that his plan was a success. Both Sasuke, and his former students, and everyone in Konoha, with the exception of those involved, consider him the only one to blame for the Uchiha's deaths. There are no suspicions in the village about the leadership or new attempts at rebellion. Hiruzen is disgusted by the realization that Itachi, in fact, took responsibility for his, as Hokage, mistakes. But there is no place for nobility in big politics. Besides, Itachi volunteered himself. And it does not matter that he did not have a choice as such. Exam. Commentary on exam. When reading this chapter, it is important to remember that 1. Orochimaru is still in Akatsuki and in general in this work he is a traitor very conditionally, see the previous chapter and, therefore, no sound village exists yet. 2. Due to the absence of the 7th team and the sound engineers at the exam, the number of pairs that passed the 2nd stage was significantly reduced, so additional matches before the 3rd stage were not held. 3. Kabuto, accordingly, is not a spy for Orochimaru. 4. I didn't really shuffle the opponents, except for those who fought in the canon against the 7th team and the sound guys who were absent from this work, since I don't see any point in reinventing the wheel. The sight that greeted Naruto, who was returning from a mission, and not some kind of help with the housework, but saving the Konoha shinobi from pursuers from the hidden stone, was impressive. Konohamaru, grabbed by the chest by an unfamiliar guy with a painted face and a protector from the village of sand, was desperately squealing, trying to kick the offender, next to whom stood a girl with an unfolded fan. A black charred spot on the fence of the house closest to her and Sasuke, frozen nearby under a tree, completed the picture. Choji instantly grabbed Naruto by the collar of his jumpsuit, covering his mouth with his other hand. His grip was, as befits a representative of the Akamichi clan, steely. What? Are you starting a fight in the middle of the village? Shikamaru lazily protested. That brat almost knocked me off my feet. The guy threw Konohamaru towards the newcomers. Ino barely managed to catch the sensei's nephew. And that one breathed fire. He nodded towards Sasuke. We were just walking from class when they turned out and Konohamaru didn't have time to slow down or turn, he explained, looking to the side, as if not addressing anyone in particular. The villages of Sand and Leaf are allies, Ino intervened, but you must have a pass to be here. And, naturally, you have no right to attack the inhabitants of another village. We will have to detain you. Exactly, Databeo. Taking advantage of Choji's weakened grip upon seeing Konohamaru fall, Naruto freed himself and formed seals. 4 clones, physical, not residual. Asuma had long ago explained that it was stupid to immediately show your strongest abilities to opponents whose skills you don't know, were dispelled by a wave of the fan of the girl from the sand village. Problematic, Shikamaru exhaled, capturing Naruto with a shadow technique. Stop it, the heavy voice that sounded at the same time belonged to a boy with a huge pumpkin on his back who had appeared behind the strangers. From the way the couple's faces froze, Shikamaru realized that the one who had appeared, despite being clearly younger than both, was the one in charge. You are disgracing us with your behavior, Kankuro, the new participant in the events continued, approaching his comrades and standing between them. But, Gaara, they started it first, Kankuro objected, and then stopped short under Gaara's gaze. I understand everything, he assured with a trembling voice and turned towards the Konoha people silently watching this scene. My apologies. We have a pass, the girl interrupted, taking out the document in question. As it seemed to Shikamaru, solely to distract Gaara from what had happened. We have come to participate in the Chunin exam. Shikamaru nodded. They had already heard about the upcoming exam from Asuma, and to Team 10's great surprise, Naruto was also well aware of how the previous exams had been conducted. Shikamaru, having thought about the situation, decided that this could only mean one thing. Despite the fact that genin usually did not get to take this exam in their first year after graduating from the academy, Itachi was going to register his team to participate. However, Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-san had also nominated their students. Naturally, Naruto was outraged that he, Sakura, and Kakashi were denied participation, and Asuma's words that they could be sent to another exam in a couple of years did not greatly reduce his displeasure. 2 years seemed like a long time. Databeo, Naruto clenched his fists, looking at the retreating sand shinobi, so many tough opponents, and I'm not participating. Sakura, Kakashi and I have enough missions completed, why not? The new senseis could recommend us. I would even give you my place on the team if they allowed it, Shikamaru shrugged. The exams are too much trouble, and the higher the rank, the more difficult the missions. Look at it this way, Choji said soothingly. You'll be able to see how the exam goes, and we'll tell you about the closed stages later. And in 2 years, you'll complete even more missions, which means you'll gain more experience. And you'll master the element better. It would be better if you waited not 2 years, but 4, Sasuke said. Then I'll just finish the academy and be able to fight you. Or me. Konohamaru enthusiastically supported him. No way, Naruto said indignantly. By the time you graduate, I'll already be the coolest jonin in Konoha, Databeo. Well, at least he's not Hokage, muttered Shikamaru, who had heard about Naruto's dream back when he was still a student at the academy. Naruto suddenly became serious. We can always compete in a friendly manner, Sasuke. But I don't want to fight you seriously, even on the exam. Because you know that I'm stronger, he snorted and headed towards home. What? Not at all, Naruto yelled, rushing after him. Idiot, Ino sighed. Come on, Konohamaru, I'll take you home before you run into anyone else. And while I'm at it, I'll try to find out something about the upcoming exam. The first 2 stages of the exam, the written test and the Forest of Death, were held without spectators, but in the tower where the teams that had advanced to the third, final stage were supposed to arrive, the mentors of the participating teams had gathered, and it was not surprising that Asuma, Guy and Kurenai took extra team members with them. Sakura looked around at the teams gathered in the center of the arena. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, who had entered last, were barely able to stand. She glanced sideways at the trio from the Sand Village, whose encounter had been described to her by Sasuke himself absolutely calmly, Naruto, with shouts about outsiders who were getting away with something, and even Ino, who was worried that one of these 3 might be her opponent at the final stage of the exam. It had taken the Sand team just over an hour and a half to complete the task, which was a record. Then Sakura looked worriedly at her team, she had already gotten used to calling them that. Lee, Neji, and Tenten had arrived at the tower on the morning of the 3rd day, pretty exhausted, Neji with a couple of scratches, Lee with some pretty serious cuts and bruises, but they had had enough time to rest and recover. The 10th team arrived on the morning of the 5th, Final day, Ino was the one who suffered the most. Sakura was horrified to see a rather deep wound on her friend's neck, which miraculously did not touch important blood vessels, and immediately volunteered to treat it. Thanks to Guy-sensei, she was able to attend the medic nin courses at the hospital and, unlike Kakashi and Naruto, who were watching the participants from the balcony, she was busy, helping to provide first aid to the injured and getting her first practical experience in applying her new knowledge. Because of the classes at the hospital, her relationship with Tenten even slightly deteriorated. The new teammate dreamed of achieving the glory of the legendary Tsunade Senju, but she lacked chakra control for a medic nin career. But she knew everything about her idol, including that Tsunade's grandmother, the wife of the first Hokage, came from the Uzumaki clan. This news shocked Naruto, who never knew anything about his parents. The clan had been wiped out decades ago, and if any members had survived, they were scattered across the world, but Naruto saw the connection between his last name and the first Hokage's wife as a sign that his dream of one day taking that position would come true sooner or later. Not that he had ever doubted it before. From Sakura's thoughts, the words of the third Hokage were pulled out, announcing the conditions of the third stage, which was to take place in a month. The opponents, distributed by lot, fight until one of them surrenders or is unable to continue the fight. Sorry, Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward. Sakura knew him as a medical researcher valued at the hospital, but they had never crossed paths before this day. It turns out that one of the pairs will have an additional opponent. I think this is unfair to those who will not have such a duel, so I officially refuse to go through the third stage. I will try next year, he shrugged slightly. There are 7 duels, the Hokage replied, glancing at the tournament table in Ibiki's hands. It won't work to split them into 2 blocks, one will have 4 pairs, the other 3. I suppose it would be possible to make the last number drawn as an opponent for the winner of the previous pair, rather than an additional one for the first round, as you put it. In that case, may I ask that the one who advances to the second round without fighting be me, no matter what number I draw? Kabuto bowed slightly. This is my 7th time taking the exam, and I would like to have a chance to finally pass. If there are no objections from the participant who draws the last number, the Hokage replied. After all, the right to advance to the second round without fighting by lot should go to him. The last number in the draw was drawn by Gaara. He did not object to Kabuto's request. I want to participate in as many fights as possible, he explained, looking straight ahead into the void. There are 4 teams from Konoha in the third round. Naruto was delighted that evening at another meeting in the Uchiha quarter. And these, Databeo, he darkened, remembering the 3 from Sand. And 2 of them are fighting against members of my new team, Sakura sighed. And the third? And Ino and Shikamaru, Naruto drawled. Stop thinking about things we can't influence. There are some advantages to this, Kakashi cut them off. We'll be left on our own for a whole month. Sakura, can you? Yes, she said, hesitating for a moment. I wasn't trained in this, and such operations haven't been carried out in Konoha during this time, but I have unhindered access to the scrolls, and I already understand what to do and how to do it. Although it's still a bit scary, she admitted. What if something goes wrong? There is a risk, but in percentage terms, the chances of success are greater than those of failure, Kakashi answered calmly. And if we want to seriously confront our former mentor one day, he had not called Itachi by name since the day of the massacre, then we should use every chance. Including those so carelessly provided by him, he did not say how suspicious such carelessness seemed on the part of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Something told him that what they had planned immediately after the first trip to Nakano's tomb should be carried out, despite all the doubts. I think we'll do everything a week before the third stage. Everyone will be busy with the guests arriving in Konoha and the final preparations. No one will notice my absence, and by the time the fights begin, I'll be ready. He did not allow himself to add, if everything goes well. Everything should go well. There was no news of the former mentor. If Anbu had tried to find the traitor, they had not succeeded so far. Kakashi had no doubt that the capture, or, more likely, the destruction, of Itachi Uchiha would have been announced to everyone in Konoha. With evidence. On the day of the third stage, the former Team 7 found themselves in the stands with Sasuke and their new mentors. Sakura took a seat between Kakashi and Sasuke, with Naruto on the other side. In the middle rows, the lower ones, closest to the arena, were occupied by high-ranking guests, the upper ones were reserved for civilians. I bet on Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, Naruto blurted out as soon as they sat down. That way I'll definitely have at least one win, Databeo. You have nothing better to do with your money. Sasuke snorted and, without waiting for an answer, demonstratively turned his gaze to the arena, where the referee of the fight had just finished announcing the rules and invited the first opponents, Yoroi Akato and Shino Aburame. At first, Akato had the advantage. Shino was losing to him in close combat, and he, touching Aburame with his hands time after time, drew out his chakra, but Shino found a way to break contact, not allowing him to draw out enough chakra. Until, finally, Akato, once again reaching out to Shino, froze with his arms absurdly outstretched. With each touch of yours, I imperceptibly planted bugs on you, Shino explained. They took my chakra, absorbed by you, and yours a little, but since the insects are small, it was imperceptible until I now commanded them all to attack at once. There is no more power in you, Akato wheezed, trying to answer something, but only fell to the stone floor. Bugs were busily crawling out of the folds of his clothes, rushing back to their owner and, concurrently, home. The Jonin who judged the fights counted Shino's victory. Misari Tsurugi's next fight against Kankuro, the painted boy from Sand, sparked Sakura's interest in the chakra control required to control the puppet. Kankuro won with almost no effort, meaning he would be the one to face Shino in the next fight. Bugs versus a doll, Kakashi muttered. I wonder what insects can do against an inanimate being. Bite it, Naruto suggested. Shino's bugs feed on chakra, Sakura countered, angry at her friend. Did he miss Aburame's explanation of how exactly his bugs defeated Yoroi? However, Naruto had already forgotten about the previous fight. Shikamaru, don't you dare give in to her, he yelled, seeing another pair of opponents enter the arena. Sakura clenched her fists, worried for her friend and at the same time wishing her luck. She saw Shikamaru turn slightly towards the screaming Naruto. He's right, Ino said, her voice ringing with tension, looking at her teammate and childhood friend. Just try to lose on purpose or say that you're giving up. It's problematic, Shikamaru sighed, but nevertheless prepared for battle. The duel was fought at a long distance. The opponents knew each other's capabilities too well. Ino made sure that Shikamaru did not reach her with his shadow technique, or better yet, did not have time to concentrate to perform it. Shikamaru tried not to be in a direct line with Ino, not giving her the opportunity to transfer consciousness. For about 10 minutes, they used only throwing weapons, exchanged taijutsu strikes a couple of times, but quickly, too quickly, they broke the distance. Finally, Ino picked up one of the kunai scattered randomly around the arena. You'll pay for this, she grinned, raising the weapon to her face, and then, with a sharp movement, she cut off her bangs and, swinging, threw the hair in the direction of Shikamaru, who froze in surprise. He only tilted his head to the side, slightly puzzled, not understanding the girl's idea, and Ino fell to her knees, touching with both hands the part of her hair that fell next to her. A bluish thread of chakra flowed from strand to strand, reached Shikamaru's legs, clasping his ankles. You're not the only one who knows the immobilizing technique, Ino declared. Shikamaru knelt down, as if trying to get a better look at the technique that had tied him up. And now, the consciousness transfer technique. The girl's head drooped. There was silence for a while. And then the opponents rose at the same time. The one who controls shadows should have their hands tied, not their feet, Shikamaru said. Now everyone could see that he had managed to fold the seals for his technique. As well as the shadow coming from the trap that bound him, which a hair thread of such thickness simply could not cast. Where the trap fell to the ground, the shadow lay next to it, which was especially impossible, and held Ino firmly. Shikamaru went to meet his teammate, and she, obeying his technique, also stepped forward. He raised his hand, and she repeated his gesture. We both know that we did not fight at full strength just now, because in fact we are not opponents, but a team. But they, Shikamaru nodded towards the exit to the arena, from where the participants were appearing waiting for their turn, will fight seriously in the next round. I do not want you to get hurt. The rank of Chunin can be obtained later. Judge, we surrender, he interrupted his technique. Sakura noticed Naruto and others staring at what was happening in surprise. Then the meaning of what was said dawned on her. She exhaled at the same time as Ino. Shikamaru tilted his head slightly to the side. The next match is between two girls. It doesn't matter who wins. I don't want people to say that I only fight women. As if explaining the obvious truth, he headed for the arena exit while the referee calmly declared a draw. Ino rushed after her teammate, and Sakura was sure that Shikamaru would get a couple of punches in the rooms under the stands. Her friend was so angry. -2 bets, Sasuke noted maliciously, looking at the dejected Naruto. He didn't have time to answer. The next duel began. And what was happening in the arena made Sakura no less nervous, and in addition helplessly bite her lips. Tamari from the Sand Village had beaten Tenten so badly that it was finally time for real work for the medics on duty in the arena. Sakura was glad that Shikamaru hadn't led Ino into the next round. Her opponent there would have been that girl with the scary fan. Inner Sakura stamped her feet and screamed that she would have dealt with any outside imaginaries in no time, but Sakura had long ago learned to let out her inner I, only in necessary situations, thanks to either Guy-sensei's training at the limit, or rather, each time a little further beyond the limit, of her capabilities, or her improved chakra control thanks to the medic's courses. But the fight between Kiba Inuzuka and Choji Akamichi ended before it really began. Jumping out of the way of Choji, who had taken the form of a huge ball, Kiba simply commanded Akamaru to bite his opponent, which the puppy did with visible joy. Choji, squealing, returned to his original size and surrendered. Sakura looked at the sheet of paper with the description of the fights that was handed out at the entrance to the stands. It was Kiba who was to face Kabuto in the next round. She tried to remember something about the combat skills of the medic nin, but then Kakashi stopped pretending to be half asleep, which he supposedly fell into after Shino's victory, and leaned forward. Hinata and Neji entered the arena. Sakura vaguely remembered Hinata from the academy. Not very sociable, shy of any attention to herself, the girl stood out from the crowd of classmates only with her strange eyes. According to Kakashi, although he rarely spoke about the current team, she also did not show outstanding results in missions and training. Unlike Neji, he was the best at everything in their team, which invariably inspired Lee and made him want to reach his level, to which Neji always replied that you can't escape fate, everyone has their place and those who were born without talent will never achieve anything. This inflamed Lee even more. Sakura didn't like Neji's reasoning, but she couldn't find enough arguments to object, and therefore didn't interfere in the arguments, just like Tenten, who preferred not to get involved in the squabbles of her teammates. Besides, their opinions were not asked. Neji began with a proposal to surrender, noting that Hinata herself understood, she was too weak as a kunoichi and the heiress of the clan. There was no absolute silence in the stands, many spectators were quietly discussing the unusual distribution of opponents, first members of one team, now representatives of one clan, but his words were heard quite clearly. Weak, insecure, unsuitable for the work of a shinobi, born into the main branch by a whim of fate. The main branch? Naruto asked, puzzled. The Hyuga are divided into the main family and the younger. Those who are born in the younger family are limited in their rights, I don't know the details. It seems that Neji wasn't even properly taught clan techniques, he figured everything out on his own. But Hinata is the eldest daughter of the clan head, Sasuke responded unexpectedly. And, seeing Sakura's surprised look, he explained, my father told me when I entered the academy. Don't label people, idiot. Naruto yelled, not listening to the end. Give him a beating, Hinata. Sakura felt the audience's gaze turn to them for a moment, and for a second she picked out from the lower rows a man and a girl with the same eyes as Hinata and Neji, who also turned around at the scream. Sit down and shut up, idiot, she hissed, tugging at Naruto's jumpsuit. You don't know what Neji is capable of. I don't care what he's capable of. I know Hinata can win. Naruto continued. I doubt it, Kakashi sighed. She was much worse at training than we were, and she often made mistakes on missions, but it's good that they were low-ranking and didn't entail serious consequences. She can. Naruto almost growled. And now everyone will see it and admit it. Sakura saw Hinata nod slightly, as if thanking Naruto for these words or agreeing with them, and took a fighting stance, as Neji stepped back slightly, clearly not expecting that his cousin would refuse to give up. Let's fight, Neji ni-san. Unlike Neji, Hinata's voice sounded much softer, but there was a determination to fight to the end in it. And she really did fight, rising 3 times after terrible blows, spitting out blood and refusing to give up. The more Hinata persisted, the louder Naruto encouraged her, whose shouts those sitting in the stands soon stopped paying attention to. And the angrier Neji's blows and words became. Sakura seemed to see her always distant, even arrogant, teammate for the first time. This Neji scared her, and at the same time caused an incomprehensible pity. She wanted to say something to him. Something to calm his anger, but how to do it without knowing what caused it. After all, Hinata was now only the personification of what his rage was directed at, but not the reason that caused it. Sakura herself did not understand how she came up with this and why she was sure that she was right, but she had no doubt that everything was exactly like this. Once again, Hinata, who had risen, fell to her knees, unable to even straighten up. Neji rushed towards her, and was stopped by the judge. Special treatment for the main branch, he yelled, watching as the medics placed Hinata on a stretcher and carried her out of the arena. The winner is Hyuga Neji, the Jonin said dispassionately, releasing him from his grip. Staring at him with fury, Neji headed for the arena exit, not even looking at the stands that were cheering him. Sakura saw the man and girl from the Hyuga clan she had noticed earlier also leaving. The final battle is Lee versus Gaara, she sighed. The winner will have to fight Neji. Lee always lost to him in fights. They didn't know what Gaara was capable of, but his record-breaking performance in the Forest of Death without a single scratch spoke for itself. Lee and Gaara meanwhile entered the arena. In the sudden silence, a raven flew over the stands, croaking loudly. Sakura looked up and saw black feathers slowly falling from the sky. Genjutsu, she realized. Kai, having formed the necessary seal, she immediately touched Sasuke and Naruto with her hands, pouring chakra into them, preventing them from falling under the power of the illusion. The girl had no doubt that Kakashi could handle it himself. Quickly glancing at the stands, she noticed how the spectators were falling asleep. It can't be that everyone, there are plenty of experienced Chunin and Jonin, Anbu here. Hokage and heads of other villages, after all. It is impossible to create such a powerful genjutsu, who is even capable of. Naruto-kun, the calm voice she hadn't heard for almost a year sounded completely unexpectedly, come with me. What? Naruto responded slowly, but before anyone could do anything, Itachi grabbed him by the shoulders and disappeared as a shunshin. In the silence that fell on the stands, Sasuke's furious cry was heard, and, at the same time, the cry of Temari and Kankuro, who had jumped out into the arena. Gaara, where did he go? Persecution. Sakura glanced at the tribune where the Hokage sat with the rulers of the other villages. There was no one there anymore. Somewhere in the distance there was a noise, as if something was collapsing, and occasionally the clanking of weapons and unclear shouts could be heard. The Jonin sitting in the stands rushed in that direction. One of them gave the order to the judge of the fights and a couple of other shinobi as they ran, to make sure that no one attacked the spectators immersed in genjutsu. We could use some help, Sakura began. No time. All the experienced ninja are now at the other end of the village, Kakashi responded, snatching the summoning scroll and looking at Kankuro and Temari. Are you with us? Sakura had time to think that the question was clearly inappropriate. The common goal of finding the missing people should have definitely united them despite their mutual distrust, at least for a while, and the genin from Sand probably understood that with the help of Sakura and Kakashi, who knew the surroundings of Konoha, they would find the kidnapped person sooner than without them. However, Gaara's brother and sister, their family connection was written about in the same program with the introduction of the participants of the battles, distributed to the spectators, as well as the fact that they were the children of the Cage. To her surprise, exchanged hesitant glances. Father needs us, Kankuro said, as if continuing a long-standing argument, taking Temari's hand. But the girl, after a moment's hesitation, resolutely pulled her hand away and, frowning, shook her head. Without Gaara, everything is doomed to failure, regardless of whether we show up there or not. I want to find my brother, she turned to Kakashi and nodded decisively, with you. But we didn't see who took him. Perhaps he and your friend were kidnapped by different people. There were no other outsiders here, Kakashi cut her off. Although I missed the moment when Gaara disappeared. We too, she sighed nervously, and at that moment Pakun appeared. We need Gaara's thing, Kakashi told the Sand Genin, and turned to the dog. Naruto and one of the exam participants, their relative, have been kidnapped. He nodded at Temari and Kankuro. Most likely by the same person, but he could have easily created clones or handed one of the kidnapped to an accomplice, so we'll need someone else. Or better yet, call everyone. Have them bring all the shinobi who are still under genjutsu to their senses and help in the village, he thought for a second. Have them obey the Inuzuka clan while I'm gone. Are you going to pursue the kidnapper yourself? Pakun asked. The Jonin are currently dealing with the attackers on the village. The Chunin are most likely evacuating the villagers who weren't present at the fights, Kakashi explained impatiently. Besides, we have a personal score to settle with this man, he added gloomily. Hurry up, Pakun. The pug disappeared, appearing a moment later with the other 7 dogs. Temari shoved the cork from the gourd that Gaara was carrying behind his back under the nose of one of them, Bull, the largest. If he managed to open the vessel, why didn't he use the sand? Kankuro muttered. Or maybe he did, and now. He didn't finish, but Temari gave him an anxious look, and Sakura, although not fully understanding what was going on, decided to bring some clarity, and at the same time at least a little prepare the spontaneous allies for the meeting with Itachi. The kidnapper is a genjutsu master. Most likely both Gaara and Naruto are under his technique now. Pakun and Bull picked up the trail and took off, followed by 4 pursuers. No, 5, Sasuke, go back, Sakura shouted, turning around in mid-flight. It's dangerous. It's dangerous in the village now too, he snapped stubbornly. And anyway, we were going to take revenge together. Let him stay, Kakashi interrupted Sakura, who had opened her mouth. We don't know what's going on in Konoha now and how soon those remaining in the arena will be provided with protection. Another question is that no one was planning to attack them yet, but still, just, Sasuke, he glanced sideways at the boy, don't rush him first. Us first. Why would he need Naruto and Gaara anyway? What could your brother possibly have in common with Naruto? Sakura turned to Temari and Kankuro, leaving Kakashi to argue with the younger Uchiha. We don't even know who kidnapped them, and Gaara has nothing in common with your loud friend, Kankuro answered sharply. Sakura remained silent, deciding not to start a fight. Kankuro and Temari were simply worried about their brother, and besides, his words made sense. Itachi was hardly known in the Sand Village, except from Bingo's books, and she herself did not see any similarities between Naruto and Gaara. 2 dogs and 5 people burst out of the village. The sounds of the struggle died down. The attack had happened on the opposite side of Konoha. Sakura turned around for a moment and saw dust rising into the air, and thought she could make out human figures in it, but it was impossible to tell from this distance. She focused on the chase again, her gaze boring into the dogs racing ahead. More specifically, Bull racing ahead with Pakun riding on his back. Having passed a small forest and come out into the fields, the dogs froze. The scents are different, Pakun said. Naruto was taken there, he pointed with his paw. The other one was taken by another person, he waved his paw again. Kakashi looked at Sakura, then at Sasuke, who was trying to catch his breath and, although he wasn't lagging behind, was still using up more energy than his older comrades, and turned his gaze to Kankuro and Temari, and then to the dogs. Bull, chase the other one, he tossed the cork that Temari had given him to the big dog, and he silently moved in the direction Pakun had indicated. The pug jumped off his back and, sighing sadly, rushed to where, according to him, Itachi and Naruto were supposed to be. Sasuke imagined meeting his brother many times. Of course, when it happened, he would be much stronger than Itachi, would get the same eyes, without any killing of friends, because Naruto had said everything right that time. There was no point in following the path of a person you hated, and, having defeated his brother, he would take revenge. Perhaps Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto would be with him, because, and Sasuke was forced to admit Naruto's rightness for the second time with irritation, they also had the right to revenge. But Sasuke had a bigger score to settle with his brother, which meant that he would be the one to kill him. Sasuke had a very vague idea of how this would happen, and when, too. But, obviously, after he graduated from the academy and became a genin. Or even a chunin, this amendment was made when he learned about the upcoming exam. Sasuke wasn't stupid and understood that he would most likely be older than Itachi was by then, but after much thought, he decided that it was even good. He would have time to train well, and his brother would probably weaken from constant wanderings and persecution. After all, a wanted new Kenin would not be allowed to live in peace. The main thing was that no one else would kill him, but there could be no doubt about it, no one else could do it. And now Itachi just showed up in the middle of that very Chunin exam, put half the village under genjutsu, and took Naruto and the visiting genin with him. And judging by the fact that Konoha was attacked at the same time in a completely different place, as well as the transfer of the second kidnapped person to someone else, and since Pakun said that it was another person, it means that it cannot be a clone of Itachi himself, he has accomplices. But why did his brother need his former student, and not the genius Kakashi, who turned out, moreover, he immediately told them that evening when all 4 went down to Nakano's tomb, to be half Uchiha, but a dumb Uzumaki. Sasuke did not think much about the guy from the Sand Village. Most likely, he was needed for ransom or something like that. He was the son of the Cage. However, this did not explain why Itachi captured him and not Temari or Kankuro. Sasuke was angry, and that helped him keep up with Kakashi and Sakura. He remembered Kakashi's words that Naruto needed to be freed first, and he understood perfectly well that now, less than a year after the massacre, he was completely unprepared to confront his brother, just like Kakashi and Sakura, not to mention Naruto, who hadn't even had time to really understand anything. Sasuke himself also realized what had happened only a moment after Itachi disappeared, and that also made him angry. Mixed with a completely incomprehensible resentment. After all, he was sitting right next to Naruto, but his brother didn't even seem to notice him. As if anything would have changed if he had noticed. There would have been no polite greetings or friendly conversation anyway. Sasuke gritted his teeth and picked up the pace. Of course, he understands that when they catch up with Itachi, it's better for him to leave everything to Kakashi, who now has a completely unexpected trump card for Itachi and Sakura. But he wasn't at all sure that he would be able to restrain himself when he looked his brother in the face. And, of course, neither Kakashi nor Sakura even thought of sending clones to the Jonin fighting on the other side of the village to report the appearance of a wanted criminal in Konoha. However, it is unlikely that anyone would have left the battle, rushing to chase Itachi because of the useless Uzumaki. No one, except Itachi. And yet, why Naruto? He blurted out. Sakura and Kakashi glanced sideways as they walked, but didn't answer. The gates of the town closest to Konoha appeared ahead. He brought Naruto to Shukuba. Sakura asked, puzzled. She explained, my parents took me here for my birthday a couple of years ago. There are a lot of hotels, eateries, entertainment. People come here from all over the country to have fun, she added. Sasuke frowned even more. A criminal like Itachi was supposed to live in some really dark and dismal places that a normal person would be disgusted to even enter. And not in a city of entertainment and fun, where you can stay in a hotel and grab a bite to eat in one of several dozen establishments. Or did he come here hoping that the shinobi pursuing him would not start a fight among civilians? In that case, he obviously assumed that experienced Jonin or even Anbu had gone after him, but not his former students and younger brother. And it also means that for some reason he doesn't want to fight with potential pursuers. And this gives hope. What if he has weakened for some reason, and they really can handle him with 3 of them, or 4, if they manage to free Naruto first? Sasuke decisively dismissed the idea that fighting a weakened enemy, no matter for what reason, was not very honorable. Itachi killed not only the active shinobi of the Uchiha clan, he did not spare the old men who ran the candy store, nor the children. However, there were not so many of the latter in the clan, but there were some. For such things, they kill without thinking about nobility. In addition, a shinobi should not think about anything other than the mission itself when carrying out a mission. Even if the shinobi gave himself this mission. And yet, why Naruto? Sasuke asked, and Kakashi, who was pondering the question himself, found nothing to answer. Naruto was not an outstanding student, either at the academy or after. Talented, resourceful, but not a genius. Gaara's kidnapping could be both political and financial. By blackmailing with his son's life, one could force the cage to do something, or simply demand a ransom. But Naruto, he doesn't even have any relatives, so why? Kakashi would have understood if Itachi had taken Sasuke, the only remaining member of the clan in Konoha, or killed his younger brother, finishing what was left unfinished that night, but the former sensei took the one whom all of Konoha hated and ignored. The reason for the hatred was unknown to Kakashi. He had never crossed paths with Uzumaki before the academy, and then there was no one to ask. However, only the most disgusting people hate children without a reason. The inhabitants of Konoha were not disgusting for the most part, but they were surprisingly unanimous in their attitude towards Naruto, with rare exceptions. Sakura recognized the city Pakun had brought them to, and Kakashi became wary as he analyzed the new information. An entertainment spot where people from all over the country came, if Sakura was to be believed, could be a great hideout. Or a staging post where Itachi would hand over the kidnapped people to the customer, if he had a customer, and disappear again. I'm more interested in why exactly this way, not why Naruto, he finally said. And he explained. During the exam, by putting a crowd of spectators in genjutsu and attacking the village. Why such complications? Uzumaki lives alone. If Itachi was able to infiltrate the village, what was so difficult about waiting for Naruto at his house after a mission or training and quietly taking him away? No one would have noticed until the next morning, and the time to search would have been lost. Maybe because of Gaara, Sakura suggested, but Kakashi shook his head. Gaara arrived here a month ago. On the way, he, Temari and Kankuro were accompanied only by the team sensei. I don't know his strength, but I think Itachi could have dealt with him if he wanted, especially if he wasn't acting alone. Besides, they've been living in Konoha this entire month. If they had to be kidnapped at the same time as Naruto, for whatever reason, there was no need to wait until the day of the duels. Not to mention that he could have attacked the Sand Trio in the Forest of Death. Judging by what Kiba and Shino told me about this stage of the exam, no one would have been surprised if a genin from another village had disappeared in this forest. And Suna wouldn't even have made any claims, since anything can happen during the exams. Kakashi took a breath. They had already entered the city and were running through the streets, but they didn't slow down. Pakun led them confidently, not losing the trail. He could have done it too. I don't know. Show off his power, Sakura suggested hesitantly. After all, There were heads of other villages, officials from the daimyo's palace. And then the village is attacked by Nukenin, and one of them is a former shinobi of this village. Kakashi picked up the thought. By the way, it turns out that Gaara was kidnapped right in front of his father. But this still doesn't explain why he needs Naruto. Representatives of all the clans gathered there. If he wanted to show his superiority over Konoha, he would have kidnapped the same Hinata or Ino, or even Shikamaru. Kakashi did not mention Kiba or Shino, knowing full well that Itachi would not touch them. The first would be searched for with Ninken, and the second could simply release bugs, and they would leave the kidnapper without chakra, and it would be good if he was alive. We'll find him now and ask, Sasuke hissed behind their backs. He still kept up with his comrades the whole way. As if in response to his statement, Pakun stopped at one of the hotels. The smell is lost here, he said. Kakashi looked around. The street went straight ahead. A little further on there were several gambling establishments and shops on both sides, and right across from the hotel Pakun had indicated was a small tea shop. Sasuke. Sakura suddenly remembered, but the boy had already slipped through the hotel doors. Pakun, thank you. The pug bowed his head slightly in gratitude and disappeared with a soft pop, and Kakashi entered the building after his teammate and protege, apparently almost certain that they had already fallen into either a genjutsu or an ambush. Neither happened. The elderly servant pointed to the second floor, apparently explaining where the tenants they were interested in were. Kakashi still held Sasuke, who rushed in the indicated direction, and went up first. That number over there, Sakura whispered as she followed him, and Kakashi froze for a moment, not understanding what to do next. Knock politely. Knock the door off its hinges. Perhaps the first option was better. There was no need to attract the attention of other residents, and Itachi would not immediately be prepared for an attack in that case. Although he was probably constantly on guard. Kakashi knocked decisively, noticing out of the corner of his eye how Sakura prepared for an attack and Sasuke tensed up. The door was opened by Naruto himself. Alive, without any physical damage, and not even tied up. With a stupid expression, which after that terrible night appeared less and less often on his face. Itachi was not visible in the visible space of the hotel room, but no one cancelled the hidden rooms from view. Not to mention the camouflage technique that even Naruto himself mastered during his studies at the academy. What can we say about their former sensei? Where is he? Sasuke stepped forward, standing next to Kakashi. At least he didn't rush forward headlong, and thank goodness for that. Where is Itachi? Naruto looked at him and frowned, as if he was just now beginning to realize where he was and what had happened. However, if he had been under a genjutsu all this time, then that was true. I only remember Gaara and Lee entering the arena. He glanced at his comrades and stepped aside, letting them into the room. And then there was a knock on the door. I opened it, and there you were. I'm alone here. Was Itachi there? Yes. Sasuke barks, clenching his fists and looking at Naruto with a mixture of annoyance and impotent rage. He took you and Gaara. Straight from Konoha, Sakura adds, looking around. Halfway to Shubaku, he handed Gaara over to someone else, and came here with you. How did you find me and how do you know that he handed Gaara over to someone? Naruto stared at her. Pakun brought us, Kakashi answered, looking at him carefully. Halfway there, your sense and Gaara's diverged. He's not here, Naruto stated the obvious. Really? Kakashi turns his gaze to his teammate. Sakura, you're better at detecting illusions. Don't you notice anything strange? Sakura's eyes widen a little, then she nods slightly, and instantly makes seals. Inner Sakura. Castling, training with Guy Sensei was not in vain. The strength of the blow and the speed of her reactions have improved significantly. Naruto dodges without difficulty, bouncing off the far wall. Not bad, he assesses calmly. And you figured it out quickly. You weren't trying very hard to trick us, Kakashi replies. Sakura strikes again, and Naruto dodges again, for some reason not attacking back. Not a single dadbao in a few sentences. To hear that his former sensei took him and not demand that I call Pakun and we immediately go look for him. Not to ask what's going on in Konoha. Not to ask who else was sent in pursuit. After all, we are no longer a team, and we wouldn't send first-year genin in pursuit of an S-rank missing nin even if he were our former sensei 3 times over. It seems that Sasuke is only now realizing everything. Itachi removes his disguise. Naruto and I are too different in character, he explains calmly, as if they were just at another training session, while finally responding to Sakura's blow and sending the girl to the opposite wall. The blow is strong, and Sakura loses consciousness for a while. Or pretends to be very successfully. At the same moment, Sasuke rushes at his brother with a kunai, thereby preventing Kakashi from attacking himself. Naturally, nothing works for the younger Uchiha. Itachi, grabbing him by the throat, presses him against the wall and, judging by the activated Sharingans and Sasuke's subsequent scream, plunges him into Genjutsu, immediately releasing him from the hold. All this action took him no more than a few seconds, after which he turns to Kakashi. And he meets the gaze of the same activated Sharingan. And the second one? This was the question Kakashi least expected. Itachi, despite the situation, allowed himself to smile slightly, almost imperceptibly. If Kakashi hadn't seen his smile during the days of training under his guidance, he wouldn't have noticed it now either. This isn't the one who stayed in the tomb, is it? That's the one that belonged to my father's friend, Kakashi answers without thinking. He clearly understands that he is not under Genjutsu now and that his former sensei is not controlling him, but he still answers his question truthfully, almost not even surprised by this fact. Where is Naruto? So father was right when he said that Tsukumo took the eyes back then. This is not an accusation, Itachi is simply stating an obvious fact. I was hoping for that. Naruto-kun is with Gaara. Kakashi shakes his head slightly, without breaking eye contact. Pakun said that the smells differ. He knows what Naruto smells like. Dogs can be fooled too, even Ninken. And it's not always more difficult than people. Sakura stands up behind Kakashi, alert and ready to attack, but hesitant. She doesn't want to accidentally interfere with Kakashi if he attacks. How do you know about the eye in the tomb? And what do you mean, hoped for it? I left the eye in the tomb. It really belongs to Shisui. You still haven't removed the block. Kakashi frowns, and Itachi suddenly closes his eyes slightly, but opens them again too quickly for Kakashi or Sakura to react. The pattern has changed. Remember, Itachi says, and Kakashi does remember. The night of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto, who tried to attack his sensei with a crowd of clones. The fireball fired at the clones, allowing Kakashi to get closer to Itachi, the wild pain in his eye cut by a kunai, his surviving eye meeting his mentor's eyes. Shisui's remaining eye is in Nakano's tomb. You are an Uchiha by blood, and although you were unable to awaken your dojutsu either after your father's death or after seeing what you have seen now, it will be easier for you to control the transplanted eyes. You will even be able to deactivate them, although any non-Uchiha will have them constantly active, devouring chakra and draining strength. When you go down to the tomb and see the crow with Shisui's eye, tell Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura about your origin. Offer to transplant your eye. This will require the skills of a medic nin. Let Sakura master them, she will succeed. Forget that I advised you to do this. Why do you need this? And where is Shisui's other eye? Kakashi emerges from his memories. Shisui's eyes have a unique feature, it couldn't be let to go to waste. The other eye is in a person I don't trust, because while we pursue the same goal, we go to it in very different ways. But now I'm much more glad that my father was right about Tsukumo saving his teammates' eyes. I don't think your father planned to transplant an eye into you, but that's not important now. You planned everything. Sakura's shocked voice comes from behind Kakashi. And the fact that I'm going to transplant his eyes. Knowing your characters, it was not difficult to predict the actions and slightly adjust them in the right direction. Itachi answers and again turns to Kakashi. However, now it is not Shisui's eye that is more important, but the eye of your father's teammate, Uchiha Obito. Because, if I am right, then he is the one who is at the head of Akatsuki. And that means everything is much more serious than it seemed until now. Activate Mangekyo, he suddenly orders. Jinchuriki. Commentary on the Jinchuriki. I apologize to readers who, when they come for a new chapter, see either an unfinished stub, or no updates at all. The thing is that, due to certain circumstances, I am now writing, firstly, from my phone, which is very unusual, since before this I used a laptop, and secondly, in short periods of time while traveling from to work and during lunch breaks, so sometimes I forget to check the draft box. I hope this disgrace will soon stop, and chapters will be posted as expected, finished, although, as far as I understand, the posting date will remain the same, when the stubs were mistakenly posted and then hidden back into drafts. The last thing Naruto remembered was the voice of his sensei, his former sensei, Itachi, not Asuma. And crow feathers. And then he woke up in some cave. When his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed someone else moving nearby. Gaara. Naruto recognized. What happened, Dadbeo? I had to fight that guy, Gaara answered shortly, looking around and not clarifying the situation at all with these words. I remember that, Naruto confirmed. And then Itachi showed up. Our former sensei, he explained. Itachi Uchiha. Gaara's voice was filled with interest and a hint of threat, and it seemed to be the first emotion he had shown in all the times Naruto had seen him. Why does he need us? And where are we anyway? Naruto looked around, which was not difficult. Neither he nor Gaara were tied up, and there was no one and nothing in the cave except them. Bare stone walls on 3 sides and a small passage on the 4th, from where a weak light penetrated. And where is he himself? We need to return to Konoha, he decided, having received no response from Gaara to his questions. He approached the passage carefully. A small, short corridor turned a corner. There was no one nearby, and this was alarming. Itachi was always careful and prudent. If for some reason he needed Naruto and Gaara, then he simply could not fail to take care of their protection. Even if they were both under the influence of genjutsu. Naruto frowned. He did not feel as if he had woken up from a genjutsu, rather, it was like waking up from a very ordinary dream. Are you coming? He turned impatiently to Gaara, who was still sitting on the cave floor. We need to leave before he comes back. Gaara didn't answer, and Naruto glanced at him again. Why were there 2 Itachis? They seemed to have nothing in common. An orphan who was hated by everyone in the village, with the exception of his teammates, past and present, since even Ino had recently become more tolerant of him, and the son of another village's ruler, working in a team with his brother and sister. At least Gaara had a family. What could we possibly have in common? Naruto wondered out loud. Nothing. Gaara arrogantly confirmed his own thoughts, still getting up from his seat and approaching Naruto, who had already entered the passage. After a few meters, he turned to the side from which a stronger light was coming. And yet, he took both of us, Databeo, Naruto continued to reason. He could do it mentally, and that would probably even be more correct, since Itachi, or someone else, if he had an assistant, could hear the prisoners heading for the exit, but Naruto, despite the not very good opinion he had already formed about the Kasage's son, wanted to talk to Gaara. For some reason, his detached behavior reminded him of Kakashi during the academy and the beginning of working in the same team. Besides, if he somehow supported the conversation, there was a chance to find something in common. Have you met him before? I heard that he killed his entire clan and joined Akatsuki. That means he's strong. I want to fight him. And win, Gaara said evenly. Get in line, Naruto snorted. After Sasuke, me, Kakashi, Sakura, and the rest of Konoha. Gaara didn't answer, and the conversation ended. Soon, an exit appeared ahead. Once outside, Naruto looked around. The area was vaguely familiar, low mountains covered with trees, or rather, high hills. We passed here with Tazuna, he remembered. That's right, down there, there's a village where we stopped for the night, Databeo. Hey, where are you going? He remembered, seeing that Gaara, not listening to him, began to descend the mountain. I need to go back and fight, he replied without turning around. The exam was probably cancelled. Or at least your fight was rescheduled. Everyone is probably busy looking for Itachi right now. Why did he leave them without protection? Kidnap them in front of all of Konoha and the high-ranking guests, just to let them sleep in the cave. Hey, stop ignoring me, Databeo. Naruto yelled when Gaara didn't respond or even turn around at his words. We're going together anyway. He stopped short when, turning around the nearest rock, they saw 2 people standing over the body of a third, certainly dead. Naruto-kun, Haku greeted him, turning towards them, bowing slightly towards Gaara. Where are you from, Databeo? Despite the circumstances, Naruto was somewhat glad to see them, although his gaze kept involuntarily catching sight of the body lying on the ground, wearing a black cloak with a pattern of red clouds. The same one Naruto had managed to notice on their former sensei before he had put him in a genjutsu and dragged him away from Konoha. And who is this? An old enemy of Zabuza-sama, Haku explained. I was recently escorting traders from the land of waves, and I heard rumors that he had been seen in these parts. I told Zabuza-sama, and he decided to come here and fight him. How did you end up here? Itachi left us here. This guy was probably supposed to guard us, Databeo. Naruto put the facts together, but didn't have time to ask about his former sensei. I heard that the eldest Uchiha killed all his relatives and left the village. Zabuza does not tear himself away from admiring the terrible sword. Apparently, he also realized that all these Kage are capable of squabbling with each other, sending others to their deaths, and therefore there is no point in fighting for their ideals, obeying other people's orders. You should live only for yourself. You're right, Gaara suddenly says, and Naruto, who was glaring at Zabuza and was about to engage in a heated argument with him, says nothing, turning his gaze to his involuntary comrade. In this world, everyone pursues only their own goals. You need to live for yourself. Love only yourself. And confirm your existence by destroying your enemies. Nonsense. Naruto is still indignant. The meaning of our existence is to protect those close to us, right, Haku? The boy, although Naruto can't shake the thought that Haku looks much more like a girl, smiles slightly and casts a fleeting glance at Zabuza, who, in turn, glances at him slightly, waiting for an answer. You're right, Naruto, Haku replies. The meaning of our existence is to serve those close and important to us. For me, that's Zabuza-sama. It's only to be useful to him that I become stronger. You can't become strong for others, Gaara said firmly, turning away from them. You can only become strong for yourself. By protecting yourself. Those who live for others are weak. You didn't answer, boy, Zabuza interjected. What did the Uchiha need you for, and where are your little friends? I don't know, I woke up just a few minutes ago in a cave, Naruto waved his hand in the direction they came from. And we're in a hurry. If Itachi had one accomplice, it's quite possible that there are others. Gaara. Two excited cries sounded simultaneously, and turning in the direction of the sound, Naruto saw Temari and Kankuro accompanied by one of Kakashi's dogs. So, his friends were looking for him. This thought caused a smile that was completely inappropriate in this situation. Temari and Kankuro, meanwhile, stopped, warily shifting their gaze from their brother and Naruto to Zabuza and Haku and the body lying on the ground. The girl carefully reached for her fan. They're not enemies, Databeo. Naruto waved his hands. They're my friends, we met by chance. Bull disappeared with a soft pop, and Zabuza chuckled. You're in too much of a hurry to add everyone you were once on the same side to your friends, the missing nin turned his gaze to those who had arrived. But he's right. We're here on our own business, Konoha's showdown with Suna doesn't concern us. Let's go, Haku. Yes, Zabuza-sama, he answered obediently, hiding the needles. When did he manage to snatch them? Say hello to Tazuna-san, Naruto shouted after them, suddenly remembering what he had done. Haku nodded slightly, turning around, Zabuza chuckled, throwing the same sword over his shoulder. He used to have another one, Naruto noted absent-mindedly, but then turned his gaze to Temari and Kankuro, bombarding them with questions. What's going on in Konoha? Who was sent after Itachi? Was he found? Where are Kakashi and the others, Databeo? Why are you here? There is no joy in Gaara's voice. Naruto even for a moment thinks that he is unhappy with the appearance of his brother and sister. They were looking for you, Kankuro replied, stepping back slightly. You're needed there. Of course it is, Gaara responded. Without emotion, as if voicing a truth that everyone had long known. Without me, you are weak. Let's go back. I will kill as many enemies as I can, thereby confirming my right to exist. Hey, you didn't answer me, Naruto yelled indignantly. What's going on? The Sand Trinity turned to him as if they had just noticed him. We have to go, Temari ignored his cries. Father brought the best shinobi with him, but there are too few of them. Without Gaara's strength, we won't win. Especially if Konoha brings its Jinchuriki into the fight, we still haven't managed to find out who it is. Jinchuriki. Naruto turned his gaze from the girl to Gaara. Thoughts rushed around in his head in a chaotic whirlwind, gradually lining up into a clear logical chain. Gaara is a Jinchuriki, a vessel for the Biju. Gaara looked at him indifferently in response. No, in the depths of his supposedly indifferent gaze, some emotions flashed. Alertness, interest in the reaction. Now it's clear why Itachi took us both, Naruto blurted out before he realized that he shouldn't have said that. Are you saying that you are Konoha's weapon? Kankuro grinned incredulously. You. Naruto didn't answer. It was unknown why Itachi needed the Biju carriers, but at least he got an answer to the question, why the two of us? However, the news gave rise to a bunch of other questions. If the Cage, according to Temari, brought the best shinobi with him, did that mean they knew about the impending attack? And why was she, not knowing who Konoha's weapon was, sure that they wouldn't win if Konoha presented that very weapon? After all, on the contrary, if the allies sent both of their Jinchuriki into battle against the attackers at once. Naruto almost slapped his forehead at the sudden realization of the situation. You're not fighting with Konoha, he said, voicing the only obvious conclusion. You're the one who attacked the village. It took me a long time to figure it out, Kankuro responded almost cheerfully, and then became serious. Konoha has become too strong. This poses a threat to all the other hidden villages, and so father decided that you needed to be weakened. Fearing that Gaara's strength would still not be enough, he teamed up with Akatsuki. Their leader sent 2 of his men to help us, who used to live in your village and know it well. I won't let Konoha be destroyed, Naruto growled. I have to protect the villagers because I'm going to be Hokage. And a Hokage has to protect his village. If you get in my way, you'll die, Gaara said calmly, not even moving. Sand began to flow out of the gourd behind him with a quiet rustling sound. Gaara. Temari stood between her brother and Naruto. Fear was clearly visible in her eyes, but her voice was resolute, although slightly trembling. Leave him, we need to hurry. Let Kankuro deal with him, he will quickly deal with this. Misunderstanding. Exactly, Kankuro quickly interjected. Look at him, all he can do is shout nonsense. The real opponents are in Konoha right now. Naruto, who was distracted by his relatives who were busy with a family conversation, jumped up to Kankuro with one jump, sending him flying towards the opposite cliff with a strong blow. I won't let you harm Konoha, he repeated harshly. You won't get there. Bull left before the Suna shinobi could reveal their true intentions. Zabuza and Haku went to their place, but they only know where Naruto is now and don't know what's going on here. Kakashi and Sakura either went after Itachi or stayed in Konoha to fight the attackers along with the other shinobi of the village. And judging by the fact that Kakashi gave them his summoning dog to find Gaara, and Naruto himself, most likely, they don't know about Suna's role in the disrupted exam. How long will it take for his friends to figure out the situation and come to his aid? Will they even have the opportunity to come? Whatever the case, Naruto is now 1 against 3. And he simply must stand firm. For the sake of the village. Another step towards recognition from the villagers in the position of Hokage. Temari has wind release and a fan as a weapon, Kankuro controls a puppet, and it is unknown what kind of surprises this toy is stuffed with, Gaara. Apparently, he controls the sand in the gourd, but Naruto has never seen him in action, the only one of them. However, they also don't know what he is capable of. Shadow Clone, a crowd of clones that appeared separates the 3 enemies. Temari predictably dispels those who attacked her with an air stream from a fan. Kankuro instantly pulls a puppet wrapped in bandages from his back, which, having released several needles, also dispels most of the clones that attack them, simultaneously providing Naruto with the knowledge that the weapon hidden in the puppet is smeared with poison, which means it is better to try not to get under it. Gaara covers himself from all sides with a dense wall of sand. And then, having repelled the first attack, directs several quick streams of sand at the clones, also dispersing them. Naruto, who had managed to hide behind a rock ledge under the cover of his clones, reappears with a crowd of more clones, pulling out shurikens as he goes. The body flicker technique, fast, trained over long evenings in the deserted Uchiha quarter, moving from one opponent to another, shurikens charged with wind chakra. Naruto told Asuma Sensei how Itachi attacked his students with the same shurikens on the night of the massacre, but engulfed in flames, and the new mentor explained the principle of action. In fact, Naruto wants to go even further, not covering the weapon with chakra, but creating it from chakra, but so far he can't even create a simple clot of elemental chakra, which he and Kakashi began training back in the land of waves. At least, without the help of a couple more clones. Kakashi did it, although, despite the spectacular sight, there was little use in such a technique. To use it, you need to get close to the enemy at arm's length, and then it is really easier to charge the weapon with elemental chakra, less effort is expended, and the injury inflicted on the enemy is almost the same. Having driven away completely unnecessary and even dangerous in terms of distraction thoughts, Naruto scattered shurikens, aiming at the opponents. Some of the weapons predictably hit his own clones, which, of course, immediately dispersed, but some reached the target. In addition, he also delivered physical blows, using the residual clones that arose from rapid movement. The opponents' blows did not reach the target, either dispersing the physical clones, or harmlessly passing through the residual ones. Temari still got hit a couple of times. The fan didn't manage to disperse the remaining clones, although it did deflect all the shurikens flying at the girl. Kankuro's puppet also got hit by several shurikens, but it didn't cause any harm to the doll, although its owner finally got serious. Before that, he clearly perceived Naruto's attempts to fight them as childish fuss. Naruto never reached Gaara. The sand reliably protected the Suna Jinchuriki. I'll deal with him, Kankuro barked, once again standing next to his brother and sister. Temari, take Gaara. No, Gaara interrupted his brother. He's the same as me. I'm not like you, Naruto interrupted indignantly. The only thing we have in common is the tailed beasts locked inside us, Databayo. Are you saying that no one in Konoha hated you? No one whispered behind your back. The sand around Gaara is growing larger and larger, and its rustling is becoming louder and more threatening. Then you really are not like me, because even my own father tried to kill me. Naruto freezes from this revelation, and also from the realization that Gaara had to go through exactly the same thing as him, only, unlike Naruto, who finally found friends, Gaara, apparently, did not find real connections even with his own family. But still, he is wrong, saying that you need to live for yourself, and the desire to protect others is weakness. Thinking about this moment, Naruto was distracted, and at that moment Kankuro sent his puppet to attack. Naruto barely managed to dodge the kunai flying at him, and the doll, unexpectedly quickly appearing nearby, released a cloud of gas from its mouth. Probably poisonous, Naruto managed to think in passing, moving Shunshin behind the rock, near which Itachi's accomplice, killed by Zabuza, was still lying. I can hold off all three of them, but I can't win, he muttered. And I've never even gotten to Gaara. We need to think of something, Databeo. In addition to several kunai, there are also explosive seals left in the suit, but Tamari can deflect them with an air flow. It is unknown whether the explosions will break through Gaara's sand defense, but Kankuro's puppet will definitely suffer. However, it is foolish to think that while he is fighting one, the other two will just wait. Either they will attack from behind, or Tamari will still drag Gaara to Konoha. And if he is a Jinchuriki and is able to release his Biju. Naruto found quite detailed records in the Uchiha clan about how the fox's attack took place, and Sakura, studying techniques in the hospital, saw records from 12 years ago about the wounded and dead. Naruto does not want something like this to happen again. Having rushed past Tamari and Kankuro at the maximum possible speed, having managed to deliver several blows to both of them and throw a couple of kunai with attached explosive seals towards the girl and Gaara, Gaara hid behind the sand again, but Tamari, distracted by the remaining clones, missed the moment, and the explosion stunned her, in addition, damaging the fan on which these very seals fell. It is unlikely that the girl, who is hardly accustomed to fighting with his help, is sufficiently proficient in other techniques. Naruto did not know this for sure, but he hoped that several clones attacking simultaneously would be able to take the girl out of the fight long enough to deal with her brothers. And therefore, without wasting time, Naruto created a couple of body clones, which immediately began to help him form a chakra ball. It turns out to be small, the size of a palm, but it will be enough, and Kankuro's puppet has already headed towards the enemy. Naruto was faster, having moved behind the doll's back, while Kankuro did not have time to redirect his weapon. He sent a chakra ball right into the center of the puppet, destroying it. At the same time, one of his clones got close enough to the puppeteer to strike. He dodged, but once again the created clones attacked again, and Naruto again rushed to Gaara, who for some unknown reason did not rush to help his brother and sister. He quite expectedly caught the enemy with sand, which pinned Naruto to the same rock, starting to squeeze harder and harder, but it was at this moment that Naruto performed the substitution technique, and in the sand capture instead of him was the corpse of Itachi's accomplice lying near the rock. Naruto, who found himself in his place, snatches the chakra ball formed by the clones hidden behind the rock. Holding the ball in one hand, he made a Shunshin seal with the other, instantly appearing in front of Gaara. The sand rushed towards them, but Naruto was faster, and the ball slammed right into Gaara's left shoulder, very close to his neck. Naruto jumped away from his opponent, while he flew a couple of meters away and landed on the sand that caught him in time, reflexively pressing his hand to the damaged area, looking in bewilderment at the blood flowing between his fingers. Gaara's scream that rang out a moment later was more terrified than angry, and the sand that surrounded him, clinging to his healthy arm, formed an ugly paw out of it, with which he tried to grab Naruto, who barely managed to jump away at the last moment. Databeo, he exhaled, looking at the part of Gaara that had turned into something monstrous. Is this his Biju? Will I become the same if I try to release the fox? Things were bad, very bad. The fight with three not the weakest opponents had taken almost all of Naruto's chakra. It would definitely not be enough against the monster that had broken free, and in the meantime the paw reached out for him again, forcing him to jump even further, and at that moment a loud bang was heard behind Naruto, and two snakes silently slid past him on the stones, tightly wrapped around something that Gaara had almost turned into. Turning around, he saw a huge snake behind him, with Tamari and Kankuro tightly clamped in its coils. A pale, dark-haired man jumped off the snake's back. Naruto assumed it was a man, although, like with Haku, it was hard to tell. In another black cloak with red clouds, stared at the frozen boy with creepy eyes with vertical, again snake-like, pupils. You'd better go back to Konoha while you still can. But he's staying with me. He turned to Gaara, who for some reason wasn't trying to free himself from the snake's grip, although it was enough for him to just throw sand. The man raised his hand, and a tiny light lit up above each finger, all of a different color. Without wasting time, he pressed his hand to Gaara's forehead, and with a cry of pain, he returned to his previous, human form. Naruto came closer. The unfamiliar savior did not interfere. It seemed that he was interested in what would happen next. You're right. Naruto stood over Gaara, breathing heavily, not yet fully understanding that he had won, but he sincerely wanted to convince him otherwise. Because if what he told him was true, then they weren't really that different. In Konoha, I was always looked at with hostility and contempt, and I was alone for a long time. But then I made friends who started treating me like an equal. First Iruka, a teacher at the academy, then Sakura, Kakashi. Even Sasuke, Databayo, he didn't mention Itachi, because his betrayal had erased all the good that Naruto remembered about him. Growing up without parents, he couldn't forgive the person who condemned his younger brother to the same life. And I'm ready to protect them from anyone, even if I have to kill for it. Or die myself. But, I'm ready to do this not only for them, but for everyone else in Konoha too. Because, in fact, my attitude towards them and this willingness to protect them could one day change their opinion of me. You are luckier, he adds harshly, looking straight into Gaara's eyes. Your father may have tried to kill you. But did your brother and sister do the same? You yourself push them away with your hatred. But maybe if you give them a chance, they will happily treat you as a brother, and not as a monster. That's a good speech. The man laughed hissingly as the small snakes pulled Gaara onto the back of the big one. Hiruzen will definitely like it when he hears it. He'll probably start singing his favorite song about the will of fire again. And who are you? Naruto suddenly remembered. How do you know the old Hokage? And where are you taking them? He yelled, seeing how the small snakes securely fastened the captives to the back of the big one. Tamari without a fan, Kankuro without a puppet. Even Gaara didn't use the sand, apparently he also ran out of chakra. They'll tell you who I am in Konoha, the man hissed. Or have you already changed your mind about going there? Of course not, Databayo. Naruto was indignant. Hey, are you going to leave this one here? He yelled, pointing his finger at the body of Itachi's dead partner. But the strange stranger had already disappeared. Commentary on the Jinchuriki. I believe that Gaara, despite all the statements that he cannot sleep, sometimes still slept, just a limited and insufficient time for a full rest, during which Shukaku could not completely take over his body, but secretly influenced his mind, making his Jinchuriki unstable. Because even a Biju carrier cannot exist without sleep, no matter what methods he uses to maintain his wakefulness. That is why Gaara did not turn into Shukaku here, despite the sleep. He simply did not have time to take over the carrier. Besides, Itachi probably put up some kind of protection. The Sharingan can influence not only the fox. During the encounter on the mission to protect Tazuna, Zabuza's sword was not mentioned and it was a normal sword, and he only came into possession of Kubikiribocho now. The chakra ball is not yet a rasengan, but something similar. Just a ball, without rotation and, accordingly, with less damage to the enemy. And since Naruto had not met Orochimaru, he did not receive any additions to the seal that restrained the fox. Allies. Activate Mangekyo, Itachi ordered in a tone that brooked no objection. I don't have it, Mangekyo, those special eyes, much stronger than the usual Sharingan that Itachi received after killing Shisui. Where did Kakashi get them from? If Shisui had Mangekyo, then you should have one too, Sakura intervened, approaching her teammate. They no longer tried to attack the former sensei. It was useless, and what was happening somehow did not fit into the logical chain in their heads. You weren't paying attention. The former sensei's intonation was the same as during training, when he explained the same thing several times, mostly to Naruto, correcting the student's mistakes. Right now, it's Obito's Sharingan that's important to us. Us. Kakashi grinned evilly, glancing at the still unconscious Sasuke. What makes you think we'll help you? With anything? Because it is necessary to save Konoha and the rest of the shinobi world, Itachi answered evenly. I did not plan to use Obito's eye, I only hoped that if you had it, it would serve the village. But in Akatsuki. Wait, Sakura interrupted the former sensei. Uchiha Obito is dead, how can he lead Akatsuki? You don't mean to say that he staged his own death. Itachi remained silent, neither his gaze nor his expression changing, but Kakashi suddenly realized that Sakura had guessed correctly. And his father spent the rest of his, not so long, life believing himself guilty of the deaths of both his teammates. They have no reason to take Itachi at his word. He is a criminal who cold-bloodedly slaughtered his clan and attacked, or helped attack, the village today. However, There are also fewer reasons not to believe. He could have simply killed all three, but he continued to talk to them, excluding only Sasuke from the conversation. Apparently, he cannot yet know the information being given out now. And he would not have calmly listened to his brother. Kakashi closed his eye, sincerely hoping that this wasn't some kind of clever trick by Itachi to get rid of the Sharingan carrier or to take possession of this Obito's eye. If the former sensei wanted to collect the Sharingan, he wouldn't have left Shisui's eye in that temple. As he channeled chakra to his eyes, Kakashi wondered in passing whether the dead Uchiha were buried with their Sharingan, or whether their eyes were removed. Although the latter was unlikely, who would transplant them to, if there were no half-breeds left in Konoha except Kakashi himself and Kurenai-san, and a non-Uchiha would never fully master the dojutsu. The burning in his eyes became unbearable, and Kakashi opened his eye. The second one, Shisui's, was still hidden under the bandage. The village was sure that it concealed an empty eye socket. Activate, Itachi commanded. Just the name of the dojutsu. But be careful. Sometimes the Mangekyo abilities of different eyes of the same person can differ. And you better not look at us, Sakura said. Or else you might be able to set people on fire with your gaze or something like that. Kakashi focused on the low table in the middle of the room. For a while, nothing happened, and he felt incredibly stupid, just staring at the peacefully standing piece of furniture. How did purebred Uchiha even determine what their Mangekyo was capable of? Did they just stare at things? And did anyone besides Itachi and Shisui even have a Mangekyo? The space around the table suddenly began to distort slightly, as if Kakashi was looking at it through smoke from a fire, and then he interrupted the technique from severe pain in his eye and overwhelming fatigue. It's very similar to Obito's ability, Itachi commented. The only difference is that he goes to a parallel dimension himself, taking only what he holds in his hands. And with you, it turns out, the effect is on other objects. Of course, you don't have enough strength and control yet, but it's quite possible to develop it. Kakashi turned his gaze on him with his now normal eye. And if I really had gotten into that parallel dimension myself, who would have pulled me out? Have you thought about that? I thought about it, Itachi answered just as calmly, angering Kakashi even more. If Sakura hadn't advised me to look at something else, I would have kept staring at you. And we certainly wouldn't have pulled you out. And not only because we couldn't. You don't have enough strength yet to fully activate this technique, Itachi smiled slightly. But it can be trained. So, Uchiha Obito. Well, no. First, we need to leave here. And find Naruto. Kakashi is still angry. Why did you even leave them with Gaara? Officially, that was our mission in Akatsuki, to retrieve the Jinchuriki. I left them with a partner, leading the chase. The choice was small. Either I talk to you, but Naruto will remain in the dark until you tell him everything, or I don't talk to anyone at all. Jinchuriki. Kakashi and Sakura exhaled at the same time. He still hasn't confessed. Itachi didn't seem surprised by this fact. Yes, he is a Jinchuriki, like Gaara. There was a pause. He didn't know what the girl was thinking, but Kakashi himself was annoyed. He had admitted to his friends that he was half Uchiha. Naruto had kept silent about the fact that inside him was the nine-tailed fox, huh? Sakura asked. They sealed the fox that attacked Konoha inside Naruto. That's right, Itachi answered shortly. That's why the people of Konoha hate him. That night, almost every family had someone killed or wounded, and that's not counting the destroyed homes and property. People look at Naruto, but they see the fox. Why does Akatsuki need Jinchuriki? Kakashi interrupted, not very politely. According to the leader, he has a plan to establish peace by ending wars once and for all. For that, he needs all the Biju. But due to certain circumstances, I believe that the Akatsuki leader, whether he knows it or not, is nothing more than a figurehead, and that behind him stands a completely different person. Uchiha Obito, how did you find out? And why should we believe you? Kakashi added, already realizing that he would at least listen to the former sensei's arguments, and not at all because he was able to hold them by force, which, by the way, he never tried to do. Obito himself revealed himself to me. More precisely, he called himself by the name of another person, while hiding his face, but demonstrating the Sharingan. And that man is definitely dead? Sakura asked. After all, Obito is also considered dead, and now you're saying. Even if the one he said he was still alive, he would be a very old man, Itachi replied. At first I thought someone had simply transplanted their Sharingan, but then they wouldn't be able to deactivate the dojutsu. Kakashi and Sakura nodded simultaneously, both were familiar with this feature of the Uchiha's eyes. Itachi, apparently realizing that there was no need to explain the obvious truths to his former students, continued. He always showed only one eye, and this led me to the idea that this man was deprived of the second. And then I just started going through in my mind all the clanmates who could have survived, but remained without an eye. There were few of them. Kakashi couldn't help but snort, and Sakura glanced at him slightly disapprovingly, although she was clearly thinking the same thing. Itachi really didn't have to spend long sorting through the likely survivors, since he had destroyed most of his clansmen himself, and had clearly tried to make sure that they certainly weren't unexpected survivors. As for the trust issues, Itachi stopped short. A monkey-like creature with a staff in one hand and some kind of scroll in the other suddenly materialized in the room. Sakura and Kakashi stared at this phenomenon warily, although the latter did not forget to continue watching Itachi. Sarutobi is dead, the monkey said and, handing Itachi a scroll, disappeared with a quiet pop as soon as he took it. Sarutobi, Sakura repeated, is it about Asuma-san or? Itachi snapped, opening the scroll and quickly scanning the contents, although he already knew what would be inside. The third Hokage is dead. Too bad Enma didn't tell him the details. Sakura almost choked with indignation, and Kakashi understood her perfectly. If Akatsuki, of which their former sensei was now a member, had not attacked Konoha, the head of the village would not have died. At least, not now. Itachi dispassionately handed the scroll he had received from the monkey, Enma, to his former students. Kakashi read a few lines written in familiar handwriting. Then he activated the Sharingan, hoping that the dojutsu would help him understand whether it was a fake. Although he had no idea whether his eye was capable of such a thing. However, he did not want to believe what he had read, if only because it added unanswered questions. The Sharingan transmitted information to the brain that the hieroglyphs were written confidently and clearly, without unnecessary hesitation, corrections or erasure of the written text. This, as Kakashi reluctantly admitted, most likely meant the authenticity of the document. With which the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowed Uchiha Itachi to involve his former students in the mission he was carrying out, and confirmed that he was carrying out a secret order from the leadership of the Hidden Leaf Village. But what about? Sakura muttered in confusion, glancing at Sasuke, who was still lying by the wall. Kakashi was interested in the same question. How could Itachi carry out Konoha's missions after what he had done to his clan? First, let's find Naruto. The mission will concern everyone. Let one of your dogs bring people to take Sasuke. Until then, I'll leave a clone with him. As if those months had never happened. Just another mission given by Sensei, and judging by what was happening, it was of a higher rank than all the others. Itachi, having left his students, former, or still current, to come to their senses, summoned a raven and sent it somewhere. And then he really did create a clone. We're waiting for you on the roof. Itachi nodded to Sakura and moved with her in the shunshin, apparently in the direction indicated. Kakashi himself understood that his calls had no use seeing the wanted by all rank S missing nin, whom the former students not only did not try to detain, as if they could succeed, but also obeyed his orders. If anything happens to Naruto, Kakashi hissed as Itachi, without warning but clearly aware of his presence, took off. Although all three of them understood that it was an empty threat, compared to Itachi, his former current students were still nothing. I sent him reinforcements. The only danger that could threaten him is Gaara releasing or transforming into his Biju. For some reason, it didn't occur to either Kakashi or Sakura to start complaining and claiming that the former sensei had no right to give them any missions. Probably because they were already following him, and not at all like pursuers of a criminal. They found Naruto halfway to the village, running in that direction, not through the trees, but on the ground. He turned around happily at Sakura's call, but immediately became wary when he noticed Itachi, and immediately made a seal for cloning. You don't have enough chakra right now for even a couple of clones, let alone a full-fledged battle, Itachi noted, landing next to him. It's Suna. Naruto, barely catching his breath, points an accusing finger at Itachi. We teamed up with them, Databayo. Zabuza and Haku finished off his partner, and then Temari and Kankuro came running. I didn't know they were enemies then, but then I found out, and we started fighting, Databayo, and then a guy on a giant snake took them away. So the battle is over, Itachi interrupted the chattering Naruto. He stopped short. Why didn't he take you? And seeing the confusion on Naruto's face, Itachi clarified, Orochimaru. The man on the snake, he allowed himself to smile slightly. He took Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, and told me to go back, Naruto frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Itachi tried to quickly think about the situation, but there were too many facts that remained unknown. Initially, having received the task from the leader to unite with Suna and attack Konoha, and at the same time, taking advantage of the confusion, to capture both Jinchuriki, the undercover spies immediately volunteered themselves, ahead of the other members of the organization. However, they were not very eager to participate. Their plan was simple. Itachi would kidnap both Jinchuriki, after which he would leave him with his partner, Juzo Biwa, in the agreed place, leading away the pursuit. That there would be one, the missing nin had no doubt, and if suddenly there was not, Itachi was quite capable of convincing his partner that it still existed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Sasori would attack the village from the opposite side of the arena. Sasori would have dealt with the cage, they had some scores of their own to settle, and Orochimaru, supposedly fighting against the Hokage, under the protection of an impenetrable barrier, handed over to the third all the information he had obtained, which neither Itachi nor Orochimaru risked sending with clones, summoned animals, or dummy persons, in a word, in any way where the information could fall into the wrong hands. Including about Obito Uchiha, and he had to, in turn, get Sarutobi's permission to involve Itachi's former team in the mission, of course, without revealing the truth about the Uchiha massacre, but with confirmation that their former mentor was acting in the interests of the village and directly on the Hokage's orders. In fact, from the entire team, he only needed Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, but Itachi was not completely sure that Obito's second eye was kept by Hitaki, and Shisui did not want to reveal the truth about the Sharingan, fearing Danzo. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to hide Naruto somewhere outside the village, making it difficult for Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts. But Orochimaru took only one Jinchuriki, telling Naruto to return. And Enma gave the scroll to Itachi's team. Did Orochimaru betray both Akatsuki and Konoha? For what? And how did the third die? What do you mean? The battle is over. Kakashi's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Konoha was indeed attacked by Suna and the Akatsuki they hired. Itachi still decided to act as he had originally planned. With or without the Hokage's order, he couldn't just tell the kids, go back and forget our conversations. More precisely, he could, and even erase their memories in a genjutsu, but he needed Kakashi. And Naruto and Sakura. There was work for them in Konoha. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at him, and immediately received a slap on the back of the head from Sakura. Shut up. Orochimaru and I, as former villagers, volunteered ourselves, Itachi continued, as if he had not been interrupted. Recounting their plan with Orochimaru did not take much time, and at the same time Itachi built a more or less acceptable course of action. Okay, since you are again coming under my command, the children, of course, did not dispute the third's order, then here are the orders for the time being. Naruto, as he was told, returns to the village. Try to find out what happened there, how the battle took place, the details of the third's death, what is known in the village about the attackers, how Orochimaru left and what happened to Sasori. This is the second attacker, he forestalled Naruto's question. As soon as you find out everything, try to leave the village, by taking a mission or in any other way, and come to this same cave. You must not mention that you saw us, he added. Got it, Databeo. He nodded. Judging by his appearance, he still hadn't fully realized that Itachi was their sensei again, and not a traitor either. Then come back. Yes, Naruto nodded and again rushed towards the village. As soon as he was out of sight, Itachi turned to the rest. Sakura, Kakashi and Sasuke, who had tagged along, were chasing me and caught up. I put my brother in genjutsu, and Kakashi called Pakun to take him away, since Sasuke was more of a hindrance than a help. You weren't under genjutsu, I wrote in the reports that you're great at detecting and dispelling them, so that shouldn't arouse suspicion, and tried to force a fight. As a result, you received several injuries and burns, not serious ones, but while you were healing them, Kakashi and I had already managed to escape. You don't know where we are now, I haven't met Naruto. And then, you ordered Naruto to leave the village. We will have to too. How are you? Sakura said the last words so quietly that Itachi guessed them rather than heard them. Kakashi was silent, but in this silence the same question was hidden. Yes, Itachi was not going to deceive the students or give them false hopes. They were already shinobi, and only a year younger than him, even if they were much inferior in abilities. You will leave the village too. Not with Naruto. I will let you know when the time comes. Kakashi, you will have to go with me right now. And now, Sakura stammered. But, you will take us to the border of the land of fire. Itachi turned slightly towards her. This will give Naruto time, and your appearance in Konoha will not arouse as much suspicion as if you had come one after the other. Let's go. He turned away from the students, heading towards the rice fields country, where one of Orochimaru's hideouts was located, which Akatsuki did not know about. Gives you a chance to say goodbye to your family, Kakashi's quiet whisper reached him after some time. I have no reason to return and no one to return to, except maybe Team 8, but what's the point? But what will I tell my parents when? Nothing. Itachi didn't continue to pretend that he hadn't heard their conversation, but he didn't turn around either. You'll either leave the next mission with a new team, or just do the same as I told Naruto. But, when this mission is over, we'll come back, right? Sakura asked with undisguised hope in her voice. We won't stay, will we? Missing Nin. Itachi was even amused by how difficult it was for her to pronounce this word in relation to herself. No, you will not remain them. After we destroy Obito and neutralize the threat of Akatsuki, you will be able to return. The document signed by the third Hokage will free you from all accusations. But this does not mean that your family and friends will immediately forget your departure. And you? Kakashi asked tensely. Are you coming back, too? This document does not forgive me for killing my own clan, Itachi answered evenly. And it will not forgive Sasuke either. Sakura took a deep breath. It seemed she had expected that the story of the Uchiha's destruction would somehow miraculously turn out to be a lie, that they were alive, taken to another place, and that everything they had seen that night was nothing more than a clever illusion, even though she had been the first to be convinced that there was no genjutsu in the blood-soaked quarter. Itachi stopped. They had reached the border of two countries. If they ask you, he turned to the girl, you will say that it was here that our battle took place after leaving Shukubu. You did not dare to pursue us into a foreign land and returned. Go. Yes, Itachi, sensei, she said the last word very quietly and hesitantly, and then turned around abruptly and shunshined in the opposite direction, immediately disappearing from sight. Right now, it's important for us to understand why Orochimaru deviated from the original plan. Itachi continued on his way to his spy partner's hideout. As long as Naruto and Sakura are in Konoha, everyone will think you're kidnapped or even a hostage. Especially since it's true, Kakashi chuckled. But then, when they join us, and until the mission is completed, you will be considered traitors. What about the Casecage's children? Gaara needs to be kept as far away from Akatsuki as possible. The two elders, Orochimaru may have taken them away so that no one would be too active in searching for Tsuna's Jinchuriki. So the Sand Village will ignore the theft of its main weapon. Kakashi quipped. The village treated him no better than we treat Naruto, Itachi explained. They certainly need weapons, but Gaara, as far as I understand, is considered a monster almost as bad as Shukaku, who is contained within him. We have arrived, Itachi abruptly interrupted the conversation, stopping at three rocks rising in the middle of a deserted area with several trees around them. Sakura was running towards Konoha as fast as she could. Itachi, who had unexpectedly returned to his position as their sensei, Kakashi, who had stayed with him, the death of the third, the destruction of Konoha. It all didn't matter. Right now she only wanted one thing. To see her parents, to make sure that they were okay, and to spend one, completely normal evening at home. How many more of these family evenings did she have left before she left Konoha, left as a traitor? When would she see her family again? And how would her mom and dad greet her? Hurry, just to see them, to hug them, to tell them how much she loved them. These plans were not destined to come true. As soon as the gates of Konoha appeared on the horizon, Naruto, Neji and Kiba Inuzuka with Akamaru appeared in front of her, who stopped to catch her breath and calm her nerves a little. Sakura, Databeo, she shuddered, realizing that now she would have to voice the story Itachi had made up, but Naruto started talking about something completely different. Sasuke is in the hospital, he just needs to sleep for a couple of days, and the genjutsu will wear off on its own. There is a lot of destruction and death in the village, but your parents are fine. Lee's seriously hurt, Neji interrupted Naruto's chattering voice. And we're going after Hinata. She was kidnapped during the chaos. Kiba and Akamaru volunteered to help, the puppy barked in confirmation. The rest of us are busy in the village. Are you seriously hurt? We might need the help of a medic. Sakura looked at Neji, at Naruto who was rushing to chase her, and turned her gaze to the horizon. How she wanted to go home. But, Sakura remembered the state Hinata was in when they carried her out of the arena after the fight. We're wasting time, Kiba barked, and the girl was struck by lightning. She and Hinata had almost no contact, but she was a member of Neji's family, and he was Sakura's teammate. I'm with you, she nodded decisively. Naruto, are you sure you've recovered enough? You'll see, Sakura-chan, he excitedly hit his palm with his fist. I'll give them such a beating, Databeo. No one dares to kidnap Konoha Genin. And, as if putting a final point in the dispute, the head of the Hyuga clan and Tenten appeared behind Neji. Have you lost the trail? Hinata's father asked anxiously. No, Hiyashi-sama, we met Sakura. Neji nodded towards her. She's undergoing training at the hospital, and I thought that we could take her into the team in case we need help. Okay. Hiyashi Hyuga nodded, glancing briefly at Sakura. Akamaru sniffed the air. The elder and younger Hyuga activated their Byakugan, and the team of 6 people and 1 dog moved in the opposite direction from the village. Commentary on allies. How did the Uchiha even determine what exactly their Mangekyo abilities were? They were always different, and I doubt there was a list of possible abilities anywhere, at least I don't remember it in the anime. So how did Shisui figure out that he could use Kotoamatsukami? By trial and error. And how did he determine that the eye would take 10 years to recharge?